you now, and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping, dumping, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I run? I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now, and there's nowhere to run. Alright, you know I'm in it.
It's a good day to be a Rocket League fan. The playoffs of Qualifier number 5 for North America kick off today. We've got 4 absolutely insane quarterfinals lined up for you guys, and we will have narrowed our field down to 4 teams by the end of the day. Welcome to North America, folks. I'm Wavepunk. I got a Gibbs, I got a James, I got a Jorby, double J's and the G here. Gibbs, how you feeling?
Feel great, man. Swiss, oh, I love it so much. There's a lot of chaos that happens, but none of it matters when you're in top 8 and then you just lose in the quarterfinals. So I'm hoping some teams, I'm not going to name any names, actually, show up after a Swiss stage and win their quarterfinal game.
Yeah, I mean, Jorby, how about them big boys, eh?
Hey, how about them dig boys? Finally. I mean, geez, what is going on with this team? It's like a seesaw, except the one part of the saw goes to space, and then you go plummeting down to the core of the earth, the biggest seesaw of all time. But hey, that makes the high parts the fun part, right? Getting back to a top 8. We'll see if they can repeat a top 4 performance that they did in Qualifier 1.
Let's hope the seesaw goes all the way to space here, seeing as we're playing Space Station here in about 27 minutes, folks. You can see that the timer counting down there to our first match of the day. It'll be a wonderful one here. And if you're just now joining us and saying, what's all this about? How does all this work? Why do these games matter? We are a little over halfway through our season there. In the second half, the London Major is where we're playing towards right now, June 20th through 23rd. We'll be having it in London, amazing event. We're here at Open Qualifier number 5, right there in the middle of those that red bar. The event's happening under the red bar there, and all this building up to the World Championship coming up in the end of September, middle of September there. But that's still a long ways away. We're thinking about London. We're moving towards London. James, I mean, this is almost the desk that was present during the Justin goal at Landon the first time. We almost have a quorum here. People going to be going to Landon. It's going to be a special event.
Oh, certainly. The last 2 times were incredible. I think it's even up for debate which one was a better experience for fans and for people who are attending. For me, obviously, I'm going to be jaded for the greatest goal of all time. That's where This Is Rocket League happened. If you're maybe a little bit of a noob and aren't as familiar with Rocket League's allure, but London will be incredible. The vibe, even if the crowd doesn't live up to the chant expectations, the intimate nature of the Copper Box and just the UK fans will make it such a fun experience. So you will not, if you have the opportunity, you should go, because you never know if we'll ever go back there again.
You never know. It could be the last time. Ticketmaster.co.uk, folks. You can get tickets for one day. You can get tickets for both days. If you only got time for one day, though, we got you covered, though. Please come in and enjoy the show. It'll be an amazing experience there. Folks, we got lots of Rocket League action here on twitch.tv/Rocket League down through the week for you guys. You can always catch First Touch podcast at 11 a.m. Pacific on Wednesdays. I'm sure they'll have lots to talk about with the upcoming the events we got here, the playoffs we got going on today and tomorrow. Again, today here, Saturday, May 11th. That's the beginning of the playoffs. Tomorrow will be the conclusion. We will have the semifinals and the grand finals tomorrow, crowning a champion of Open Qualifier number 5. But before we get there, we had we had a wonderful Swiss, not the most upset heavy Swiss we've ever seen, Gibbs, but not without a few upsets. It was an exciting day of rock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, you kind of got your normals, like your M80s going 3-0. That's just how it works. But I think the one thing I want to point out while we're on this graphic is Luminosity. This is now back-to-back 9th place finishes after making it to the Copenhagen Major. They essentially now need probably at least the Grand Finals, maybe even have to win the final qualifier to make it to London. The World Championship hopes are still a little bit more alive, depending on who actually goes to London, but still, Luminosity, that is not where you want to be. But on the flip side, Cloud9 is one of those teams that we're not really talking about a lot, but they just got 2 top 8s back-to-back, so they're in the running for one of those top 4 spots.
They kind of took the place of Moist, who, when they were Polab last split, got a couple of top 8s, and now you're out in 4 rounds twice. I mean, that's a huge disappointment from Moist after they got picked up, not being able to make a top 8 yet.
We'll see. We'll see if Moist is able to bounce back in that 3rd qualifier. But things are starting to become dire for the boys in the wet there. Let's talk about the people at the top, though. You brought up M80. Like, I can't decide at this point, Jorby. Is it an upset when M80 goes 3-0, or is this what we should expect and them falling apart in the quarterfinals is the fluke?
I mean, look, they're called the Swiss Kings for a reason, Wave Punk. You have to expect it, even when they're playing the 2 best teams in the region. More surprising, taking down G2 again in Swiss, but then doing it to Gen G right afterwards. Having them back-to-back and being able to take the wins. Look at M80 flowing together on the highlights here, working as a team and a unit. Jory is... You know, he's not lighting up the scoreboard himself, but what he is a solid support for his team. While that one doesn't go in for him, his team is always there to support him.
It's just crazy what M80 did. Like, we know that they usually go 3-0 in Swiss. This is their most impressive run yet. They take down G2. Literally, G2 has never lost to any team besides, obviously, the best team in North America, Gen G. Like, Daz made me say that. But M80, they take down G2, and then they go to that 2-0 round. And this is the 3rd time they played Gen G in the 2-0 round, and it's the 3rd time that they've won. They have won 9 games to 1 versus Gen G.
But does it matter? Does it even matter at this point? We've seen them do this in the Swiss stage before. They have to win today. I don't care if I don't care if they didn't drop a single game. I honestly, I'm being serious when I literally don't care if they didn't let a team score a single goal through all of Swiss stage. They have to win today.
That's why it's so they were impressive yesterday, which is why.
But they've been impressive before. It doesn't matter.
Yes, but this is the most impressive.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter for M80. Okay.
I'm kind of with James on this one. If you can't win on Saturday, it does not matter how good you are on Friday. I'm kind of in the boat that maybe this is the fluke, that they're actually so good on Friday.
It actually could make it worse, Wave Punk, if they lose. So maybe I was wrong when I said it doesn't matter. It could make it worse.
Yeah, it could go down for them. We'll see how they handle Cloud9 today. That's their quarterfinal matchup. But speaking of teams that are in the quarterfinals, that we're excited to see if they can possibly make it to tomorrow. James, let's talk about Dignitas. I know that maybe your feelings about Dignitas are a little bit mixed right now.
No. Why are you showing me this right now?
Well, talk to me about these
Let
games.
me have some
Where's the
time
defense,
to
James?
mourn. Okay, game 1 was bad. Game 2, though, went NRG's way. But I will say, Stizzy, it was a good move picking him up. He was lights out. I felt like, for me, watching Stizzy and Aqua out on the field, their gameplay was at a different level, I felt, compared to everyone else. But the other thing I want to say is Gyro popped off. That was a flip reset double tap that he hit.
Yes.
Arsenal also hit a flip reset double tap. I think people need to realize how good Gyro is.
Oh my gosh, finally. Someone who knows ball
Gyro
actually
was
dropping
everywhere.
fast.
He was making the passes. He was setting up Stizzy and Arsenal. But Gyro is secretly one of the most mechanical players you'll see as well. He hit a Psycho in Rlcs. He gets the air dribble bumps, flip reset double taps. People, I don't think, talk enough about how good Gyro's mechanics are and how smart he is.
That's because if you're not always making clips, James, and you're not always at the top of the scoreboard,
But
nobody's going to notice you.
Clips, though.
He does, especially against NRG. You saw all the clips.
Okay, that was
against TSM as well.
You did not have to add that in.
You're right,
Now-
but James, no, sorry, Gibbs. I just want to say, because Gyro's been being disrespected for so long, and he is so quietly consistent, and he's such a great support player that, you know, that support was felt when he got benched. Gyro never should have been benched, especially after he performed the way he did in Split 1. It is no secret that Dignitas are playing the way they are with Gyro back on the roster.
And not only that, they were down 2-0 versus TSM, had to win 3 straight. Not only did they win 3 straight, they scored 10 goals in those 3 games. Dignitas woke up just in time, and if they can bring that momentum versus Space Station, there's a chance for an upset.
It's not they didn't just squeak by in a reverse sweep. They actually built momentum and dominated the back half of the reverse sweep. An impressive performance by Dignitas. Excited to see what they bring against SSG here in just over 20 minutes here. One name notably absent from our top 8, though they were the story of Open Qualifier number 4 here, Gibbs. The Snowmen do not make top 8 again.
Yes, Snowmen Qualifier 4, top 4. Everyone's like, I'm gonna power rank them number 5, and I was like, you guys are all crazy. Like maybe 8. All right,
okay.
You gotta do it.
He's calling someone else specifically.
This is how the world is according to Gibbs. He's always everyone against Gibbs. He's right. Everyone
I'm
else
pretty sure
is wrong.
Wavepunk did and Jorby did as well on his own power ranking.
Well,
so
did you
I'm
watch
just gonna
Snowmen
say-
last week?
Yeah, exactly, but you got to do it twice. The Young Guns, they couldn't get it done. They tried their best against LG. It didn't really work out. Only 3 goals in 4 games. Luminosity kind of woke up. And to be fair to Snowmen, they had a tough road. Their 3 losses are against 3 high-quality teams.
Jeez,
so I can't blame them too much. But Luminosity obviously woke up a lot throughout this match. They did fall in round 5, but the Snowmen, then they go up against Rebellion, and Rebellion, we always talk about they're inconsistent and they can peak at random times, and it did feel like Rebellion just absolutely peaked here, Jordan. Or James, I'm sorry.
And they also peaked against NRG. Justin scored a hat trick in one of the goals. Parth, maybe the most annoying first man that you will ever play against. I'm not even Parth will bump you, get a pass out mid. He'll also fake it with it. You don't even know what's going to happen, Parth. He's a huge factor, but they're going to have a really tough first round matchup against G2, let's be honest.
That's tough, yeah.
He's going to have to be a big nuisance on the pitch. They have G2 here in round number 1. Again, all these matches we will play today. So we will see 4 of these teams advance and 4 of these teams go home before our broadcast is over on this Saturday. So we've got some wonderful steam building towards London through this event and the last one here. And everybody, again, we're only sending 4 teams to London here, Gibbs. So the battle for the top 4, very tight right now.
Yes, everyone that watched Snowman versus Rebellion, if you're not Gen G, G2, or Space Station, you were very happy about that loss because now that 4th spot has kind of been unlocked. Snowmen will not be in 4th after this qualifier is done. Cloud9 and M80, they play one another. One of them can pass, and then the other teams in the playoffs can also pass them if they get an upset against Gen G, G2, or Space Station. So everything's going to be online for the final qualifier, but for right now, that 4th spot truly unlocked because of that 9th place finish by
Before we leave this graphic here, how many points do you get for a quarterfinal win, Gibbs?
You get 4 points.
4 points.
For
So
a quarterfinal
Dignitas, if they were to win, would jump up to 13 points. So not quite be in that tie
Sure.
for 5th.
But OG
they
and Shopify Rebellion would,
Yeah, okay.
would move up past them. Yeah.
And interesting, but Cloud9 and M80 currently tied right now. One of them has to move forward, so we will have a different 4th place team.
And the bracket, I did want to quickly add in too, the bracket is incredibly favorable if M80 does perform well, because the top 3 teams, as they stand right now, could all win their quarterfinal matchup as well and let those top 4 start to pull away from the pack. So this is M80's best opportunity. Like they better do something today.
To be fair, it's also Cloud9's best opportunity because they get M80 in the quarterfinals. Cloud9's the team no one talks about because all they do is play defense, but 2 top 8s back to back. If they get top 4, they're in that spot.
It's true, Gibbs, but I just feel like, Cloud9, they've clearly gotten the org buff. It is true. The M80 and Cloud9 are in the same exact spot. But in terms of the entire season so far, all the pressure's on M80 in that matchup.
Oh, yeah.
All of it. There's so much weighing on their shoulders, especially Jory's.
Well, while we're talking about points here, again, a crazy bracket. We'll talk about it so much over the course of the day. Here are the current season points, Gibbs. Anything notable for the fans at home?
Yes, G2, obviously, they have a lot of points. They're pretty good at Rocket League. If they win today, they clinch World Championship. They don't clinch London. They clinch the World Championship. Also, I think if Gen G beats OG, I believe they also clinch a World Championship bid. So they don't even have to win today to necessarily clinch. And then Gen G, there's a possibility they clinch the World Championship tomorrow. They would need, at that point, G2 and Gen G both to clinch the London Major. That we will find out tomorrow. They could both clinch a spot at the World Championship this weekend.
That was. It reminds me of in 2021, the first time we ran this format. NRG doing so well at the beginning of the season that even though they didn't make the third split, they didn't make London. Funny that it was London. Even though they didn't make London in that season, they still managed to make it directly to the group stage of the World Championship. You can have such a hot beginning of the season here that you can miss out on a major and still make it there. G2's trying to pull that off again here. We'll see if they can do it today. Before we start talking about today's action in detail and stuff, got a few more fun things to talk about here, including the top plays. Give me the top plays of the Swiss. Let's go.
Let's do it. I felt bad. I was bad-mouthing Snowmen, so I decided Scribbles. I understand this is probably a mistake, but I'm going to throw it on the top 5 anyway. I like the change-up shot. It's not on purpose, but he kind of fakes it out, and Magic Bear just completely whiffs. I personally like goals like this.
We could call this we could name this the Gibbs top play flip reset.
Exactly. That's how I would flip
Calculated.
reset. That's how it makes you feel good.
That's
at home.
unreal.
All right. Anyway, let's move on. All right. Hoxer coming out.
Oh, look, a real flip
with
reset.
the flip reset pass. The little extra touch is always so nice. The back wall defender doesn't know what to do. Magic Bear's like, I got no boost. Please help. No one's there to help him. And the goal gets scored. Well done to Hoxer. And then Stizzy from Dignitas. He had a world-class performance. Honestly, we could have made a top 10 of just him, but this play, the aerial dribble around 2 defenders, and Arsenal's like, I'm going to just snatch that goal here. But
That might have been his worst shot of the day, Gibbs.
Yeah, putting energy
Like I
in
said,
the tizzy. So, hey, let me do my top plays. All right. Stop bad
sure.
mouthing.
All right, I'm
TSM.
sorry.
All right, TSM, the team play, the 1, 2, 3, and the bump. The last member, Hockey, the only one who has boost left, making this play happen. I love plays like this when the full team is involved and you get the bump play. Fantastic. And then finally, an impact goal. Game 5 overtime. J-Naps, the double tap, the sneaky double tap. No one saw this one coming. Everyone's thinking he's just going to throw it up against the ceiling or go for a pass. No, he sneaks it down, gets that fast double tap to take down Dignitas in Game 5 overtime to advance OG into this top 8.
They're still good. They're very good. They're going to have to bring in that same energy against Gen G today if they want to advance to the semis. But my goodness, imagine if OG is the ones to knock out reigning regional champs Gen G. It could happen. So we'll see those matches go down. Now, before we start talking specifically about today's action here in North America, Global League, we got action happening all around the world here. James, give the viewers at home who maybe aren't able to catch the Middle East action right now, what's going on down there in MENA?
Well, they're actually doing the grand finals in just a moment. So if you have time or you have 2 monitors or a big enough monitor to watch both, you should definitely pull that up. I think one of a couple of the big story pieces here are anything that's Nupo's team. There's a little bit of drama that you can research it yourself, but Nupo not playing on Rule 1 anymore. They made it to the semifinals before falling to Falcons. Also, Bravado went 3-0 through the Swiss stage, taking down Falcons, actually sweeping them, but they ended up losing first round. So it's pretty crazy over there. And if you want to catch that grand final, make sure to tune in right now.
That is twitch.tv/Rocket Street Live if you want to go catch their grand finals. Moving over to South America here, Jorby.
I wonder who will help us.
Well, Crew, they make it through 3-0 in Swiss, and they've looked pretty good since adding Wisty over from W7M onto their roster. However, this is Furia's region, and it's not even close. Ever take a look at the bottom side of this bracket. Complexity, Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Secret, and even W7M, all of these teams in position to make a run at that second spot. Furia pretty much have it locked up. It doesn't really look like anyone can beat this team. So that Complexity versus Ninjas in Pajamas could very well have been a semifinal, and those 2 teams probably your best 2 shots at making the major alongside Furia. So that's a huge quarterfinal to watch if you're a South American fan.
And we got one more region here to talk about here. Sub-Saharan Africa, Gibbs. And for a region that has generally been dominated by one name the entire season.
Yeah, 2 Spanish teams coming over. Stronic and Team Mobula are trying to make some moves. They made it to the grand finals in Qualifier 4. Limitless, obviously, that Copenhagen major team, the SSA locals, they fell early last time around, but this time they're making a push, trying to get back to another grand finals. They did lose to Stronic in Swiss 3-2, so it's looking like an expected rematch for a spot in the grand finals. Limitless is trying to hold on to as many points as possible to make it to the World Championship. So that match is going to be absolutely huge between those 2.
Okay, so action happening all across the world as teams are trying to punch their tickets to London, folks. Make sure you're catching as much of it as you can, or just tune into the pre-shows. We got you covered. It is a lot of action to try and watch all at the same time. But 10 minutes or so here, a little under 11 before we kick off our matches here in North America. And we like to play games on the pre-show. We like to approach Rocket League analysis from unique and entertaining perspectives here. And James, you came up with an idea. I think this was inspired by your time over in Europe last week.
Correct. I was on the EU pre-show last week, and we had a fun fantasy league segment. But for North America, I feel like we can amp it up just a bit. Instead of just tracking goals per game, we're going to be doing goals plus assists per games. And also, you may have noticed the title of the segment is called Delta Fantasy. In mathematics, delta means the change. To make our fantasy segment spicy, we're not going to pick the team with the best stats, but predict who will have the biggest change or delta in their stats from the Swiss stage to the playoff stage. And not only will we have to lock in who's going to have the biggest change, but in which direction the player will go. Basically, we're picking who will be the biggest overperformers or the biggest underperformers. And the analyst who accurately predicts the largest delta will be the fantasy winner.
Okay. I think I got it, Gibbs.
Okay.
I think we have snake drafted this.
Yes. So
Yes. We're driving 2 players.
Yes. So we did a random order, and I did the random, so I'm picking first. So that's just how it works. So I had first pick and last pick.
Wait a minute.
But we're gonna show our whole team. Don't worry about Jorby. Don't question things. All right. You're new here, Jorby. Okay. Don't question.
You're new here.
So I picked my team first. We're gonna go with Justin and Hoxer for 2 different reasons. Justin will underperform.
Oh, you're a hater, huh?
Well, he was involved.
NRG, ever since NRG, just a hater. Anyone who touches NRG, Gibbs will hate for your whole career.
I'm just
But
saying.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's not 2019 anymore. He did. He was involved in 1.95 goals per game, which is fantastic. But you're going up against the #1 defense in the world in G2 in the playoffs. I don't expect them to win that match. I don't expect them to score maybe more than 2 goals as a team in that match. So I have Justin as an underperformer, and then Hoxer on Space Station didn't have the greatest thing. Like, he doesn't really go on the offensive side that often, but they're playing Dignitas. Space Station could honestly win this entire tournament, but against Dignitas, I expect them to score 3+ goals per game as a team. So I think Hoxer will get more involved. So I'm going to say he's going to overperform there.
Okay. Which one was your, since you got first pick and last pick, which was your first pick?
Justin was my first pick because I was just going to pick whoever's playing against G2 and just say they're going to underperform. So so that's how I...
And, you know, and
honestly a safe bet.
okay, and naturally, because Gibbs was running this and we're such good friends, I had second pick. So
I'm seeing a lot of collusion in this random list
Punk,
right now.
It was
We
random.
missed the memo Gibbs sent.
It was random.
Yeah, what is going on here?
Sometimes it pays to be friends with Gibbs, all right?
All right. Who you got? Who you got?
On this side. But for
Beast
my
mode
first
and
pick,
Arsenal?
yes, I picked Beast Mode because, you know, a measly 1.29 goals and assists per game. Beast Mode, obviously one of the most offensively potent players in North America, and I think they're going to have a favorable first-round matchup against Shopify Rebellion. So I expect him to put up way better numbers. So I have him overperforming based on what he did on Swiss. And then for me, Arsenal peaked yesterday. It's a little bit personal. This might be an emotional pick. He flip reset double tap on NRG. That's not going to happen.
He's been going
today.
on about
Don't
this.
you
not
want
gonna
him to
happen.
do
Very
well?
upset.
Don't
No.
you want him to do well to prove that NRG lost to a good team, not that they lost to a bad
because
team?
our season is over. It doesn't matter anymore. So I want them to go into the dirt, and they're playing Space Station, who has beaten NRG 12 freaking times in a row. I'm willing the misery on Arsenal.
All right.
He will underperform.
Arsenal scored that goal, and Gibbs said Arsenal might have just ended Garrett G's career, which is terrifying to think about. But I don't think Garrett's going to let that one happen. Now, it's not just the 4 of us here on the desk. We also have our 2 commentators who are doing the beginning of the show here, Lemon and Daz,
That's right.
who are going to be making some teams here as well. Dazrin, who'd you pick?
Well. I mean, it's an obvious. Listen, I'm the 3rd spot
Oh
for
my
it.
God.
I'm about to pay for it.
Just move on. Just move on.
so
Lemon,
Great.
what's your pick?
Listen. This is look at those numbers.
Jacket, dude. Can
Let's
you
take
even
a look
do
at
that?
those numbers. 1.53.
That's high.
For who?
Both of them.
Are you losing? Have you lost your marbles, Jordan? Listen, I'm expecting a
overperforming
2.
for both?
I'm expecting a 2 out of every single one. Listen, on the GG stream, I talked to Jack. He said, yeah, we played pretty good, but we could definitely play better. I'm expecting better
accent.
today and tomorrow. Give me plus on FK, plus on Jack. It's that simple.
I'm giving
This
you a minus
analysis
on that
brought to you
impression.
by Gen G Mobile One Racing. Thanks for keeping the lights on.
Thanks for shouting out the sponsors.
Lemon, who you got?
I was literally thinking that of like we've just Genji Mobile One, Genji Mobile One. Shout out to Daz. Get your bag, King. Mine, LJ and Com. Hear me out.
Okay.
LJ, top player yesterday. If you thought those Daz numbers were high, guess what? LJ, he could do more. Yeah, I said
That's
it.
a bold pick.
They done made him the offensive MVP of the World Championship for no reason. 1 hat trick.
Okay.
What about second hat trick? Okay, Com.
Double hat trick.
Double hat trick. Calm, the more he yaps, every time he stands up, every time they score, this guy gains vitality. You see it in his face. He doesn't get more French, but he does get better at the game, which is close enough. So I think Calm will do good today.
All right.
Okay. I like it. I appreciate the Lord of the Rings reference as well. Good luck on the cast today, guys.
Hey.
You guys out there on the pitch. Jorby, let's come back to you. Who you got?
So I went with JNaps overperforming and Chicago underperforming. JNaps at 1.17 in his combined goals and assists. He's the center of that team. And against Gen G, I do think OG are going to find some success on offense. And I think JNaps will end up overperforming from his Swiss stage. Chicago, though, 1.75. Chicago's usually not lighting up the scoreboard. He averaged 1.17 goals per game yesterday. And, Gibbs, you made the argument, Hoxer, there's no way that he has a 1.05 again. And I agree with you, which is why I also think Chicago, he's going to lose some of that to his teammates in their semifinal, or in their quarterfinal, against Dignitas.
Guys, how did you? I got to go basically last year. None of you picked 2-piece.
That's true. Two piece.
Oh, yeah. That was a bit of a
What do you?
twist.
What do you guys?
Wave Punk, I had to leave you one, Wave. You were dead last.
That's not how this works at all, Jorby. You want to win. I
This
know
is a
you
team
do.
game, Wave.
He got a 2 goals plus assist average. And he's gonna face G2
It'll be hard to
today.
do better than that.
Give me 2-piece on that one. And Chronic, man, remember the way he peaked on Friday last week? I think he's gonna do that same thing today on Saturday. I'm excited to see an improvement there from Chronic. Should be a good day. It'll be exciting. We'll keep you guys updated on how that one goes. I hope you guys enjoyed watching that segment here, folks. Also, just a reminder, we're doing a prediction contest here. Gibbs somehow has 8 points when there was only 7 matches.
I just win all the
if you wanna
games.
explain how
Wade.
that works?
Yeah, so really quickly, 1 point per match win. You get 2 points for tournament winner. So that's why 8 is a perfect score. Just watch my name and you'll know what a perfect score is at the end of this entire weekend as well.
Sometimes
So
it's hard to work with this
bracket.
person.
Yeah. Hey, James, I thought we were good friends. I'm going to make you last pick next time. Anyway, go ahead, Wave. Move on.
Where's
Okay.
teammates? Okay, sorry.
Bates has like 5, I think.
He's
right
on the
now.
next page.
He thought G2 was going to win. That's the real hard one there, folks. 3 minutes till kickoff. We got to keep it moving here. 20 points going to the winner tomorrow. But most importantly, our teams are playing for 4 points here, trying to go from 5th to 8th to 3rd to 4th. You'll earn $3,000 and 4 season points with a win in this bracket here. These 4 matches coming at you. All of them going to be exciting. Each one of them, we've talked about why they're an exciting moment, and we'll talk about each of them as we get into each match as well. We'll end the day with OG versus Gen G. We'll see G2 take upon Shopify right before that. After this match, we'll have Cloud9 taking on M80. But to kick things off, a Battle of the Yellow, a storied match we've seen many times in North America, oftentimes with tiebreaker implications. This time, it's just to make top 4. Dignitas versus Space Station. Gibbs, where you want to start?
I think we have to talk about Space Station, how dominant they have been outside of when they play Gen G and G2. They've played all the other teams 17 times, have lost only once, and that was to OG back in qualifier number 3. Space Station is the 3rd best team in North America. They have begun to start proving that in qualifier 4 when they don't have to play a Gen G or G2. And now in qualifier 5 as well, they get a Dignitas squad that just barely scraped in Jorby.
Now, Arsenal coming in with a new look today. I'm here for it. He's locked in. I haven't seen his face move. Arsenal's not moving around. He's taking it serious.
He's going to tank
Dignitas,
today.
You know what? He was tanking yesterday, James. You got a
0
front row seat to
goals.
that. 0. Oh, you mean tank as in bad? I thought you meant tank as in he's gonna blow. He's gonna blow Space Station up
I
because he
picked
has
him to
look at Chira.
underperform. I've got to hope. But honestly, though, in this matchup, I look at this matchup as 2 teams that have very similar play styles. You have the Stizzy versus LJ matchup. And then I think Chicago, to me, is one of those players on Space Station who is very similar to Gyro, who has the mechanics, who can make those plays. And also there's a physical aspect as well to Arsenal's game that Chicago, I think, also has. Hoxer, a big-time passer, but both of these teams, very similar play style to where I think you'll see these two heavyweights, see how much space they are going to get and how much space their teammates are going to be able to get them. Stizzy versus LJ Showdown.
Violent Panda, who has been coaching this Dignitas team this season, his biggest task has been discipline on the field, on defense. Dignitas, with Stizzy, have a high-powered offense, and they can truly be an aggressive team. They can take on a lot of teams when they play consistently. But when the discipline breaks down, that's where things get really rough. So I'm keeping a close eye on Stizzy in this match. He's their greatest offensive asset and sometimes their greatest defensive weakness. To me, it will center around him to have success against Space Station.
Hashtag DIG, hashtag SSG. Let us know who you think's going to win. We got all... Jorby.
What?
When
What?
you're on a team stream, there's like, I feel like there's just like one job, okay? It's just one thing you gotta do, okay?
I like it, Jorby.
I don't understand. How are you not predicting Dignitas right now?
Because Space Station are the third best team in North America, and
Yeah, I know.
Dignitas are not.
I know that.
We're just hold on. Wait, look, it's okay. I know that Dazarin has scarred us with his
No, the
inability.
favorites
We're not all built like Daz out here.
Yeah.
We got some frauds out here, folks. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're going to get into the games. It's time to kick things off for the quarterfinals. I'm excited for the Battle of the Yellow. It's been big and fierce in the past. Both these teams, so much to prove in this matchup. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Dignitas versus Space Station.
Dignitas, welcome back to playoffs. We haven't seen you since the first qualifier of the split. Gyro is back, but how long will this team stay in the playoffs, facing the undefeated juggernauts of Swiss of Space Station Gaming?
SSG back here in playoffs, trying to see if they can yet again reach that top 4, get themselves a shot at Gen G to again prove to themselves and prove to the world that they are consistently top 3 in North America and maybe even further. It's going to be a big series for both teams.
I know, and we got to throw a cookie to Dignitas. It seems like Jorby didn't want to do that on the test, kid.
Yeah,
he doesn't think it'll be
loyal.
as sweet. He's not loyal. Could be an upset, because look, already Dignitas with that early pressure. Tucking at the post, though, is Chicago with the save. Goes up the sidewall, and it's going to leave it to LJ with the shot, but a great read out of Stizzy to save that away.
And keep eyes here on the midfield here, especially looking at both of these teams. They've been playing really solid Rocket League. Both of them, though, have had a bit of a struggle. Both went 5 against TSM yesterday, but SSG definitely the better of the two. Again, that 3-0 in Swiss stage is always really nice to see. You got Chicago lining up bumps as LJ gets the double, but Gyro, even though he was getting bumped by Chicago, able to recover and make a good stop.
Great stop. Oh, Gyro's just going to get demoed, so SSG are going to steal back possession as LJ patrols in that midfield. Hoxer kind of getting chased around, 2 behind him. Not easy to do. LJ just wants to slow down the play. Stizzy can set up in the corner, and LJ got his boost taken, so SSG might be stuck here as Gyro have some resources to work with, but down to 0. Leaves it off to Arsenal. Head first into Hoxer. Both defenses have held strong.
Yeah, and now you're starting to see Dignitas even kind of turn things around. They're getting a bit of a foothold here on the orange half. Not the best touch there, so Stizzy's going to have to use boost. Arsenal trying to get bumps off ball, and off ball is going to play a big factor into this game. We've already seen Chicago go for a couple of bumps, get the demo out, and we're starting to see Arsenal try to do it on the Dignitas side, and it's just about comfortability. I remember Chicago talking about his comfortability on Space Station Gaming was really big for them. As LJ got the shot, Dignitas awkward on defense, and Space Station Gaming punished him.
You hear that, Desk? Add it to the tally. I was cooking with the LJ pick.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, placement on the left, too. Seeing the flip on the right side from the defender. It was about time. And all SSG know, they're not a perfect team. They're an incredible team still. Eliminating those kind of weird games that they will lose against TSM. That's the big series we were worried about against SSG. But they're #1 in Swiss for a reason. They're off on a good note. And Dignitas, the defense is held on for now.
Ooh.
And here's a response from Stizzy with an open net.
Okay, credit, of course, for the demo on the play here. Again, Gyro picking up that demo. Arsenal, great double. He didn't need to get the double. It was an open net. Stizzy was going to get there regardless. But, I mean, that was still pristine to set him up. Stizzy able to tap in the first goal for Dignitas. We got a tied-up ball game halfway through.
And Stizzy was the talk of the town after Swiss yesterday. Solo mechanical goal, but an Arsenal out of nowhere. New look in and off the field. It works out for Dig.
Yeah, there's a dim on the play. Hoxer tries to boom that across. It hits the ceiling. You see Chicago trying to dive in there, but good positioning from Arsenal. He gets there in time. It's a great cutout. Space Station Gaming, though, I mean, to be able to go for that clear across the field, not necessarily the smartest thing to do in that situation.
Dignitas is right off the kickoff, not even letting SSG reset. And that's going to be the biggest thing to watch out for is how you reset, how you maintain structure. Not able to get across the net, though. Even teams have been trying to peel SSG apart. Think about that LG series where they went for like double-digit demos just to try and unsettle and make SSG uncomfortable. And Dignitas, well, they're the ones getting demoed. They're the ones that are being set back. That gives space and time for LG getting past one defender as Hoxer plays mind games against Arsenal. SSG still play with possession too. Couple of resets and Chicago back to Hoxer. All of SSG have Dignitas, their backs against the wall, but a great touch from the defense clears that away.
And Gyro coming in there to get a help. You see him double commit, but he has to. Doesn't want to give up, again, free possession of Space Station Gaming. He's trying to get them on the uncomfortable back end, buy his team some space. Gyro's going to be a great factor in doing that, but he's also been getting contact here with a lot of bumps, which, again, all it takes is SSG to hit him at the right time, and it completely shuts down Dignitas' defense. Dignitas right now in a 1-goal lead. They're trying to get 2! Arsenal, what a shot!
I thought we were fine. Gyros just kind of lobs it. A little easy save by LJ. But Hoxer, he went for the corner boost and got stuck on the wall or something. And Arsenal's just been quicker to the punch. This is not the first time Arsenal's beaten the defenders to the ball and scored. That's his second goal. And Dignitas have a very solid lead. And we were wondering how the tone was going to be set in this game one.
Yeah, Arsenal's spatial awareness has been so good. I mean, he's been to the challenge really fast. We've seen him get strong beats where it has mattered most. I mean, again, I think most, if not every goal has been a part of just Arsenal being in form. As Gyro puts a good shot on, Arsenal didn't have enough boost to make good contact, so that one floats, and Hoxer just trying to buy time there for Chicago, passes it to LJ who has boost, clears it away, but Gyro able to get a good touch. Dignitas right now, very strong game one performance. SSG trying to make something happen here in the final minute, but they just have not looked as well structured as Dignitas have.
At least SSG warding off the storm of that almost fourth goal out of Dig. Maybe still makes this possible with 42 seconds. But Arsenal to Gyro, possession as Dignitas to the backboard, pinches off to the side. Precious seconds draining for SSG's potential comeback. And Chicago doesn't have a lot of boosts as he knocks him off and it almost lands in his own net. But LJ against Gyro, a lot of boosts to work with, but Hoxer's presence on the midfield tries to make things easier, make those connections happen, especially for LJ. He wants to make the magic happen at the front, but Chicago's overwhelmed. All of Dignitas' defenders, there's so many layers to it that SSG haven't been able to carve in the allotted time. Last 5 seconds, and Dignitas will be taking game one.
A strong game one win there on the side of Dignitas. SSG started off with some good pacing. They were able to get a little bit more physical, and Arsenal jumps up from the setup. Yeah, let's look at Gyro here for a little bit. But seeing Dignitas, especially Arsenal, I mean, his field presence was perfect. Every time SSG was trying to get on the ball, he was always there making just strong plays. It was as if he owned the midfield in that aspect. Dignitas, well, again, big time defensive performance from Gyro. Despite SSG trying to make him uncomfortable, he was able to not only dodge bumps and maybe even he took a couple of demos, but he was able to recover well, and he always was able to find either Stizzy or Arsenal in transition. But I got to give a lot of credit in the mobile and high performance replay to Arsenal here, because again, he was at the right place at the right time so many times for Dignitas.
And what a journey like Dignitas have been on. And I said it in the intro, but Dignitas hasn't been to a playoff since the first qualifier where they were top 4. And yes, they had boot camping, they had issues, they dealt with it, they missed out on Copenhagen. People have been sleeping on this team, and I don't want to get too excited after game one, but you just gotta appreciate an underdog story of facing this barrage of hate and be able to stand above it and perform to this level against a team as fearsome as SSG.
Yeah, I mean, it's no exaggeration. Like, this is a for Dignitas a chance for a monumental comeback late in the season. But we can't get excited just yet, like you said, Lemmy Kiwi. It's only game one. Strong performance here, but I'm expecting SSG to turn it around here.
You hyped up Arsenal, and he was a big part of that clutch reverse sweep. What was it against TSM?
Yep.
That was really cool to see out of him, and just the entire team to pull through in these stressful moments. But it is an early offense for SSG. Stizzy cleared to the midfield. Hoxer knows how to step up, and Gibbs talked about on the desk, he's not always involved on that front end of offense. But I think against a team like Dig, you may see Hoxer pull off some magic. Even if he had a close goal line shot there in game one, as SSG still figure out how to get out of their own end.
Yeah, they're trying. Dignitas is really making it hard for them to break out into the midfield. Hoxer a low boost here, as you can see, and he just plays it straight to Stizzy, plays it high. Arsenal gets a demo on the back end. No one can really take a shot here, though, and Hoxer at 0 boost just has to kind of send the ball away. It's a good touch because it allows his team to get some time in. Hoxer's now trying to disrupt the defense by going for some bumps, and even in a dire situation, just him staying on top of the ball makes it so hard for Dignitas to move forward.
And LJ will get there first, and Dignitas will still test the waters. Even just get this ball away from LJ, because he's just the scariest guy on the field. Time and space, and that is why you set him up for success. LJ won't miss those.
LJ, this is great. He goes upfield, looks for a demo. He can't find any. He's in the midfield with 0. Still calls for the pass. Hoxer sees him, and he has to hit the pass perfectly. Nails the pass to LJ, and LJ nails the shot. Good on him to be able to make the defense uncomfortable. He created his own space, and then he utilized it well to bank the goal.
Even the demo, too, just to get Dig not going crazy off the kickoff, because they had an early score that way. Look at Arsenal, just quick 50 in front of the net. And SSG uncomfortable at that moment. Hoxer explores different sides of the field to get away from Dignitas' hold of the midfield. And LJ, this touch, or maybe a fake. Either way, 2 defenders in net for Dignitas as they wait to see how SSG approach. Gyro, not a lot of boost, will still make the magic happen. And LJ, stay safe.
They stay safe. I'm watching him, and the way he's been moving upfield now is he kind of likes being behind the defense there. He was looking for a bump just in that last play on Arsenal, couldn't make contact, but Arsenal still will get demoed by Hoxer. But he's not trying to take the ball and make the solo plays. He's trying to create an opportunity. And a lot of people, when they see LJ on the field, you think, okay, this is the guy we got to look out for. It's been Chicago and Hoxer on the ball. Look at that, another pass in transition. Stizzy had to stretch for that save. Again, just goes to show you they're keeping an eye out to see if they can get these passes to LJ and set him up for an opportunity.
Good control for Hoxer, too, just to kind of recenter that ball. But now the counterattack, Gyro and Stizzy collide with the midfield, slowing it down. Arsenal's shot won't be for free. Everyone from SSG are keeping their eyes on Arsenal. And when he can pop out of nowhere, now LJ leaving that challenge. Stizzy just gets the lob towards it, and Hoxer gets there in time. So I thought Arsenal was going to be able to get the bump either way. Gyro still working through the right side. He gets through one defender. Just gets it on Chicago's hood, and Dig can't finish that off.
It's good patience on Chicago as well. Doesn't panic when he's in that situation. Lets the ball in on his hood, brings it around, and then tries to push it back into the blue half. But now they're back on that defensive end. Dignitas have been trying to control the pace really well. Again, look, another outlet pass, trying to find LJ. LJ, again, can't make contact. This time, Chicago a little too far forward. Doesn't know how much boost Stizzy has, so he's just waiting for his right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Dignitas, at some point, they're going to have to start to force the issue. They haven't been able to get on the board. They've got 6 shots this game, but none of them have been too dangerous or threatening. SSG has done a good job of mitigating the pace ever since they scored the first goal.
Well, Stizzy boost and the demo wanted to give that to Arsenal, who's trying to dodge Hoxer at the same time. So Dignitas were building up towards something special, but SSG have already made small adjustments to know what to be aware of. Where is Dignitas been successful at? His crosses in front of the net. Gyro against LJ. Last 53 seconds. Dignitas, this could be a good opportunity to harass them, as Arsenal has Chicago and the other locked up. But LJ's now trying to chase this away against 2 of Dignitas. Now Hoxer and Chicago in the net, but that is a great win, like you said, and this goes all the way down. Still time for Dignitas to get the equalizer.
Yeah, it started to look a little bit like that was going to be a 50-50 straight up, but Chicago just clean wins it, which again gives SSG so much space there in that area. That's a big demo, though. Arsenal looking for a bomb, and he got it! He also got a piece of the ball. Dignitas, what a late play here. They make it work.
Oh, man. James is going to be pissed if he's watching this game. Underperforming who? This guy is on fire. He was clutch at the end of the reverse sweep. How about the beginning when it matters too? Now Stizzy up high to Arsenal. Chicago reading that, breaking up the play. Gyro off the ceiling trying to challenge LJ low on boost. Now we could just head into overtime in a second. Boxer won't even let Gyro get a hand, but that's an interesting bounce. Almost capitalized on by Arsenal. Now LJ in Chicago versus 2 in the net. Great touch by Gyro. We go to OT, game 2.
SSG have to be careful. We've been seeing them take the passing game. Wait, no way. Just a kickoff goal. Never mind. They don't have to be careful at all. They just roll it in. How does this work? LJ plays this forward and no one makes contact. Oh, it's a disaster on the side of Dignitas.
I want to say I've seen like fake kickoffs out of Dignitas, but I just wouldn't expect it in OT, and I wouldn't didn't expect the OT to end that way nonetheless. But entertaining. Right. That is entertaining. 2-0 series now for SSG.
That's unfortunate there. I think Arsenal's car had messed up there towards the end of it, and yeah, LJ just ends up being able to roll one in. And now things are settled. And it's unfortunate too, because you did see Dignitas really will that game back in. Again, lots of good chances there for SSG to try to get up front. They tried to see if they could take Dignitas in the counterattack in passing transition. Didn't really work out as well. But then when it came to the physicality, Dignitas was making SSG really uncomfortable. And it seemed like they had what it took to take that game. And yeah, you could see the frustration, heavy side there from Stizzy. He had to turn the mic off so his teammates didn't hear him. But the frustration setting in for sure. But they got to pick it back up. It's a tied-up series.
Just got to internalize that. There we go. Locked back in for game 3. And Stizzy was that star of the show, just getting so many goals. Might have been even the top goal scorer of Dignitas yesterday. Young blood to watch out for. And Dignitas, though, after unbenching Gyro, look where that's got them in top 8. And even getting this close to, oh, it's actually 1-1, sorry. But the series is 1-1, and to even just take a game off SSG, like, that is tough to do.
And they were on the cusp of being up 2-0 in the series. Now it's a chance to see if they can do it again. They got to shake off the last game to get right back locked into this one. You see Stizzy already on top of the ball. Got a flip reset. Tried to see if he could get around that. LJ in a good spot there. Now, will we see a momentum shift? LJ on the ball playing that solo. Who's going to be the player that makes an impact here to swing the series around?
Man, Dignitas can't hold this ball without getting bumped off of it. Interesting win by Arsenal as Stizzy against Hawkster down low, squeezed it under, and 1-0 for Dig.
And Hawkster knew he was in a tough spot. Stizzy had the ball. Hawkster, look at where his car's facing. Inside the net, he has to pick, does he want to turn, guard the left? No, he's going to play close there, but by the time he made a decision, Stizzy was slowly creeping, knew to play the low 50, and force the ball in.
That's maybe all Dignitas needed was an advantage. Less of a 3v3 and create these 1v1 scenarios. Now Stizzy, after being frustrated, can be happy that pulled it off. It's Gyro against Chicago. SSG safe for now. As Arsenal stepping up from the midfield, giving a chance for Stizzy. Arsenal circling around the net, looking for gaps, creating them if needed. As SSG just try to spread this ball thin and away from Dignitas. Arsenal gets bullied out of that midfield. There's LJ. There's that quick counterattack from SSG. Those long passes worked out in game 2. But now that all of Dignitas are ready, it's not going to happen yet.
SSG, though, they've been sending a lot of resources forward this game at least, because we've seen, again, a couple of times where they're rushing back, and if there's one person last back or nobody, that one, no chance there, but Hoxer will get the follow-up. SSG able to tie. They turn it all the way around, and LJ sets it up. Chicago pulls out Gyro, and Hoxer is able to clean it all up.
Valiant effort. I mean, LJ's just off the ceiling resetting. I like that Dignitas are not letting him have too much time to do that. But LJ's good at getting rid of the ball fast and giving it to whoever it needs. But wow, the lead back in Dignitas' favor, and it's Dignitas with another quick kickoff goal.
Yeah, look at Arsenal. He jumps there for the kickoff, gets a little bit of momentum off the ball, and then saves the dodge, uses it to be able to play the 50, and it's a big 50 win for him. Kickoff disaster for him in game 2, but this one pays off in game 3.
Oh, reset for LJ. Arsenal shaking it up a bit. Hoxer can't get the bounce off the corner. Chicago lands this in the box. Gyro to the side. LJ is ready. Demo in the net. 3-on-2 for SSG. Leaving it to Hoxer. Oh, and he slots it still.
And look at that pressure from Space Station Gaming. LJ with space, forcing Gyro in a tough spot. He had 0 boost, couldn't play the 50 well, and Arsenal just could not react. Hoxer was right on top of the ball. These guys are trading blows here in game 3. 2 goals on each side.
2 goals for Hoxer too. He has such great control of the ball, and even in difficult scenarios where there's a big bounce to it, he knows how to at least make something out of nothing. But now the pressure is on SSG. Keeping Dig trapped. LJ on the left with boost. Able to backflip, get this away from Gyro. 1v2 though. SSG gonna need reinforcements. They want to get this lead, and they haven't been able to have too good of a lead, with Dignitas always having a darn answer. Now Demo's going off screen. It's Hoxer in 1v2, but he's got them dancing. Double commit almost, but Dignitas still get control back for now.
Yep, chance there. Oh, good speed from Gyro. LJ was bearing down on that ball. Not a tough situation here for Dignitas. You see Arsenal, no boost, so he just plays this one close while Gyro gets it back. Good back pass to be able to set him up, but look at Hoxer, so close to the ball. Trying to see if they can make something happen. LJ awkward, it bounces straight down, but no one's there to be able to make a follow-up, and it'll go the other way, at least it's a midfield for now. But Dignitas, at least when they are in front of offense, they do such a good job of really forcing Space Station to try to react to chaotic situations. It's always a bump play, or at least the threat of one, and SSG has to move around that.
SSG seem... Oh, Chicago at first, LJ second.
What?
Okay, some boost to work with, a reset to get it above Arsenal, but now it's Arsenal versus Chicago, hoping to get Chicago out of the way so this could just trail in, but man, this is a very aggressive game. Now Stizzy with a shot. Hoxer off the crossbar, and Stizzy can't finish it off.
Oh, it was so close, though. They had the pieces there. Arsenal got the demo on LJ, and then also won the 50 against Chicago. You thought it was a very close opportunity. Look, again, he's getting all these bumps when he rotates out, and it's just doing such a good job of slowing Space Station Gaming down. But they haven't been able to score off of it yet. So all that work has been for naught so far. We're approaching the final minute. It's still anybody's game.
It's that clash of play styles that the desk talked about. 2 aggressive teams, and it may not even be in the demo count. Could just be bumping the player off the ball. As Arsenal towards the backboard, but LJ is there. Gyro, beautiful catch. 12 boosts to work with. Hoxer, we'll just wait to see where this lands. Now Dignitas, 42 seconds, and they got this orange half in their hands. Now Gyro stepping up, Arsenal to his side. This could come out to Stizzy. Chicago doesn't have the follow-up touch, so the 50 up in the air. Hoxer doesn't have a lot of boost, but he'll try to help SSG get an offense going.
Gyro, he's been super consistent here, but now you see Chicago on top of the ball, trying to set up Hoxer. Double commit on the side of Dignitas, and now they're a little low boost. Gyro's the only one who's really boosted up here. Has to play this right. That second touch was big, because it gets past LJ, who could have played the solo. LJ's bumping Arsenal. Stizzy's trying to get back. Hoxer's on the ball. Shot through, blocked away, follow-up blocked as well. Chicago won't get it. Gyro will play it toward the corner. LJ wants to keep it alive, but it'll fall. And we've got overtime in game 3.
Clutch defense from Dignitas to save it. Watch the kickoff. Okay, now we can talk. But
oh, wait, maybe not.
Wait, Gyro, wait, Arsenal's just out with the gloves. Almost knocked out SSG cold to open up that net. Man, these kickoffs are crazy to watch, especially. I think SSG have to be more aware of that against Dignitas, and so they have.
Right,
now,
Dignitas definitely has cleaned up their act too, for sure. But SSG, they did end up letting one go this game.
That is true. OT kickoff worked out for them. That's what happens, I guess, when Dig does touch the ball in that moment. It sails across so close. Dignitas, you gotta execute eventually. eventually, right? But LJ knows he has to take that ball high because Dignitas are all over them. They're spread across the field. Arsenal and Stizzy. LJ, early challenge. Gyro up. And to the corner bounce it goes, but no one there to capitalize. As Chicago leaves it to LJ, well, at least keep it to the side. He knows Gyro's in his shadow. And 1 minute goes by, and there's just blood on the floor. There's demos left and right. It's an all-out war.
Gyro, ooh, tried to see if he could get a flipper set. Good on Chicago to cut that out. LJ, ball and space in the midfield. He goes up. Arsenal, he gets past Arsenal. Stizzy has to make a goal line save and has to stop Hoxer. Space Station Gaming in a good spot, but Dignitas has been really good on the defensive end. They have been able to make solid stops left and right. SSG has been able to do the same. We went from such an explosive start here offensively on both sides, but now it's been a bit of a deadlock. LJ trying to get the dunk to set up SSG, but look, everybody's there on that left side of the field. They lose to 50, and now they have to trail back.
All right, slowing down the play is ideal. Dignitas, they're fast, aggressive, and when you think you're safe, you're not because they're shoving you around. Now Chicago, ooh, above Arsenal, but at least Gyro in the net will catch it. Dignitas defensive layer is something to worry about if you're SSG. LJ needs some help, so Hoxer will take it up high like he's known for. But Stizzy in the midfield, he readjusts and doesn't let SSG get away
that's a
with
good
murder.
touch.
What a touch! And what a goal! And another OT in favor of SSG.
Look at this, Chicago had pressure, the ball got away from him. LJ, great read on the play, gets the light touch, Chicago stays the course, he gets the ball back, and SSG gets the game.
Oh, these small moments of excellence to propel SSG up by 1. It wasn't like, for example, the long pass in game 2. The only goal of that game to help SSG win. That amazing play we just saw in OT to help them win it here by 1. This has been such a close game. And we love to see that whatever happens, that we're seeing signs of Dignitas's peak and maybe the potential to go even higher than that.
Yeah, Dignitas are playing really up to the level of Space Station Gaming right now, and they've been forcing SSG to really have to work to get a lot of their goals in. Especially, we talk about this one here. Look, even Stizzy takes the ball away. Look at that from LJ. That extra effort is the difference between a win and a loss. Huge impact play. LJ's been making those plays this entire series. They haven't been on the ball all the time, but that's what happens when you have a superstar player who understands you don't need to be on the ball to make an impact. So for LJ to be able to do that, Hoxer and Chicago were the only people who scored in that game 3, and that was all SSG needed. Dignitas do not take a timeout here. We do load up game 4. SSG win this. The series goes on match point. Here we go.
Oh. Okay, kickoffs always make my heart skip a beat, okay? I didn't pass geometry,
Valid.
so the angles, the post got him, though. That's what matters. Dignitas owe them a back. But we get to start off, like you said, with SSG up in the series, but not in the way they would have hoped, not in the cleanest way we would have hoped in terms of maybe people were way hyped up on SSG thinking this was going to be a sweep, but Dignitas have showed up in the biggest of ways, and it's an offense. Now for Stizzy, hoping for the reset. LJ won't even let him use it, but Stizzy will still patrol for bumps. Gyro wants to slow down the midfield. He gets pushed all the way to another dimension, and SSG want to capitalize if they can.
Yeah, they're trying to. Dignitas have been turning up the speed, though. Already in the start of this game, winning with some quality challenges. Gyro now waiting here in the midfield. He's a little boost, so he just wants to try to keep this center. But SSG, I'm sorry, have been able to kind of manage that. Bit of a lull point here as both teams looking for a way in. And you start to see whether or not, it feels like for Dignitas, a team that normally, these types of losses would kind of get to them, they've been pretty composed over the course of the series.
Absolutely. Dignitas were the ones who reverse swept TSM yesterday, so to be in an 0-2 spot and Swiss, a lot on the line, takes a lot of mental to keep composed and play at your best, and Dignitas hunt for their chance. But Arsenal he's got 3 people on him. But Stizzy was still trying to challenge it. Hoxer's playing some mind games, and he knows how to control that ball well. I pointed that out about Hoxer before. See what LJ can do. Chicago doesn't see an opening that he can help him out with. Hoxer can just launch it too and see if he can draw out Dig from the midfield, but SSG won't be able to get away with these long passes like they did in game 2.
And still looking for that opening. They haven't really been able to get on the board. No one's been able to get on the board scoring-wise here. Been in a very tight-knit ball game. Stizzy on that one, trying to see if he can get that follow-up touch ball. Him and Arsenal in that corner. Arsenal was looking for the boost, not able to, so he has to go all the way back, still trying to pick up pads. Force is there, he just wants to get Hoxer off the ball, but Stizzy, that boom and clear gives it right back to LJ, and then again, continues this SSG offense. Oh no, but Hoxer, big time whiffer there on the play, and Arsenal will score the open.
I hype up Hoxer a lot. And even the desk talked about this. He's not one to step on the offense, but he knew that was an important challenge to go for, and unfortunately just approached it wrong, and there was no backup plan except Hoxer. Hoxer is plan B in those moments. So Dignitas will have a lead, and with how low scoring sometimes this gets, that could be an important goal. Stizzy wants to add to the tally. But there hasn't been a lot of mistakes to expose out of either side besides that one. Chicago tries to catch this and readjust, and LJ to readjust it more towards the net, but still not in.
Even then, with Hoxer trying to get the follow-up, it just wasn't enough. Dignitas defense settled. Dignitas offense trying to make something happen as well, but Gyro just couldn't get the flip reset in. They want to continue to keep up the pace here as they have been trying to mitigate things. They haven't had too many shot opportunities this game, only 3. They were able to score 1 of them. Meanwhile, on the side of SSG, it's been the opposite. They've had 5 and just been completely all over the blue half, but it has not amounted to much despite how hard they try.
Won't be easy for Dignitas. Toxic just has to be careful, and Stizzy against LJ got a little close in that net. SSG with the long boom and clear. Okay, well, it's a good win out of Chicago, but LJ is definitely leaving room for Hoxer to slot that one. What a banger!
And he had to place it perfectly. He did. Arsenal was in an awkward spot. Hoxer knew he had a free shot and absolutely nailed it. Slot to the top left.
Holy cow. You know, we always talk about Chicago or LJ, mostly LJ, but Hoxer making up for the goal conceded to Dignitas. We are at a tie game with less than 90 seconds left. Now Gyro will just come up from below, not let SSG have too much control. But to the side, Stizzy, second touch, Gyro behind him, trying to pick up that pace. Because you know the SSG structure is good. There's always going to be someone in the net usually, unless you have to demo them, and Dignitas want to beat him to the punch. The SSG are a little stuck right now dancing against Stizzy. But Hoxer will get away looking for the dribble bump, and at least off the backboard, Gyro won't let it drop.
Dignitas have to be careful. I mean, we've seen it 2 games in a row, starting off strong, but late, they just cannot close out. Chance here for potentially another overtime, excuse me. But for Dignitas, just making sure in these OT, in these high-pressure moments, they're able to stay focused is going to be the difference maker. If they can't do it, Space Station Gaming will take every single OT win. Even with mistakes on their end, they've still been able to clutch up in tough situations. Final 30 seconds to go. Tied up game as both teams fighting for that midfield, looking for a way through. Dignitas, though, winning a couple of challenges.
These are 2 really great teams, and now it's clutch factor.
2 demos.
2 demos, baby, being a huge factor. Taking a few seconds to get these touches towards the net, and that 3-on-1 did not work out for SSG, but Stizzy's on the ball. He's worked out for them before, hoping to connect on that pass to Gyro. Chicago's moved out of the way. Possession barely held on to by Dignitas. About to land, we go to yet another OT.
All right, here we go. OT, Chicago goes for the kickoff here on this one. Gives the ball to LJ. LJ with a chance to solo. Gets the beat. Can he get the double? Oh, Arsenal able to knock it away. LJ was looking to call game there. But Dignitas now still trying to fight. They've got to get this ball away from Space Station, though. Space Station can't suffocate them in their own half.
Now Arsenal and Stizzy communicating well, but Chicago with a win. But this goes to Stizzy. Arsenal chasing LJ, but he is home free on the backboard. Trying to get this out. Chicago misses that touch, but Hoxer will make up for it. Playing close enough helps in that moment. Now it's a midfield scramble where Arsenal can get a shot that Chicago saves. But now he scrambles, can't even get the boost. Now he's demoed. LJ tries to unbury them. Arsenal with the 50, but now he's all crossed up with the defense. Big beat by Chicago. LJ can take this away. Less than 30 boost with the double. Not on target.
Needed that double to be on, but still in a good spot. Dignitas now trying to see if they can turn things around on that counter. Good challenge there from Chicago, and he's trying to go for the flip. Arsenal was playing his extra touch, but now it's a free ball for Hoxer. Can Hoxer get this through to set up LJ? No, good deny from Gyro, puts it right where LJ isn't, which forces SSG to go all the way back.
I don't want to take too many risks. Gotta really judge how that second man pushes up. Okay, the shots out of the midfield. Jeez. Dignitas have saved so much after against such a lethal team like SSG. Every OT has gone SSG's way, but this is the longest one by far. And with the reset, LJ against Dizzy trying to be cute with it in front of the net. Chicago couldn't do it.
He tried to force the issue. Said, I'm not waiting on you guys to get it clear. I will test you. If you're going to clear that on the goal line, I will try to take the shot. There's a strong chance he wins that. And then again, SSG in match point. Dignitas cannot afford to slow things down just yet. They're trying to play things the right time and get that perfect timing to make the challenges out. But you can see Space Station Gaming starting to grow a little impatient. Chance here for Arsenal. Tried to find the read off the ceiling. Sizzy's up, but Chicago has that one every day. Gyro, quick turn, though. Tries to get the shot. Gets a bump. Forces LJ in an awkward spot. Arsenal's on this one, but it's going to be enough time for Space Station Gaming to get comfortable again. The clearance goes back to midfield, but here's Stizzy as Dignitas holding on to his ball as much as possible. Stizzy with the double reset. Tries to set up Gyro, but LJ again will get the clearance. Dignitas keep booming this ball back in every time Space Station Gaming go for the clear.
Oh, they boom the ball. Everyone's looking up high. You hope for a demo. You hope for a Stizzy goal in this OT. Doesn't work out in Chicago and friends. To get out of this orange half. Getting a little dangerous. Dignitas sensing weakness. Arsenal towards the backboard where two wait for him. And Stizzy just to keep the play going. He's got two defenders though in the corner overwhelming him. And Hoxer's playing deep with the bounce off the corner. The follow-up wasn't immediate out of SSG. They've won every OT so far because they can play under this level of pressure. One of them going to the World Championship. They know what high stakes are like. LJ in the midfield with a win towards the corner. Arsenal with a touch he needs to follow up with. And Chicago goes for the 50. Stifles.
Yeah, now, even then, though, there was no shot opportunity generated from that. LJ awkward. No, Sizzy can't get the bounce. Gyro, yes, he's got it. Dignitas secured the win, 3 minutes, 31 seconds in OT, and they tie up the series.
Gyro is back in the biggest of ways, and when it mattered the most to tie the series. Holy cow, do we have a quarterfinal on our hands. It took so many incredible saves out of Dignitas. It's not even the quantity, but it's the quality of this Dignitas defense that has kept SSG in these 1, 2, maybe 3 goal scenarios, but so low scoring out of SSG. Such a difficult team to play against.
I mean, you got to give credit to Dignitas though in that midfield. Like, I want to say halfway through this 3.5 minute mark, they end up just completely keeping Space Station Gaming in their own half. There's some quality clears, but it's always to somebody from Dignitas who's continuing to keep the ball in, continuing to force Space Station to make clears, and it never really got out to make any good shot opportunities. They finally had a good breakaway, and again, not able to work through anything, get the anything network. Then Dignitas turn it around, and you can see Stizzy just feeling alive there. Huge game win for Dignitas in that OT.
When you let energy fuel you like that, it makes you a different player. You play at level 9,000, and that's what I thought about like a player like Calm, and I'm seeing Stizzy have that same energy. Knows when to shut up if things aren't going well, let someone else be the peacemaker. But when things are going right, this can be a momentum they can ride to go to a match point. Series tied, and this is going the distance.
Yes, it is. We're gonna have at least 6 here. And it just goes to show you too, I believe Arsenal had said it, yesterday's word of the day was resilience. And they're still even showing that to today. Big demo on the play there to slow things down. SSG have fought tooth and nail and they've stolen these games away. They are challenging Dignitas to keep up this consistency throughout the entirety of the series, but no one has definitively taken control yet, and it goes to show you just how well both these teams are giving it their all.
Just LJ's doing the most. He's the one dribbling across the field, trying to change up the pace, do these change-ups to slow down the ball and leave it to someone and force Dignitas to make quick decisions. And still, SSG haven't had the setups because Dignitas' defense has broken it up, and this time, it's not in the net.
It's a good pass. Chance here for Chicago. He's got it.
Leapfrog.
If Hoxer said, if I can't do it, I'll give it back to you here. You try. Great turnaround there in the situation. Rolls it through. Gyro in a tough spot. Has to pre-jump it, and he just guesses wrong there. Great read and reaction from Chicago. Space Station Gaming in the lead.
Good suffocating offense in that moment, where it's taking just these back and forth transitions, and eventually maybe SSG will score or Dignitas, and now that really started to build up into something Dignitas could not handle in the heat of the moment. Chicago up towards the ceiling, and Hoxer wants it denied by Dignitas. Arsenal playing deep too for the counterattack, but LJ in the corner has made that difficult. These 50s are killing the ball. And Dignitas, this is starting to be something hard to salvage.
Oh, yeah, it is. Still 1-goal lead, still fragile. Hasn't really gotten too far away from the side of Dignitas yet. We know that they can get the goals here on SSG, but the way that they're moving right now, Space Station Gaming just all over the field. They're starting to put that offensive pressure, that chaos on Dignitas. It's just been constantly back and forth, grab the ball. They won't even let the ball get to the midfield line before they go for a challenge again. It's just going to show you that they're just trying to push the pressure on while they have Dignitas in a weak spot.
SSG trying to play closer to those quick little passes instead of the long ones is how they found success here in this game 5. Hoxer readjusting, but he's in a pain sandwich between Gyro and Stizzy. Now from one side to the other, just buying SSG some time to get back some boost. Stizzy removed, but Arsenal with these little backflips buys a few seconds for everyone to get back. It's been a lot of control for SSG that feel like they're the ones dictating the pace right now. Yep. Stizzy just launches it.
Yeah, they have been. And it's just going from a lot of these midfield cuts, again, finding each other in transition, but also what they're doing off ball, which is everybody is not afraid to go for the bumps. There's a lot of trust in each other to where they can have just 2 people up the field so aggressively. They weren't playing deep third for a while. They are starting to spread it out here a little bit. Chicago's pretty far back. Now he's waiting for a touch before he makes his challenge here in the midfield. But you can see it, they again went for that strong pressure play, didn't necessarily work. Okay, let's change it up, play a little bit more spaced out now, see if we can pull Dignitas out and then hit him strong on the counter upfield.
So SSG's defense doesn't give you a lot of options. No, this is a scary ball. Stizzy quickly getting rid of it. And that's why it's taken like these big demos, big bumps, for both teams, but especially onto SSG's defense to free that up. Stizzy with the reset. And Chicago to the side. Arsenal now still trying to land, so Gyro will step up, make the most out of this. 90 seconds though, and not really much happening for Dignitas.
Yeah, it's been hard for them to generate anything. They're trying to now that they got a good forefront. Good win there from Gyro. Hoxer was last back, and he had such great challenges back to back, even with Arsenal putting on the pressure. SSG is not letting this lead slip away from them easily. Hoxer to extend it. No, can't find it again. He ends up missing the mark. We're approaching the final minute of gameplay here, and it seems like it's still going to be Space Station's game, but the way this is such a 1-goal game, Dignitas will have a chance here until the final countdown.
And here's Stizzy against Chicago. Good 50. Gyro follow-up. So many cooks in the kitchen. The net stays safe. And so does SSG, but for how long? 42 seconds left and match point on the line. Gyro, demos LJ. Dignitas need to get SSG out of this net. Good save on a Hoxer.
There.
And this is a launch down. The Gyro will get back in time. And he wants to return this to sender. It's a 50 that Arsenal will get back first. No, I thought, okay, Chicago beats him to it. But every second that SSG shave off is more chances for them to win this game 5.
They're starting to get tunnel vision. Arsenal pushed too far forward, and now he's got to race back. Final 10 seconds. They want to send the house, but SSG says, sorry, we're closed today. Chicago, high ball. Stizzy needs to get a good clearance. LJ can ground it here, but Gyro gets a last-second pop-off. Arsenal doesn't have that much boost. Needs to find Stizzy. Looks for Stizzy in transition. Chicago gets the cut. Space Station Gaming put the series on match point. They hold on.
Yeah, holding on is the key word there. Yeah, 6 shots out of Dignitas. It didn't feel as... I was talking about riding that momentum from the previous game, but look at the scores across the board. Dignitas a bit sleepy in that game, just not able to get past SSG and to look comfortable on an offense, to look scary.
Yeah, I mean, 100 points out of Arsenal there. They had only 2 shots for majority of the game. They start to surge a little bit later when they really realized the urgency of the situation. Again, no timeout though on the side of Dignitas. They're gonna play this all the way through. You take a look, a little bit of frustration there towards the end of the game, but Dignitas have seemed composed and they've played close against Space Station Gaming the entirety of this series. And they're gonna do it all the way down to Champions Field if they get there. Right now, they got to get through Neo Tokyo, and Space Station Gaming has been just playing just a little bit better, and that's all it's taken from them.
And the no timeout kind of worries me, because is this, we don't have anything to talk about, let's just keep playing our game? Or is this, we have a lot to talk about and it's not good, but this will start more trouble if we talk about it right now?
I'm pretty sure it's the first one. I think, again, look, the no timeout here, just again, I feel like they are just more confident in their play, confident in the fact that, yeah, if they just have to clean up a couple of things, but taking that extra minute, is it going to do more harm than good? And it's also going to give SSG some confidence saying, hey, we got them on the ropes, we're forcing this timeout. But SSG, oh, wait, Chicago, he couldn't score that. So now it's sent across. And Dignitas should be able to get this out. Here we go. Game 6 already started off hot.
I need a .25 replay. How did that ball not register as a goal? That is insane. But Stizzy up high. SSG with 2 to save, and the follow-up. LJ on Arsenal's tail. A lot of bumping around going on, and Chicago sets it up. Oh, is this saved again? What? Dignitas' defense is insane.
What a stop there, but they still need a little bit more work to do. You can see SSG not ready to get this ball to them just yet. Arsenal trying to force the issue. He gets demo from it. Stizzy playing a miss, but no, the shot wasn't on target. Didn't have a lot of boost though to be able to really wrap around it from his positioning. And now it's still a 0-0 game as both teams in that midfield. Chicago with the ball, has LJ, got the flick, and he got the goal! Go Chicago, go!
You love to see it, even after just recovering off this 50 against Stizzy. Saw the moment he reacted, he knew when to flick, and if the crossbar got in the way, LJ was there for the cleanup, and that is an SSG goal that should have happened. It felt like ages ago, but a win's a win. And even off the kickoff, it's an SSG offense early debut. But how LJ approaches this against Gyro gives a chance for Chicago to start centering this out. And Dignitas' defense has held on and make this frustrating to play against. But SSG have always eventually found the gap, even if it is just within 1.
Yeah, and looking at that too, you're seeing it within 1. Dignitas have had good opportunities, at least in terms of just trying to be able to force it upfield, but they have not necessarily been able to generate it now just because of that midfield presence. LJ, now he's on the ball. This is automatically just so threatening. Tries to leave it. He got that second flip, but saved it so Chicago could take the shot. Arsenal just didn't want to wait around, and that's got to be the biggest difference maker. You can't wait around for Space Station Gaming because they're going to put you in a tough spot every single time. Dignitas have to go. They have to dictate the pace of play here.
There's just always someone back from SSG too. When Dignitas just launch this, try to play someone deep and make the most out of a counterattack, SSG never let that opportunity go by until Stizzy towards the left, Gyro to Arsenal, to the back of the net.
Back to back there. Everybody getting involved from Dignitas. Look at Gyro on the play. He sees Chicago, plays the miss. LJ in a tough spot, and Arsenal is there. And that's what you need from Dig. Someone to be there every single time. No fear offense out of them. Pays off big halfway through game 6. Tied up.
This has always been just these games that are within 1, but Dignitas at least break the dry spell from not even needing that timeout.
Oh, what a double.
That was close. Almost a lead back in SSG's favor. And still, Arsenal in trouble. But now the retreat begins for SSG. Counterattack ensues. Stizzy just leaving it, seeing it where it lands. How SSG handled the backboard hasn't given much option
No,
for Dignitas
what?
to use it.
Oh man, Stizzy was in a good spot. The net was open, the backboard was free, and he just couldn't get a good touch initially on the ball there. Could have been a chance for him to either try to set up the teammate and it goes the other way around. Defense breaks down from Dignitas, and Chicago picks this one up. Look at that great light touch from LJ. Gets the pass center, and Dignitas don't have the boost, don't have the positioning to react in time. SSG fight back and take the lead.
SSG, the mind games, Dignitas panicking and reacting wrong. Gives SSG the lead. When push comes to shove, SSG will come out on top, but Dignitas have been in that shadow for so long, it's cat and mouse. And I think Dignitas are done being prey. They just need to recompose after that. As Gyro will lead this to Stizzy, who looks for bumps, and LJ is overwhelmed.
Overwhelmed is absolutely right, Lemon Kiwi. Gyro just staying on top of it. It's a good initial beat. They think Stizzy's gonna play the ball, but he goes for a demo, and which forces LJ to be awkward. Gyro then applies the pressure, and it's tied once again. Dignitas pushing this downfield. We've got a shootout on Neo Tokyo.
That offensive potential from Dignitas, once it's able to develop, it's so good. What? Now launched towards the net, Stizzy save. And still just kind of adjust off the sidewalk. It's a good win against two people from SSG. Like I said, there's always that third man back. You're never gonna have an open net shot, not against a team like SSG, but it's how you sit up in that orange end and how quickly you can do it. I can give Dignitas the advantage they need against a team like this.
Ooh, good defense there from Gyro here. Everybody on the side of Dignitas has 3 saves as they've needed it. As Space Station Gaming is forcing the situation. They're not giving up anything here for free. And it's been a tight game. Can SSG close this series out? Do we go to Champions Field? You have to see right here, approaching that final 30 seconds, ball on the blue half. Dignitas got to get out of this situation.
Good passes out of SSG, just the transition, but that gets broken down in that midfield. Dignitas taking this inch by inch, hoping for miles. 20 seconds left. Don't got a lot of time. But Dignitas encroaching. They're just also running into LJ, not making SSG move freely on their side. Now, Dignitas wait to see how SSG can work this towards the net to commit. Comes out to the midfield, and Gyro breaks that away from LJ. We go to another OT.
How many more? Is this the last one of the series? Dignitas still fighting. And now the eternal OT clock continuing to tick. Demo on the play though to set things up. LJ will try to see if he can grab this one, looking for a ground pinch. Hoxer gets the demo. He just has to take out Gyro. He's last back with no boost. Tries to get Chicago a lane. There's the shot. Dizzy goal line save. Gets the follow. We play on.
My God, SSG threw everything at him. And here is revenge, maybe, for Dignitas. Now leaving this SSG's defense. How does Dignitas counter? How do they react? Just at least getting the storm away from them. It's a good start for Dignitas. Now left, collects some boost. No, Gyro can't even get the quarter. Stizzy will have to wait, so Dignitas getting drained will be stuck here as Hoxer drops it. LJ to Chicago. Slow approaches towards the net. And Dignitas have at least relaxed, and they're not panicking as much as before.
And SSG trying to slow it down too. They're looking for these passes here in transition, but there's these off-ball demos. They've been dodging them so far for the first minute of OT, but that one finally connects and slows it down. Gyro, it does pick up that corner boost, so that'll be big for Dignitas on the defense as he plays this 50 perfectly. Great read, good beat. Hoxer with 0 now is going to pick it up and go for control, and Arsenal wants to get him uncomfortable. You see Space Station Gaming, though, just trying to take their time. They want to be able to see if they can pull Dignitas out from playing fast, but Dignitas not giving up positioning so easily.
And just Gyro trying to back pass. This goes to LJ and gets under it. A lot of saves for Dignitas. SSG, the way they've been scoring these quick passes, really catching Dignitas off guard. Solo plays, it's hard to get away with, even against Dignitas, but Chicago and friends of SSG kick off another offense, entering 2 minutes into OT. They get more and more extended the more OTs we have. Dignitas, the transitions are a bit difficult until Gyro goes up high, running out of boost, has some friends behind him, and have a backflip to set up Arsenal, going from coast to coast as Dizzy denies the clear to Hawkster. But man, this lands right to LJ. But good midfield presses by Dignitas. Gyro in front, playing lead blocker, still denied.
Gotta be able to play very composed, collected. You cannot make mistakes here at this stage. Chance there. They tried to leave it for a shot. The shot wasn't good. There was no follow-up bump. But Dignitas still holding on to the midfield. Not the best touch from Hawkster, so Stizzy gets this one for free. Gets a flip. Gets it past LJ. Chicago will clear it. But now Space Station Gaming needs to be able to pick up boost. Chicago's going to steal some, but that's okay for Stizzy because he picked up the mid. Arsenal got the beat there in midfield as well. So Stizzy now just buying his time, looking for the right time to challenge. They're monitoring each other's boosts, but they have to be careful. A couple of double commits on the side of Dignitas could open up some space for Space Station, who are hunting for the opportunity. They're waiting for Dignitas to mess up so they can strike them the hardest.
Man, this midfield has just been neutralized. There's always a touch to make these transitions. Oh, that's dangerous. Hawkster beating Gyro there off the post, but goes back to the orange half. Got a lot of boost on SSG side as they hope to stabilize. But at least 3.5 minutes into OT. Hawkster with 50, the dribble, looking for the bump, and Gyro still puts it off. Now hoping to clear this. LJ will be tested. No, Dignitas won't harass them. They won't want to be over aggressive either.
They gotta stop this. Good touch from Stizzy. Wait, Ezra still got a piece of it. Can someone get there? Stizzy got there in time. Hawkster was gonna finish the job, but the recovery on the Dignitas defense keeps them in this one.
That ball was unattended for so long in front of the net. Oh, you held your breath, and SSG couldn't complete. Chicago.
Oh boy.
Oh, playing in deep. LJ try to slow this, and Hawkster, the 50 stifles as Stizzy crosses in front. And Arsenal too far forward.
Oh, it's so
surrounded by
awkward.
SSG. Chicago trying to get the double.
Oh my goodness.
Defense in there in time.
It's a little bit of that, it's a little bit of luck. Gyro though, shot! Bang! We go game 7! What a transition from Dignitas! Arsenal, what a flip reset to Gyro! He dusts the defense and pushes it to the top right.
Another Gyro OT winning goal. Holy cow! Space Station, 2 OT wins. Dignitas, I think 2 OT wins. There's been so many now. We're starting to lose count, especially if you look at the shot counts. Everyone hyped up. Game 7 at Champions Field. It's time to breathe a little bit. Are we even gonna get a timeout, or do you just...
Oh, we got a
dive in?
timeout. We got a timeout. It's timeout Space Station Gaming. As that overtime really did force, I mean, it pushed everybody to the distance there. It's a big loss there for SSG, and they are the only team that to take a timeout this series, despite Dignitas being on match point, despite them being down in the series. They fought tooth and nail to get back in, and they just had one hell of a performance. But it's not done yet. Game 7 is inbound. And I can't believe we've got this, honestly. Going into today, it was very easy to call this for SSG. But Dignitas, I mean, especially Gyro, that game, what a game there from Gyro. What a game defensively from Stizzy. Arsenal with the game winner. I mean, fully just composed and like a complete puzzle piece was that Dignitas roster.
What an upset this would be if Dignitas won this. And this is less feeling bad about SSG, but what incredible comeback for Dignitas, who haven't been in a top 4 spot. Ooh, he's hyped up. He haven't been in a top 4 spot since the first qualifier. And they haven't even been into playoffs since. And look, the impact that Gyro has made, the OT winning goal after it felt like there were so many times that SSG could have ended OT earlier. It's minutes and minutes and minutes, and Dignitas are the ones that come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, even like the shooting there, SSG have had the opportunities, but there have been times over the course of the series where you look back and those post shots and the ones that are so close that just didn't hit the mark are going to be something that may be analyzed here. That and SSG is a team that, I mean, they've looked really, really good over the course of this series. I mean, Chicago's been everywhere he's needed to be. Hoxer's been trying to facilitate where he can and just trying to play consistently as possible. And LJ has just been doing what he can to uplift anywhere that they're lacking. But now, here we go. 5 minutes on the clock. Dignitas versus Space Station Gaming. Game 7 is live.
It ends here and now. Well, depending on how long the OT goes, because I have a feeling, just based on the trends, we may go there again. These teams have been neck and neck, and against people's expectations. You know, Jorby definitely hyped up Dignitas, but, you know, the co-streams and all. But this is an incredible showing out of Dignitas. But I don't question SSG. A win would be a win. But wow, just stuffing this net. A first goal for SSG.
I mean, you see the numbers advantage on the play. LJ just goes hunting there for Arsenal. Arsenal has to make a desperate save to stop Hoxer, and Gyro just can't get back in time as Chicago gets a good follow-up. SSG already putting on the pressure in the opening seconds.
It's a lead. Sometimes they win just off of that 1-0, and Stizzy with the reset trying to at least force the double commit out of SSG, but a quicker recovery out of Hoxer doesn't leave them with a second shot to take.
Ooh, big whiff.
Stizzy doesn't have enough boost. Arsenal calls him off. This low quality shot that LJ can save, but Stizzy wants to do the most. Arsenal tries to read this bounce, and it gets past the few. Chicago. Good thing he's on the left side of that ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good dunk. It would have been tough for a follow-up shot to be made there, but Arsenal still getting a good read of where the defense is going. You're starting to see Dignitas here with a lot of pressure, but a pass out there. Chicago will send it towards the net. Gyro not enough boost to really control it, so it pops it up for Stizzy, who ends up playing the 50. Late fear for the 50 is Gyro, so what he does is fake challenge to force Arsenal now to get a free ball. Does he have the flip there? No, so he tries to see if he can get it. It's awkward out in front. Gyro can't commit. As LJ has it bearing down, transition play, Chicago with the shot, Dignitas saves it out again. They pick up some demos, but they are in danger. Space Station Gaming on these counterattacks has been so deadly.
And with that demo, at least it does lead them to the orange end. Dignitas, coast to coast, Arsenal from the left. Can't win that against Hoxer. Gyro will try again. So many saves. As SSG will have to be removed by force, and it worked out a lot for Dignitas to go for bumps and demos in the earlier games. But SSG are more aware of their game now and how aggressive Dignitas can be. They will not be underestimated any longer. But Dignitas right below. Chicago moved around. As Gyro tries to get this away from Hoxer, has to go up high. Arsenal to the opposite side, but you can't cross it. Not in front of Chicago.
Yeah, but good on Gyro to be able to slow it down there too, because Stizzy was just demoed here. He was playing third man. He was able to respawn and pick up boost. And now Dignitas back in front. Stizzy with a big shot. LJ, what a reaction for a save. Chicago immediately tries to turn around. Arsenal doesn't have boost, but he has just enough to get the touch out. Hoxer wants to leave this one. He tried to see if he could get a bump on the play. SSG doing their best to extend this lead. Dignitas, though, that defense is still holding on like a wall, but they are still down in this game. Chicago knocking at the door. Hoxer to the top left. It's a 2-goal lead for Space Station.
Oh, they're just Dignitas are sitting there watching, just late to the punch. Chicago is easily able to get off that wall and make it happen. SSG 2-0. Dignitas, they can't trip up now, not in game 7, and not like this. The 50 off the kickoff though, to SSG. Hoxer won't even go for the challenge against Stizzy. Instead, will unite with his friends and get this away from Stizzy as Arsenal wanting to drop this in front of the net. Dignitas getting more active on the field, more threatening than before. Stizzy almost setting up Arsenal. And a great reaction out of SSG saves that.
Positioning key here as we approach that minute 45 mark. Got to make sure you're in the right spot if you're Dignitas. SSG as well defensively. Stizzy, good challenge. Gyro has to go all the way back on the play. He's sitting midfield, so he can't really get up and make a challenge here. And then even if he does, you can see what happens. The ball goes the other way around. It's not a shot that's being put on. Dignitas have to create an actual good scoring opportunity. They can't play 50 ball here. SSG, that's exactly what they want. Yes, play it to our sidewall, play it to our corner. We can play the 50s out and kill more time on the clock, run this clock all the way down and take the series 2-0.
That's all SSG have to do is run the clock, but Hoxer is demoed. Dignitas just look for any advantage they can get. Maybe with less people to 50, maybe
Oh,
that's
good
how
bump,
they
but
avoid
he can't get around it.
It's Dizzy. Gonna get at least around LJ. And Dignitas at least get close to the net. But trying to beat SSG in these corners is so difficult. Feeling impossible. Still coming out with nothing. Zarstall to Stizzy. Up high, Hawkster, Chicago. Watch carefully. Doesn't have a lot of boost to make off these solo plays like he did yesterday. But Dignitas will try to unite as a team to take down SSG if they even can.
Yeah, that's the question here. 30 seconds. A lot of people will say this would be GG at this point. Does Dignitas have anything in the tank that would prove anyone wrong? Light touch, Dizzy, wrapped around, but the shot's off. Wasn't good enough there. That was the cleanest shot that they've had in the last 2 minutes, and it just still wasn't enough. This one off the back wall. Can Gyro get there first? Answer is no. 10 seconds remaining here. Dignitas fought tooth and nail, but it just wasn't enough. Space Station Gaming heads above them and will soar into the top 4 in a 7-game thriller.
SSG with another top 4 appearance. They always go to playoffs, and we trust them to be a top 3 team, but they want higher than that. They know they have the potential to win. A game 7, yeah, it's a win's a win. Does this pose any doubts? But Dignitas, it's less about SSG not playing to the highest potential, but their opponents are so good. You're seeing TSM hit a peak to go to game 5 against them. Dignitas hitting a peak to go to game 7 against them. And SSG will see if they have what it takes based on today and tomorrow. They have what it takes to go to even the grand finals. Can they get past the top 4?
Yeah, I mean, they get the win. You're right. They move it to the semis, but I think a lot of people, and it depends on the Gen G match later against OG, Gen G start coming out swinging, looking good in these playoffs, then people will kind of have a little bit of questions on Space Station Gaming. Can they play at that really high level? But again, no disrespect here to Dignitas, because they show that they can stand toe-to-toe with Space Station Gaming. They really threatened that series towards the end, but it just wasn't enough. We've always said SSG top 3 in NA, and they've made the top 4 appearance. Now they have a chance here to go to the grand finals tomorrow, but that being said, we've got so much more Rocket League. It's a great way to start the day. We'll have more after the break.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exciting
Space Station versus Dignitas did not disappoint, going all the way to Game 7. A classic to kick off the playoffs here for qualifier number 5. Dignitas gave it their best effort here. Ultimately, though, Gibbs, Space Station going to come out on top.
Oof, this was so close. Like, Dignitas looks so much better than the previous day, I felt like. And it feels like they keep improving throughout this qualifier process. It just might be a little bit too late. At this point now, very likely at least the grand finals next time, maybe even have to win the entire thing to make it to that major and have a world championship. Hopeful, but Space Station, 2 top 4s back-to-back, very likely going to be locking up their London major spot as long as they don't do something catastrophic next time around. Space Station, though, clutched up when it mattered, Daz, with that 2-0 Game 7 win.
Yeah, they did clutch up. I mean, but they had to clutch up, which is like a good thing to say considering Dignitas' season, which hasn't been the best. I mean, this is the best they performed since Open Qualifier 1. And they showed that, yes, we can still take it to the top of NA, but at the same time, they got going a little bit too late in the season, and that's really unfortunate for them. But we were able to see kind of, again, just moments of brilliance out of them to be able to fight tooth and nail, especially considering they were losing games like this, but they wouldn't call timeouts. They didn't call timeout the entire series. SSG was the one who called it when they ended up losing in that Game 6 to 4's Game 7. But the SSG, their passing was really solid. The way they all looked individually was great. They played for each other, and even though Dignitas gave it, their best shot, they just couldn't close it out in that Game 7. Even after such a banger of a goal there, almost 4.5 minutes in overtime, they ended up going out to Game 7. They dropped this one early, and it just felt like after dropping this second goal, it was just such a monumental climb for Dignitas to try to force their way back into the series.
And plus, I think you have to look at that Game 2 overtime with the missed flip, I think it was, by Arsenal on the fake kickoff. So LJ just got a free goal. When you go to Champions Field, sometimes it is one of those overtime mistakes earlier in the match that really cost you. It seems like that one cost Dignitas there.
Space Station now waits in the semifinals for the results of Genji versus OG Esports. We'll see that matchup a little bit later on today. Well, it'll be the last match of the day, actually, so all the Genji fans have to wait a little bit longer before they get to see their team on the field. Next up, though, a battle with, this is one of my favorite colored battles here. We got the blue versus the lime, M80 versus Cloud9. Looking fresh. We'll see how fresh they're feeling out there on the pitch. Big question marks here, DeMar, around M80. Is the quarterfinals just a result of who they've played against, or is there genuinely a curse for this team when it comes to the playoffs?
Yeah, that's the thing here, right? But this is now keep in mind, we call M80 Swiss merchants, okay? Like, they do well. So the last event wasn't really too good for them, but this time they go back into that form. A win against G2, a win against Gen G. You're thinking, here we go again. I was upset we got M80 in that third round of Swiss because I knew, we're probably gonna lose. But then, this is the part where M80 have to get over it. Every single event, they make top 8, but they don't get past it. And they need to be able to get past it here, at least to be able to try to make top 4. If they could do the same performance, I mean, I see no reason why M80 can't win an event. It's just anytime they get into the situation, they just fall apart.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win here. Hashtag C9, hashtag M80 Gibbs. My question, though, is like, okay, if Cloud9 wins, what does that actually say about Cloud9 to you?
So really quick, there's a bigger curse, though. We know M80 is 0-4 in quarterfinals so far. Percy, though, in his Rlcs career, he's been top 8 14 times. Can you guess how many top 4s he has? 0.
I'm going to guess 0.
0. So, I mean, sure, 0-4 for M80, but 0-14 for Percy on Cloud9. Cloud9's defense has to hold up here. They're the number 1 defense throughout this tournament. They have to hold up, hope that M80 just overpressures, and they get some cleanup goals. Cloud9 doesn't really have an offensive game. That is not what they do. They play defense, and they wait for mistakes to happen. M80, if they feel that pressure, if there is nerves, there's a possibility here for Cloud9, but M80 just beat G2 and Gen G this time. It's hard to pick against them.
Well, who do we think is going to win? Get the predictions on the board. I'll go ahead and say that if M80 loses this, I'm never predicting them again. I'm just.
But
well,
this time you are. But this time you are. I mean,
but this time I am. This time I am. I think they've got it. I think they've got. We all have them here. We all have faith. In the strength of schedule.
That's really crazy out of you, Wave. You're saying you never pick them again. There's only one event left, so like, you don't really have that many times to really pick them again.
And that one time, there ain't no chance they make the quarterfinals. Doesn't matter who they're playing.
So really quick though, we were talking about how Space Station, third best, and they're on an island. M80, like if they can clean up these playoff runs and actually begin to win these quarterfinals, they can join that conversation as one of these top 4 teams, because we know that they have the ability to take down the best teams in North America. Literally, no one else in NA can say that. Not Space Station. They have never won against them. So M80 cleaned it up versus lesser opposition, and they should go to the major.
We've talked about what Cloud9 needs to do here with keeping their strong defense. They've had the strongest defense in the tournament so far. They've got to show that here if they want to get the win for M80. Is there a weak point you can point to and say, like, this is the thing, this is the reason maybe why they've not made it past the quarterfinals at this point? Is there a player we're looking at here, Gibbs?
I feel like it's more nerves. It feels like a whole team vibe, right? Like, they got to get over this hump somehow. They need to have like a really good game 1 to just hope to get over those nerves. I think for the most part, it seems like when they're nervous, they're like, oh, we have to pressure a lot. We have to play our game. And then they pressure a little too hard, right? And then that third man is just a little bit too far up the field, and they're going to give up those wide open nets. If they don't do that, like if they play pretty like a casual here and just keep the third man back, I don't think they need to send all 3 to score in Cloud9. Like, I know Cloud9's defense has been great, but if you keep that pressure long enough, Cloud9's going to get boost starved, and you'll find that opening. You just have to be patient in that midfield and not just pressure all the time.
Coin goes for M80. Coin goes for M80. Coin went for Dignitas, by the way. We flipped it right after the match ended. I forgot to do it on the broadcast. So Coin is 0-1 on the day. Chat is perfect so far on the day. I wonder how chat's feeling right now. Whew.
W chat. W chat.
That is pretty close, but they do narrowly have M80 here. Favorites on the desk, narrow favorites on the field, or narrow favorites in the chat is what I meant to say there. Are they the favorites on the field? Time for them to prove it here. 2 curses, 1 for a player, 1 for a team. One of them gets broken right here, folks. Second match of the day. Let's get into it. Cloud9 versus M80.
Who's going to get to their first top 4? Will it be Percy, or will it be this M80 squad who seem to be cursed outside of Swiss, James?
Certainly, I mean, we made a show of it on the pre-show, talking about how M80 has been here before. We've seen them dominate Swiss stages, but it doesn't matter anymore. You have to get the results in this playoff portion, and that has been something that M80 has not been able to do. This team was handcrafted to make majors, and they're going to have to win this series to make that true.
One thing M80 might find a lot of success with are taking shots on net. Cloud9, especially this past Swiss, they allowed the most shots onto their net, or some of the most shots. I think it was like number 3, but about 10 shots per game. You pair that up against this M80 team that can get real electric on offense, especially with AJ, who finds himself scoring a lot for this team. And we might be in for another shootout, maybe not so dissimilar from Space Station Dignitas.
Well, all 3 players from M80 are excellent shooters, and they have that ability to make individual plays, but this is what matters. The team plays. You see the demo. Zenil taking time and trying to be unpredictable on that pass across the middle. Meanwhile, in comes the whole time with Lion Blaze, who knew exactly what to expect.
Margin was pretty thin. Jorius was sitting on the goal line as he rotated back in. There was no corner canister for him, so he was stuck with 0, trying to jump up and save that, just watching Zenil on the back wall. Not how you want to start if you're M80.
Alarming. M80 has developed a reputation to not deliver in these situations, and already we're seeing them pressed back. Another attack here going on for Cloud9.
Zenil getting another free touch as well. Already this is kind of changing my expectation of what I expected. I thought it'd be a lot of M80 offense, but instead it's Cloud9 putting on a lot of the pressure, James. They don't come away with a goal there, but they certainly look like a threat on each push.
Saw Nas and AJ both low boost on that situation. However, Nas maintaining his composure, being able to get that low boost 50, but it's been all defense for M80. We'll see if they can get something going on the other end.
Nas took the corner boost on the left side, but he won't get a chance to play it. Percy knocks the ball away. M80 have the midfield now. They take a quick pass back to Nas. Joyce lets it go. Wasn't able to find the read. Zenil gets to kill it to Percy.
I love that play from Zenil to have the confidence to get that little back pass, play possession, Cloud9 looking comfortable, but that was a missed jump from Percy. We'll have to take a look on the replay. What caused him to jump here?
Jumping back, Zanil. Percy's seeing it. The shot, he just tries to react too slowly. Lion Blaze
out
is
of position.
Yeah, and not any boost either. How are you going to respond to that one? That's going to be difficult for sure. So one slips through.
Perhaps also thinking somebody might be back, but Cloud9 will give up an easy one over to M80, and we're back to a level ball game.
It is slightly surprising, though, to see that kind of mistake from Percy. It's Cloud9, despite allowing many shots, their defense is insane. They do not allow that many goals. Yesterday, they allowed the third fewest. AJ drops this down. Lion Blaze, nice 50 to square that out underneath him.
I think this is where we'll see mistakes, though, Jorby, when the stakes are this high. You're sitting in this quarterfinal round where top four might be the difference to, to whether you go to London or not and what your chances at Worlds look like. So despite, the results of the past, the players feel that extra layer of anxiety, that extra pressure is going to affect them.
And for M80, for Percy, what's the bigger curse? Percy with no top fours, or Joria's never winning a quarterfinal? It feels about even here, I guess, with the expectation and the kind of player that Joria's is. You might think that curse is a little worse. It goes up, no contact. And that usually that can work out massively in the offensive, or the defense's favor, excuse me. Sometimes you can catch a defense out, though, by not taking that challenge.
I even saw that yesterday with Parth on Shopify, being that first man. Sometimes not making contact on the ball at all, especially if it looks like it's an obvious touch you're going to get, can really throw defenses off. That time, it did throw the defense off, but no goal comes of it.
And a lot of players have really begun to adapt their challenge game. You see a lot of fakes, a lot of feints. Percy will score, though. As M80, they were struggling to get control of this ball. Nas, he was forced to do a heavy touch off of Lion Blaze, and Zanil will take advantage of it off that 50.
And AJ is a little lost in net right there, but the double commit was where it really hurts. Not only was it a double commit, but the 50 perfectly went back to Percy. The composure is there for Cloud9. The offense has evaporated for M80. We'll see if they can find each other in this environment. Now, this is the best chance we might see from Nas. Going for a flip reset 50, but is kicked right back out.
Still good position, except he loses it. Oh,
no way.
When AJ turned upfield, he had a full tank of boost. If Joria's just slides with this 50, if he can side flip with it, but Percy, he actually gets on that side of the ball. So there was no way he was going to muscle that ball across. Excellent challenge there from Percy.
And if you go back and watch the replay and you click over to Jorius' perspective, as soon as he lost that 50, dropped the sticks.
Oh.
You can tell by people's car language whether they are tilted or not and whether they were affected. That is going to be a really tough play to stomach for M80, especially given their history.
Honestly, Percy made a really solid challenge getting on the right side of that ball from Joria's perspective. Because Joria's did have a fully tanked AJ ready in the corner, and they had already tested the Cloud9 defense once, but they keep getting blown through the midfield. It doesn't matter how you look on positioning if you keep getting burned on the touches.
It's like an extermination in a game. It's not pretty to watch, but you can't look away. What is happening out there? M80 is falling apart.
Did AJ think someone was behind him there? It looked like he was just watching the ball, and he totally lost sight of Cloud9 on that play. Just lazily drove forward. Nas gave out a heavy touch. He had to be expecting somebody there. Short. Weird for M80. Well,
so this game one. Hold on, will we see something in the final seconds? M80 struggling to make plays. Cloud9 dominant game one. We saw the one play where Cloud9 was out of position, but other than that, very clean game. I especially thought that the composure from Zanil was fantastic. Percy bouncing back as well, getting that low 50 that resulted in that breakaway goal. So all around, Cloud9 just played a consistent, clean game. On the other hand, M80, it's going to be tough for them if they don't make any adjustments at this point. I'm almost wondering if this is a game one timeout situation with how badly that went for M80.
It just
That
didn't
was
seem
tough.
like the awareness was there. I mean, at the beginning, they were doing okay on defense. They were able to shake the ball out to the corners. Cloud9 had punched through a couple of times, sure, but the drop in awareness at the halfway mark of the game onwards is very head scratchy. Like M80,
We
they
know
tend to drop
they're
games.
good.
Sometimes they tend to get quiet, but not like that. I mean, that was pretty poor.
Do
James.
I need to remind you, Jorby, that M80 went 3-0 in Swiss? They beat this Cloud9 team. It did go to Game 5, but they beat this Cloud9 team in the very first round of the Swiss stage and then took down G2 and Gen G.
Yeah.
This M80 team has all of the tools to succeed, but there is something about this quarterfinal round that gets under their skin and has been haunting them since the very beginning of this season. And that first game, it was not a close game, Jorby. So this is when you already start to break the glass on the panic button.
I definitely did not have Cloud9 high pressure offense on my game 1 bingo card. Sometimes Rocket League will give you something you don't really expect. But I guess if you look at it differently, James, like you said, maybe we should have expected it with how M80 have performed.
wow.
He's that name that kind of is behind that quarterfinal curse, and his shot comes away empty-handed there.
It wasn't a badly placed shot either. Percy just dives in at the last second and gets the save. See Cloud9, how they do. Big corner boost steal by Lion Blaze. AJ and Jorius both low, so is Nas and Net.
Good opportunity, but Percy also nothing in the tank. Lion Blaze coming to support quickly. Zanil gets aggressive as well. That could have been a great aggressive try, but Nas flies right through with no boost to score first.
And Zanil had no idea that Nas was out of boost. Normally a player will go a little bit quicker into that challenge. The fact that Nas was on empty actually helped because the oncoming attacker assumed that Nas had boost when he didn't. And so M80 flipped that play around. It looked like it was a play they might concede a goal, and they end up getting one. Huge for M80.
Good form for M80 right now. AJ just a dump ball. Zanil buys time for his team. It's a low boost challenge. Lion Blaze on the other side has to let this pass happen. M80 will take the space. Now that's where Cloud9, the real Cloud9, start to show up, is a tendency to leave the midfield when they could challenge it. It does start to really feel like a play style for Cloud9. Lion Blaze, especially on defense, has always been real good. Their follow-ups on defense are great, but you want them to hold the ball in the midfield, and that's something that they don't do too often. Against M80 in game number 1, the story was a little different. Saw the woes happen, and now they pull off a little bit as M80's first or next attack gets thrown back to their half.
Torres is going to try to kickstart this counterattack. Does get it successfully past the midfield, but has the corner boost denied. AJ and Nas both have a lot of boost here to work with. Flip reset from AJ shut down. Percy try to chip this over Jorius. There is a 50 and a nice demo from Percy as well.
A shot just on top. Lion Blaze misses his target.
Close.
Jory is so happy as he was left completely starved. And Cloud9 do keep possession, though. M80 struggling to get back to the ball. They're getting bumped off of it. Percy shot again right into Jorius. They're holding on for now, but like you said, taking players off the pitch. Start to stretch on the pressure. Lion Blaze keeps it tight. AJ gets there quickly, and the push has not ended.
Control from Zanil. Jorius tries to take a little bit of time. Booms it downfield. Pass up to Zanil. What will Zanil do? Off the ceiling, off the backboard. Lost control of it. Gives up possession. Try to wrap around this ball. Jumped off the ceiling. Tried to get the flip reset, but couldn't quite do it.
A decent clear from Nas. Jory is ready to just punt it downfield. Nothing left in the tank. Nas also starved. He had to play the boost, but Percy's heavy touch easily played by Nas. Allows M80 to get set back up. AJ waiting for the play. Got the touch. Got the pass. Nas has to keep it tight. He had to catch the ball in stride. Hard to push it where you want. And Jorius will buy time back to AJ. M80 retained possession.
Space for Percy. Tries to take it, but that heavy first touch botched a little bit. Now we see M80 have an opportunity to make something, but there's a big bump from behind, giving Lion Blaze space to move upfield and grab that mid boost.
AJ also starved here. Percy gets to come forward across the box. No threat immediately. Cloud9 are looking for something better. M80 haven't given them anything. Percy, a couple of heavy touches for him on his last few progressions, but he's tasked with a 50 this time and just a buy time. Right now, Cloud9, they're holding on to that time. It continues to dwindle, and they continue to find no openings.
AJ zero boost still diving in. Percy looking up, hoping Zanil would be there, but low boost again for Cloud9. And there's a miss at the midfield. Potentially a chance for AJ to work, but he gets shut down. Percy, nice hit over, allows him to also get his own corner. And a massive 50 pushes that downfield. Big play from Percy.
M80 rotation is very safe right now in the midfield. Joria's, every time he's in that second man spot, he's playing the loss on the challenge. He's playing safe. His teammate usually on the opposite side of the field, but the midfield coverage, not something that they're interested in. They've been able to kill the ball out to the corner. The middle of the field hasn't been open for M80. Joria's will try to open up a gap here with a nice follow-up, but too hard downfield, and Zanil has the clear.
Zanil dusting Nas. There pre-jumps this, and it might open his face. It does, the pre-jump. You have to be so careful when you choose to pre-jump because it can fight you.
You know, it looked so saucy when he jumped for it too. It looked like, okay, Percy's getting it. It looked like Percy was getting the follow-up touch. So he jumps anticipating Percy's touch. It bounces off of the wall, and by that time Zanil realizes he has to adjust, and his risk pays for the other team. M80 get the insurance and the risk despite having possession, James. An interesting pre-jump decision there from
That could be
Zanil.
one back, and it is.
There you go.
Oh, that shake off the pre-jump. You're back to where you started. The trim, or the lead trimmed back down to just one. And we've got another ball game. And if you're M80, where these quarterfinals have been a monkey you cannot get off your back, now they're going to have that extra pressure, knowing that a 0-second goal could tie things up and send it to overtime. They're going to have to play this one clean.
They did the standard cheat up, and Cloud9 won the bout, but Nas holds the ball, and with security like that, it'll be hard to crack the code as it pops off the wall. Comes back down, Percy had space. AJ back over to the corner. He's got the boost, he just needs to hold. They don't got to do anything fancy, but sometimes it's great to add a little bit of sauce to the meal.
And the sauce boss, AJ, finally plays a part. Beautifully done. The flip reset, so mechanical, so clean. And it's plays like that you expect more of when it comes to M80, but this was a stabilization game. They didn't have to burn a timeout. Game one certainly was a disaster for M80, but game two, a fantastic start, especially from Nas. The low boost 50 to that first goal allowed them to get that lead, and M80 never looked back from that point on.
Cloud9, typically a risk-averse team, and the one risk he takes, actually both risks that Zanil takes, he got burned as third man. You know, that's rough. It must feel like you're not getting anything done on offense for Zanil to have to pre-jump that.
Well, we did see for quite some time Cloud9 no success offensively. Zanil knows that time is winding down. It's tough to fault him for going for a pre-jump, especially because we've seen those pre-jump plays work multiple times in the past. However, you can't forget that it is risky to do so. It is always risky to pre-jump if things don't go your way. And that time, you know, and that was a really nice skim shot as well. Had to be perfect because Lion Blaze was rotating back. So that was not an easy shot to make.
Nice move in the midfield too from Percy.
But overall, Jorby, I think M80 is going to be happy with this game, feel like they got their feet back under them, and have a launching point for the rest of the series. For Cloud9, we've seen that they can stumble a bit offensively. And both teams, really, you're wondering, you know, which one of these offenses is going to step up and start putting up the numbers.
And Cloud9's lesson from this can't be don't take any risks, especially with the way M80 were shooting the ball, having 13 shots on net. If they're able to lock you out of their half just from their own high pressure, you may need to take some of those risks. But down by one with 35 seconds left to go, maybe not the time, but we'd be singing a different tune if Percy hits that ball and gets it to Zanil. So we go to game three, and we're all tied up. James, you were alluding to it, that despite a dominant pressure offense from M80, Cloud9 were still in this game. Really remind me of the classic version 1. You know, all defense and counterattacks. Maybe a cheeky demo down the field, but they can withstand so much pressure. They couldn't withstand it last time. They'll try to break downfield now.
We did see demos play a factor in that first game. Cloud9, not much offensively going for him last game. M80 saw a beautiful flip reset from AJ. We know all three of those players have that mechanical ability. Double commit, though. We saw some double commits haunt M80 before that time. Helps him kick off this counterattack with numbers. AJ diving in, double commit from Cloud9 now.
Nas will pick up that midfield boost. Jorius creates some space for M80. Cloud9 happy to play Boomer if they're picking up the demos. Percy, hard pitch across, and Zanil played underneath, was hoping for some drop. He didn't have a lot of boost, so had to position tightly. They didn't get the touch, though. It came off too heavy, and Cloud9's attack withers.
Percy, wave dash gets the demo. Both teams getting aggressive, hunting down those demos. Percy with another demo. Zanil will be tested, timing on the backboard hit, booms it upfield. Lionblaze not able to get that mid boost, is going to be low, and so is Zanil. This is a chance now for M80.
AJ sitting in the wing, and he had to catch up to the play. It doesn't matter. Percy couldn't make the save. But this looked savable. But AJ, as he's coming across, Percy turns, and I think he sees AJ at almost the last second. He knows that he's there. He's just not sure where exactly. And AJ puts it on his backside. It's uncomfortable enough that Percy can't recover.
And it all stems back from that missed mid boost from Lionblaze. He had to rotate back low boost and even go into that corner challenge on low boost. And Zanil also going for it low as well. And this is going to be another wide open net. Finally, the series starting to open up for M80.
Lionblaze sitting up and just got dusted by Nas. All about, really, Lionblaze challenging that isn't even a bad idea. It's just the timing. He got to the ball first. Nas easily punted it off of his car. With no momentum, Lionblaze can't do anything about it.
Zanil slowing down on the kickoff in a 1v1 situation.
Nice.
Passes it off. Oh, and it's off the post. And it's very barely touched by AJ, but it was enough to prevent a rebound goal. That was a huge play from AJ to make sure no rebound comes.
And Percy was waiting in the mid, or right at the top of the box in the center, and Lionblaze's touch couldn't get out, like you said. The rebound cut off by AJ, and I really felt like Lionblaze had a better shot there. And maybe could have taken it. You had a defender screaming across net with a lot of momentum. Tried to play it off the post. The teammate wasn't ready for it, or maybe you just straight up missed the shot. I'm not good enough to say for sure on that play.
I mean, you have so many options in that situation. You have to make that decision in a split second. Regardless, that is a chance that Cloud9 is going to want back. That's a weak hit. This is dangerous, and it results in an immediate goal, an errant touch out into the middle of the field, and that is the danger zone. You do not want to put the ball there.
Oh, honestly, Lionblaze, he doesn't have a lot of boost, and his launch is so poor as he goes up for it. You see him twist as he goes up, and he just does one like extra rotation that totally takes him off the mark. He might get a better touch if he just half rolls on his way up and actually get more solid contact, but it was already going to be difficult on low boost. Now he has to make a save, and he can't get enough of the ball. He needs some help. Zanil and Percy keep it across to the side and keep the top of the box clean, but Jorius steals the ball away, and M80 right now are rolling over Cloud9. They figured him out. Pass to AJ, back to Nas, denied. Percy gets there.
Keeping Cloud9 at low boost. Another infield pass, another shot, and another goal from AJ. That is a hat trick.
AJ popping off, but thanks to Nas's ability here, a scoop and pass with such cleanliness. You'd think he was the janitor, but AJ, he's the one cleaning up the shots. Nas delivering some great passes, some great 50s. He's having a great game right now.
Impact
Not too much of a surprise. He was near the top of the scoreboards on Swiss James. Excuse me.
This game's getting out of hand, Jorby, and I agree with you. Nas playing very well. He was the player to kickstart this M80 surge that we've seen with his low 50 that allowed M80 to get a lead and hang on to it. But it is, now that was the fourth goal assisted from Nas. So, we missed an opportunity in fantasy for sure with the numbers Nas is putting up.
Right. Well, I mean, you would have to almost go under, because I believe his goal assist ratio is almost 1.5, which was is an impressive number for any player on any day. As AJ drops it underneath, and my God, it's just a nice little Saturday stroll for AJ. He's out walking the dog, saying hi to the neighbors, scoring 4 goals. What more can you want from the guy?
This is where you check the rule book to see if there's a mercy rule.
Yeah.
Cloud9,
it's not pretty.
I mean, can you throw in the towel? 6-0 right now. M80 are dominating this game. We saw the mistake as well from Lionblaze, not able to get the touch out, and
Zanil rushing that
things
too.
have just not been going Cloud9 play.
I mean, granted, you know, Cloud9 probably feel like it's over at this point. Let's be honest, it's over. But still, even before it got this bad, the touch quality was decreasing dramatically on Cloud9's half. Even before the Lion Blaze mishap on low boost. Also a couple of touches for Percy earlier on. He wasn't hanging on to the ball. They were giving it back up to M80, and M80 were taking advantage of that and creating more space, making themselves more unpredictable. And Cloud9 just could never really get a handle of things. It's not the same rhythm they had in game one at all.
They're being boost starved and pushed back, and the thing you're seeing from M80 is their ability to successfully pull off these infield passing plays, but also that double tap from Nas as well. If you give them the space to go up and have an uncontested touch in front of net, they will find a vulnerable spot on the backboard and put it there.
One of my main questions headed into this series, I felt like this was one of the few series that Cloud9 had maybe a chance in, not just because of the curse, but also because that defensive counterattack style feels like it should match up against the way M80 play ball with how they are on the ball, but you really, it's the pressure that Cloud9 are missing. That was the key in game one, and there's none of that. They're too willing to pull off of the midfield. Just like you said, M80 take full advantage of that. Too much style and too much talent on this team to not find a way to build a high-pressure offense against them. We'll see what Cloud9 do to adjust. I'd definitely call a timeout now.
You have to. 7-0 in game three. M80. Perhaps this is their time. Is today the day where they break through that top 8 and finally finish top 4? And it couldn't come at a better time for them. Huge game out of AJ with 4 goals. Nas as well, being a contributor, 6 goals plus assists that game. And there we have it. Confirmation that Cloud9 will be taking their timeout.
Yeah, don't know any other time where a timeout is needed except for when you get shellacked 7-0. They need to get back to that game one form. They've shown they can pressure M80. Where's it going to come? You know, this is a massive match for both of these teams who are in a position to make the major.
Yeah, you feel like this is the moment, Jorby. This is the moment where you're going to be punching your ticket to London or not. Or if you, this is a chance for you to miss out on that opportunity. Things are going to have to continue to go well for either one of these teams if they win. Obviously, we have one more qualifier before London, but a top 4 is huge. And this is the moment both of these teams have been waiting for. Cloud9, will they be able to get this top 4? Percy, his first one ever. And then M80, we all know that story, Jorby.
We do. The Joria's curse, everyone knows it. And on the Mobile One High Performance replay, you'll see no curses in orange, only style. That double tap from Nas. And on the timeout, you know, what are you telling Cloud9 in this situation, James, if you're the coach?
Already got a dub in game 1. And don't give them space. Also, you have to take a few more risks to get boost and get out. We're seeing very conservative gameplay from Cloud9. They would rather stay in net with a pad or less, and multiple people are taking that risk. Sometimes you just need to trust your 2 teammates. Go out, get the mid boost, take a little bit of extra time, pick up some small pads, and then go for a bump or demo from behind. Trust that your teammates are going to get you out of that situation because you need boost. You need it.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play this like defensive style where you're catching every ball and you're fleshing it out to a teammate and you're getting a quick counterattack. To get the same quality of touch, to keep ball security on defense while you're being pressed is so hard. It's so hard to control your own boost. It's so hard to do anything that way. So I 100% agree with you. More aggression out of Cloud9. More like that game number 1. More willingness in the midfield to say, you know what, I don't have a lot here, but I'm going to buy a second for my team to touch, rotate in, and get a quick follow-up from a scoreable position and not a defensive one. But hey, this is how Cloud9 have gotten every single top 8. Is this style what keeps them here? Right now, M80 trying to make that a reality rather than a question.
Will M80 finally break through? Cloud9, this is a key game for them. Nas. Flip reset. Percy shut down Zanil. Able to grab that corner. We'll see what he can do with all that boost.
Got a good 50 and a soft touch. The follow-up goes right into Nas. Dead play, now the midfield. Nas was hoping for a follow-up there. Instead, Cloud9 take the ball in the midfield. M80 will have to go right back. So M80 looking for ways in. Cloud9 currently holding them.
Zanil did really well to keep that ball in M80's half. That shot will be weak and easily saved, but rebound chance for Cloud9.
Percy has to wait for AJ. Yeah, he sees Jory is right underneath him. Nas with a full tank of boost right behind. Great follow-up from Zanil. That keeps them locked. There's that midfield aggression we were hoping to see from Cloud9. Start to starve out the M80 boost game. Start to force AJ to punt the ball away, and for Jorius to have to catch up to it. But catch up to it, Jorius does a little bit faster. And there's Percy on the layers.
Oh, messed up his wall dash.
Not enough, though. Lion Blaze right there to assist him, and Cloud9 break out.
That messed up wall dash ended up not costing him at all. Jorius back down to the ground. Jorius will have to rotate out after not picking up any of those boosts in the corner. Zanil, low boost 50 attempt. AJ around 1, AJ around 2. Pass over to Jorius. It's an isolation play. Jorius goes for the double, but couldn't find a teammate.
Just went so wide, and it's tough to get a productive ball across the box when that defender was kind of sitting right underneath you. And goals. Zanil sneaks a shot from the left side right over the second defender.
Talk about a huge bounce back. You see it, Nas, he was so close to being bumped into a position where he could actually tip the ball, but Zanil, through the traffic, through the chaos, still slots it. And despite Cloud9 getting obliterated last game, they have the lead.
And M80 only one shot to their name, 2 minutes in. No shot registered there as Nas through the first tester. Lion Blaze, he has a little bit of space. Zanil opts to boom it right to Nas. Has to stay on it. Lion Blaze just trying to stay in position. He didn't like that 50, and look what the result is. Percy going downfield. Lion Blaze sitting underneath, but Percy pinches it forward, and the ball killed Lion Blaze. A non-issue for M80 on that push, and they get right back downfield. AJ's there! AJ's in!
These 50s off the ceiling can bite you, and that is a perfect example of how Percy trying to 50 it straight up off the ceiling. Lion Blaze has no time to react. And when you are on offense coming into the play like that, you will have the defense dead to rights, and AJ will not miss an open chance like that.
Yeah, it was 2 in a row there. Percy ahead of Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze playing close support. Neither 50 going the way Lion Blaze was positioned. M80 will actually score off of that. That skips a little weirdly for Percy, but he got the catch right before he gets deleted. M80 again utilizing the space, James, blowing through the Cloud9 defense. The Cloud9 seem very eager as soon as they see a ball lurking across, hanging in the orange half to come up. Not just first man. Second man also starts lurking. That second man support has burned Cloud9 as much as it's helped them on defense. Just getting to the touch with Zanil takes another save. Nobody on the ball for Cloud9 as Jory is going for the bump. He's got him! Lion Blaze on the layer. Follows it up because the rebound shot was coming quickly. AJ was on it. Cloud9 continue to hold. Zanil with no boost punts it away. Jorius takes advantage. Looking for Nas. Oh, could not find enough power. Easily denied.
Cloud9 are teetering right now. They find a brief moment to counterattack Nas. There to get the stop, and will pinch it downfield, end-to-end action.
Lion Blaze with a full tank. AJ waiting for his moment to strike, but Lion Blaze forces the ball on top of him. Percy has to catch back up. Not a great touch. Cloud9, not the position you want to be. They're looking for the moment to secure the ball. AJ doesn't make Zanil uncomfortable enough. It's a tight rotation. Zanil coming up. Percy hanging on to the midfield. Lion Blaze still trying to cut them out. Percy's got the boost. Zanil sitting underneath. You gotta wonder where Lion Blaze is sitting. Back into the corner. He'll take it. Lion Blaze reading the play well, and Cloud9 still under some pressure. James, AJ coming in, not a ton in the tank, and jumping from a disadvantage. Jorius, another pot shot denied. Zanil forced the ball away, but it comes down for free for Percy. Cloud9 break out.
Cloud9 have a great chance here. Lion Blaze will have a lot of space. Picks up the mid boost, but AJ had pre-jumped him and actually breaks the play up.
Oh, fake. It works.
Bumped.
Percy gets there in time. A fake to bump to goal. 3 key ingredients to the recipe of success for Cloud9.
Lion Blaze immediately locks onto Nas. And despite that AJ pre-jump breaking up the first attack opportunity. Cloud9 do not give up. And they have that lead once more with just a few seconds remaining.
Joria's pulling back, but Lion Blaze was quicker. Good recognition. Joria's had turned. That gives you advantage to take the quick challenge. Unfortunately, Nas has been brutal and killing every transition for Cloud9. But was it enough for M80 to get the tied game? As it comes across to the edge, Nas gets one more try to get this ball downfield for his team. Percy comes up to meet him. Zanil gets bumped on the back line, and the 50 goes down. Ooh, almost kept it up. Cloud9 taking the game.
And we were talking on the pre-show about what was it? A seesaw? What do you call it? Teeter-totter?
Yeah, seesaw.
That goes seesaw. It goes up to space and comes back down. Well, that's what's happening to M80. They were all the way up near the moon last game, 7-0, and then after the timeout, Cloud9 come back and have a response. And they did so much better at finding boost and keeping the position upfield. And then also the key play for Cloud9 was Lion Blaze landing that bump attempt on Nas to eventually yield that goal.
Yeah, it started out with trying to shake them up right on the early fake to see if you can either freeze the defense or get them to jump early. Either way, throw them off their rhythm. With that right there, Nas coming up, it was a good adjustment. But like you said, Lion Blaze was on top of him. And Lion Blaze had another play in a small moment that didn't lead to anything, but it prevented another M80 possession where the touch comes out from Nas. Jorias is playing it. He didn't like the touch. As soon as he turns, Lion Blaze attacks. But he's looking at Jorias, seeing where is he going on that ball. The Lion Blaze really started downloading the M80 rotation at the end of the game and helped keep them out and alive in this series. It could have started getting ugly real quick, James. Cloud9 and M80 looking for their first top 4 appearance as a unit. Percy looking for his first top 4 ever. Which way will the seesaw swing this time?
It felt like after game 3 that maybe this was finally M80's time, but Cloud9 after the timeout picking up a dub has brought this series back. It is neck and neck. Lion Blaze with a chance, doesn't get the best hit across the middle. We'll have to rotate out. Zanil, nice challenge on that 50 will keep M80 back.
Lion Blaze gets a free touch. He opts for the space and the control. Good idea. Percy was able to neutralize the 50. You get to keep control. Lion Blaze gets the midfield boost. Zanil will let Percy cook. As M80 are uncomfortable, Lion Blaze keeps him locked in. Zanil wants to keep going. Percy pops it over another. Here comes Lion Blaze! Cloud9 on top of him.
And I love this play from Percy. Percy has a very tight angle here, and instead of going for goal, where AJ's low boost and will be challenging, he opts to pop it high and trust his teammate will get there. He knew that everyone from M80 was going to be low on boost, so if he could get the height on it, it will put his team in a position where they will score. Big play from Cloud9, everybody getting involved, and that was immense pressure. But now on the other end, it's bouncing off the post, the bar, everything.
He got pull shot by M80 into the save. There's no shot he's getting there. If he doesn't get bumped, that ball is to the side of him. It's a tie game, but instead, it's Cloud9 up 1-0. Well, that's insane. That's where I hit the forfeit button, James.
And it's not even 3:30 yet, so that's not an option.
That shows you my mental.
You gotta keep playing this one out. But M80 still very much in this. They seem to have this tendency to be hot or cold, and they are cold right now offensively.
Yeah, what exactly is going on with the temperature changes? As AJ sizes this up with a heavy touch there. He felt the pressure coming, but his support helps pull that pressure off. He made that decision earlier. He's got a nice pass, gets a little touch on the ball. Not enough, but really not looking to score there. You're just hoping to build more pressure. Jorias has to keep possession. He looked, saw nobody was going to be there, just had to hold on to the ball. Good adjustment midair there by Jorias.
Percy also bumped off the boost. Nas going in, trying to solo 50. We've seen 50s go M80's way off the ceiling, just trying to get that ball on the goal line in a dangerous spot. M80 may need to be more creative to break through.
Jorias bit a little bit, saw Lion Blaze was up. Cloud9 not able to move towards the box just yet. M80 still off the ball. AJ's got the boost. Zanil gave it right back to him. He stole it. He got the catch. He's looking for Nas. Nas had no boost. And like you said, couldn't figure out where AJ was going.
That extra touch. Everybody's been in those situations before where your teammate's up in the air making a play and you're thinking, okay, just leave it. Don't touch it again. Don't touch it again. No. And then you're out of position. That happened right there to M80.
Oh, no.
Quite a good chance, but there's a whip from Zanil, and the shot is good. AJ, he punishes Cloud9 for that mistake.
Oh, Lion Blaze goes up. Zanil also goes up, and both players are wondering why the other went. Or maybe they both said, I got it, and no one could react either way. Nobody was covering more than one angle there, and when you don't hit the ball, bad things happen.
That is tragic.
Especially with the way they've been holding them, too. I mean, M80 haven't had, like, the best presence on offense. They had a couple of shots, but for the most part, Cloud9 had held them on defense well. So now it might flip.
Well, Cloud9 struggling again, low boost, 3 in the tank for Lion Blaze. Zanil trying to pick up some small pads. Finally, a corner for Lion Blaze. Well, we've seen M80 do this before, especially in Game 3, having so much success boost starving. They're doing it again here. Will they be able to convert? Infield pass to AJ.
Zanil's been so uncomfortable. He's been sitting in the box for the last 20 seconds, literally on no higher than 37. Now he expends everything just to get smacked by AJ and to lose his boost to him. Jory is going next. He's going high. AJ getting a little physical. Jory is getting the 50, but it goes right back. Nas plays it aggressive, pinches it across. They know they have Cloud9 starved right now. They know they have all the boosts, but AJ actually pulls back. Maybe he isn't as tuned in there, where Nas was on the other side, so he may have wanted to play that patient. Either way, they hang on to the ball, and Cloud9 do get boosts, so I mean, he could afford to let that possession specifically go. Lion Blaze does get over top of them, James, and they might have a chance. Percy right into AJ.
Demo from behind, though, and Jorius lands another bump on Percy, but Percy turns back into the play. The shot is weak. That shot had so much more potential. Percy could not get around it, though. That was the go-ahead opportunity for Cloud9, and that chance goes begging.
And you say M80 have been hot and cold. Percy also hot and cold. That is not a shot you'll get every day against M80, or really at any point in the playoffs in Rocket League. Zanil driving downfield for Lion Blaze. They'll go tit for tat, go for another. Zanil puts some power behind it, and he finds the mustard onto the burger. 2-1 for Cloud9.
And Lion Blaze looking for Nas, trying to get in his way, goes for the bump, does actually clip him there. And so another physical play from Lion Blaze helps give Cloud9 that extra boost to take the lead. Now they've got to hold on for these final few seconds. Glorious immediately shoots it to double commit, but Percy bails out Cloud9. However, lovely touch will give it one more opportunity to M80, but it hits the ground. Somehow that didn't bounce up the corner, and Cloud9 barely hang on and are now on match point.
Well, there's a world where Nas hits that onto the corner of the ramp and Zanil is left stranded in the box with no boost. We might be talking about an M80 0-second goal if that one touch goes a little differently. But instead, Percy, despite missing that shot, doesn't get punished, James. They don't get punished for the missed opportunity. And when we talk about the risk management, you're not seeing Zanil in those positions where he's just taking a bad risk and losing poorly for Cloud9. Outside of one double commit, maybe two at the end if you want to count that one. Cloud9, really tough for M80 to get through. I am a little worried about Zanil and Lion Blaze on the back line together, though.
You're worried about Zanil and Lion Blaze in this situation?
I'm worried about
I'm more worried about M80, 3-0 in Swiss. They beat Cloud9 in Swiss, and now they are on the brink of being eliminated in the quarterfinals once more. How many beatings can M80 take? It's not over yet, but the timeout has been called by M80 because everybody out there who's been following along this storyline is now waiting to see if it will happen again.
Surely they can force Game 7, at least. But yes, James, I am a little worried for Zanil and Lion Blaze, as they did run into each other a couple of times in that last game. And these are not like stops that Cloud9 are getting. These are one-goal wins. And you know as well as I do that you can just make one stupid mistake, even if it's a poor 50, and it leads directly to a goal. M80.
We saw it happen to Lion Blaze. You know, he had that little touch into the middle.
Yeah.
And it resulted in that M80 goal. But you have to worry if you're M80. Just it's getting kicked in the same part of your shin, over and over again, or stubbing the same toe, or biting that inside part of your cheek.
It'd be like every step you took, it's like a tiny 1x1 block of Lego is right on like the most sensitive part of your foot every time you put it down. That's what it feels like.
I can't imagine what it must feel like to be M80 in this situation right now. They have to get this next game, otherwise it's over, and you feel like their season is over as well. M80 feeling the pressure.
How do you break this mental block? Because it's sat on Jorius for so long. We've been talking about this curse for years. It's not really that often. A curse lasts on a player for years in Rocket League. Look, apparently Jack and Jorius were still playing together when we were talking about this curse, all right? It's been a while. And now they have to force Game 7 against a team that pretty much nobody were giving any kind of lick of a chance to be a top 4 team, James. Everyone's saying Cloud9 probably only top 8. Feels like they're 8, like, you know what, at number 8, if you're talking about the top 8, like, here they are in position to take down M80 for Percy to get his very first RLCS top 4. And Cloud9 are in a prime position right now to keep Jorius down in the quarterfinals.
This first goal going to be worth its weight in gold. Cloud9, a chance here. Zaniel with the pop-up. AJ scrambling. Percy dives in at the perfect time. And that's a big miss from Nas. Percy goes for a low 50, and he'll have Lion Blaze backing him up.
They need Nas to be consistent, even if his touch quality is subpar. Certainly better in that position than just missing. Like pass downfield, Percy gets a great pop. That'll force M80 back. Unfortunately, you still got to work to shake it off Nas. Percy just wins it for free. Lion Blaze playing the deep end, won't get a chance.
Double commit though. Jorius and AJ both wasting boost and not able to get in perfect position. Drop down play, AJ stays upfield, so M80 recovered nicely after that double commit. And AJ will have plenty of time to deal with this, but it's a watched first touch.
Oh, and Lion Blaze had no boosts. So afterwards, he's just hoping he can find a way to get it out to a teammate, but his car's not really in a position to do so. AJ taking a nice pass again. M80, they have the right idea on how to move Cloud9 up and get first man out of a position. But then when it comes to holding pressure onto Cloud9, they've not been able to do it. AJ, just less than half a tank, forces the 50 up. Percy beats Nas to the ball. Cloud9 are just faster.
What a touch from Lion Blaze. That's going to be very awkward for Jorius. Zaniel goes for it, hoping for the miss, but Jorius makes contact. Good demo from behind. Nas taken off the field. Lion Blaze. Percy is right behind him with full boost, and Zaniel has boost as well. Will be able to turn. That touch is straight up in the air. And a late challenge from AJ, but I don't think Zaniel was expecting a touch like that either.
It was a good idea, right? If only it was a little shorter than that. He had to use all of his boost to get back to it. Not much you're going to be able to do unless you have the support in place. All that being said, James, Cloud9, careful. They love double committing sideways. You just throw the ball right in the middle when you see Cloud9 on both walls. You're guaranteed to get a double commit.
Cloud9 has recovered every single time so far. We're already halfway past this game being over. Still scoreless. You can tell both teams feeling the nerves.
Blaze sitting close. Doesn't see an angle to go in. Zaniel will instead cover. As Cloud9 get back into position. So far, wow, what a challenge from AJ. He gets above the ball. His car gets pushed like vertically. So when it gets pushed down into his car, he's actually covering the angle behind him along the wall. And he just wins that 50. AJ lined himself up perfectly for that.
And that's the intelligence on the challenges, trademark of 1v1 players. Now we see Percy with a chance. Zaniel lands the demo, and it's open! Cloud9, they take the lead in what could be the final game of the series.
Oh, Zaniel. It's a touch you could dream of if you want the demo downfield where you catch the ball halfway through your flip. It's a perfect touch out to Percy, and you have momentum. You didn't have a ton of boost, so you don't have to accelerate a lot. You're already going supersonic, making it a lot easier to track down that last defender. And Zaniel coming up big time, but AJ just misses the target. Zaniel came flying in. Not over! Oh, and AJ missed it! He knew the defender was coming, James. He tried to snipe the left side.
He was out of boost, at a standstill. Everyone saw the opportunity, but he couldn't get it. Nas also not able to make the play off the ceiling. AJ, can he solo with a lot of boost here? Going to the backboard, but Lion Blaze, cool, calm, and collected, will deny that opportunity.
M80's major chances, their tournament life, it's all hanging in the balance right now. The winner of this series puts themselves in a prime position to make the major. With both of these teams tied in points, Jorius knows it, tries to set everybody up, but Lion Blaze keeps the ball tight, plays the 50 to keep it tight to Cloud9, and Zanil gets the touchdown field. Oh, M80 have been not able. He gets punished again. No ball for M80, all goals for Cloud9.
Jorius caught out in no man's land. Did he not see Lion Blaze?
He thought AJ was
Did his
going
blue
for it.
car blend into the background?
He thought AJ was maybe getting a touch there. He just turns up. Maybe, I guess he didn't see Lion Blaze the
What
last 3 times he went
happened
down the
there?
field. I don't know, James. No boost anxiety.
That is going to be a play
close.
to break down on the replay to see what exactly happened, but it could not have gone wrong in a worse spot for M80.
Couldn't have been better if you're Cloud9. You know, a team that a lot of people commented on when Cloud9 picked them up and gave their thoughts about how they felt. But Cloud9 are telling all of those people how they feel right now. You've been able to consistently make the top 8s, and now with 10 seconds left on Neo Tokyo, add another car to the scrap pile on Game 6. Cloud9 to the top 4. Percy to his very first RLCS top 4.
I'm speechless, Jorby. Tell me if this happened or not. Didn't we see M80 beat Cloud9 7-0 in this series?
I believe, let me
Did
check
that
my
actually
data.
happen?
Yes, 7-0, James. They scored
they
all of their
bounced
goals
back.
then. Yeah.
Oh, and they bounce back. And I think Lion Blaze played phenomenal in this series. He both, 2 goals in this final game, and then also the bumps that he landed at some very key times. He was even landing some key bumps on rotations back, plays off the ball, just fighting in the trenches. The Lion Blaze was in there in the trenches, winning some key battles and helped put Cloud9 over the top. And that M80 curse, it continues on. I'm almost speechless here, Jorby, seeing the heartbreak that M80 fans must have at this point. Again, they go 3-0 in Swiss, beating G2 and Gen G, and they even beat this very same Cloud9 team. But when it came down to it in the playoffs, when it matters most, they could not put it together.
Well, M80, I can only imagine how Jorius, AJ, and Nas are all feeling, especially Jorius, who just cannot seem to get over this hump. But great GGs to Lion Blaze, Percy, and Zanil. You've earned yourself a date in the RLCS semifinals in North America. Who will you be playing, and who else will be joining you in the semifinal? We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. It's not
stars. I wonder how we got here. Wonder how we made it this far. And I don't know who you are, but I like the way your heartbeat dances like a daydream after dark. So if you come a little closer, then we can get a little higher. Come on and come a little closer.
After 14 straight top 8s, well, not straight top 8s, after 14 career top 8s for Percy, he has finally made it to a top 4. Congratulations to Cloud9. They finish off M80 in 6. The Firecrackers are in shambles. Nobody has any idea what to do with this M80 team who cannot win no matter what they try in these quarterfinals, Jorby.
Yeah, I mean, look, as soon as Lion Blaze started getting aggressive in the midfield, it was over. They figured it out. They were like, oh, we just need to actually press M80, and then they lose. That was frustrating to watch if you were watching as an M80 fan. I'm sure it was frustrating to play for M80. I mean, no touch was going their way. Eventually, the field vision just plummeted to 0. And where was the 7-0 team in game 2?
What happened?
There was a lot of wide open nets, I think, on both sides early on. And, like, I think that's a problem M80 has faced before, where it's like, just don't give up these easy goals, especially to a team like Cloud9, not known for their offense. And you're just giving up freebie after freebie after freebie. And I said game 1 is going to be crucial because you just got to get over those nerves, right? For M80, Cloud9 came out swinging. They played fantastic. M80 did bounce back a little bit, but the longer it goes, you expect those nerves to build and build. And for Cloud9, they did not feel those nerves. A 3-0 victory to close it out. Huge congrats to them. They are now a top 4 team. The pros, by the way, at the beginning of this split, they had Cloud9 ranked as the 11th best team. And now they have a top 8 and a top 4, and they are 4th in the NA rankings. Congrats to them. But for M80, they're the best Friday team. They might be the best team on the championship day, but we'll never see them there because they cannot win on Saturday.
You know, it gives you say that, and I feel like I got hurt. Like, it's rough to watch them play as well as they do in Swiss. You beat the best 2 teams in North America. Like, how?
Like, no one else beats those
More
teams.
importantly, you beat the team that you just lost to. And it was not close at the end. I don't understand what happens to this team where all of a sudden they face a little bit of pressure and their entire structure melts. They make weird decisions with the amount of boost that they have. My mind is boggled with this team. I'm super happy for Cloud9. I truly am. But M80 are a puzzle that I don't even think a quantum computer could solve.
It is crazy that they went 1-1 against Cloud9 this weekend. The one loss, though, really the one they couldn't afford to lose here. We're halfway through our schedule. Cloud9 has advanced to the semifinals, as you saw in the bracket. They wait the results of our next match. The former Kings of the North trying to reclaim their title here. G2 taking on the Rebellion. Will do everything in their power to finally keep G2 from a grand finals. What a streak they've got going right now. Rebellion trying to end that streak here, Gibbs.
And Rebellion, they kind of got through Swiss kind of easily. They didn't have to beat anyone too crazy. They beat Energy, Moist, and Snowmen, and they lost to OG and TSM. So not the greatest run for them, but that's why they're a 3-2. And then G2, they finally lost to M80, and you're thinking, oh, they might be vulnerable. Well, after that, they win 3-0, 3-0. So G2, I think, is back in their proper form. Just one small mistake. That does happen in Rocket League from time to time to even the best teams. G2 is the #1 defense in the entire world. They showed that at Copenhagen as well. They showed it all through North America, through every single qualifier. It comes down to Rebellion. You're gonna have to peak because your offense is fantastic at times. You're going to have to peak for 4 games and just hope that GC defense crumbles a bit.
That's the problem here. Is like, it's not, I am confident that Shopify will peak in one game. But to even peak in 2 games against G2 is hard, and you've got to do it 4 times, twice as many as 2. So this is, I feel like, obviously we on the pre-show, Gibbs, both you and I, picked Shopify Rebellion players to underperform against G2. Hashtag G2 if you think they're going to win, hashtag Shopify, hashtag SLR if you think the Rebellion's going to win their chat. But we obviously are going G2. Jorby, are you possibly picking an upset here?
Absolutely not. This is the easiest death segment of my life. Okay. G2, easily. I mean, you guys said it. Rebellion need to peak. And when you look at underdogs, you try to think, okay, who can they try to isolate on the other team and maybe give themselves a chance? It doesn't matter who you pick on G2. Isolate Beast Mode, deal with Atomic and Daniel. Isolate Daniel, deal with Beast Mode and Atomic. There's nothing you can do about it.
And-
Sorry, Rebellion. 4-0.
And that's the part with Rebellion is not only do they have to peak, they have to hope that G2's also not peaking. Because G2's peak is much higher, clearly. So G2...
They only not do that against Gen G, so...
Yeah, like G2 is the top 2 team in North America. We know that there's a big gap from the top 2 and literally everyone else. G2 internationally is so fantastic. Rebellion, though, like if they do win this, puts them in that conversation. So they're going to hope for the big upset. Let the coin go. Wait, he dropped it.
The coin went past the camera. I tried to flip it with one hand in a different way I've ever flipped it, and it's now under the desk. I'll be right back.
Is it with the glass shards? With the glass cup?
No.
Bro just transitioned himself out.
All right, round two here. We got the coin.
Yep.
Shopify. We got a lot of underdog picks here for the coin. Coin
We'll all be
only
better than
person that
Coin.
got. No, Coin didn't even get Cloud9 right. Never mind. I was gonna say Coin did. Congratulations to Herc being the only person that predicted Cloud9 in the last match. They're literally none of us believed they could do it, and here they are in the semifinals. We've got G2. Chat's got G2. G2's got G2. I think the whole world believes in the David versus Goliath story that Goliath is going to win. But we don't call it David versus Goliath for nothing here. Shopify trying to break the win streak against G2.
The number 1 and number 2 offense this regional clash as the race for the world championship continues. And this is a must-win for Shopify Rebellion. But this is the best form they've looked in ages. But how do they withstand the North American Titans in G2 Stride?
Yeah, especially when this is a big series here for G2 Stride. A win here qualifies them for the World Championship. So you're going to get the best G2 you could possibly get here. They're not going to want to lose this series. It's up to Rebellion to be able to kind of set the tone. They're already trying to do that here early on with just, playing the ball high, got a couple of shots on the board. But G2, we know their defense. We know how strong it can be. It's as deadly, it's as safe as their offense is deadly.
Yeah, the defense from G2 being tested, and that is something you have to watch out for. But man, here's just escorting this ball out, getting a little close. Because that is the only thing you can criticize about G2, is not being a perfect defense. And just the level of competition in North America has risen so much. It has gotten so tight, and Atomic almost squeezed that one in, speaking of which. But now that G2 are getting demoed, Shopify Rebellion can breathe.
Yeah, they can breathe a little bit. I like what I saw from Atomic on that last play. Recognized he had space. Wanted to go play the low 50, see if he could force it in. But Rebellion, the defense was really set. And Atomic's still trying to make plays happen, but G2 have to be a little bit careful. You can see the positioning from Rebellion just a little bit forward, waiting for a mistake on the G2 side. And even though G2 are so good, they're not perfect. Can Atomic set something up here? That's a good play, but Daniel too far away, couldn't make the most of it.
G2 still knocking at the door, but possession still tough for Shopify Rebellion to have some good ball security here until Justin goes up high off the backboard, down almost a 2-piece before Beast Mode gets in the way. Hearth, Justin in front looking for the bump. G2 tipping it away and having a hand up just a bit higher than Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they've been able to get there fast enough, but it's got to be a communication thing. Atomic, though, this challenge with no boost, you've got nobody behind you. You have to win that 50. I'm surprised he went for it. His teammates were both there sitting in the midfield. I guess he really was confident he could get the win, but you see what happens if you lose. 2-piece, sticks to the ball like glue, and rolls it into the net.
Some people were worried after the M80 loss, but it went the distance, and just even the lower teams are starting to improve so much. It's starting to shake up the top, and the number 1 spot in North America has changed, and number 3 and number 4 has been controversial. This is not as easy of a series to predict as one may think, especially after we saw the Dignitas, Champions Field series go that way. expect the unexpected here in playoffs.
Exactly. As you can see, even for G2 now, just kind of taking a little bit more of a defensive approach here. They're sitting to be boosted up, but they got to be careful. Again, they've had a couple opportunities this game where they could have either scored or just kind of kept that consistent offensive pressure, and the decision-making has been a little bit off. Atomic, though, trying to make up for it. Sets up Daniel, and Daniel will knock in the goal. We're all tied up in game one.
Yeah, this won't get away from G2 too long. Great win out of beast mode. All three of G2 committed for it. And that is why they're one of the best offenses. They know when they can extend forward. They really know when they can full commit to an offense. That's the confidence they exude. Sometimes that bites them in the butt sometimes, and they go for challenges that can result in goals against them. For now, it is a tie game in G2. Want to also regain control of just this whole game when it started off the way of Shopify Rebellion. Dangerous as beast mode aims for the dunk. Daniel in beast mode still harassing Shopify Rebellion as Atomic with the setup off the corner sent away by 2-piece.
Yeah, I want to talk about Atomic here because he has just been doing really well in terms of his positioning. He's had a couple of mistakes this game. We talked about the challenge there earlier as, hold on, there's a little bit of pressure from Rebellion, but anytime he's been on ball, especially in that way where he's able to set up Daniel for the goal, he slowed down and recognized how much time he had. And that's going to be very big for all of these players on the field, understanding the time and spacing and making the right decision. If you rush too far forward, if you rush too fast, you could potentially put your team in a tough spot. We've seen Atomic make that mistake, but we've also seen him capitalize. Speaking of capitalization, there's G2 on the play. Daniel upfield here picks up the demo. Beast Mode plays it up off the side, follows it through. Daniel sees Justin, who was low on boost, takes him out the play, and Beast Mode can sail it in and knock in the goal.
Even a demo off screen, I don't even know who that was. It was not the first time or the last time that beast mode have a good win that results in success for G2. Now Daniel off the ceiling too. Love to see Shopify Rebellion not let them have the space to pull off the mechanics, because that's what's scary about G2. They have the best mechanics in North America. I know you're here, Daz, though, so I know there's an argument for Genji as well, but this is not the team that Shopify Rebellion wanted to face in the corner, and that was close to being finished there by Daniel. Pressure is still on 2 as Beast Mode climbs up high, down low, almost to Atomic. Parth gets there first. And the play continues with G2 finding rebound after rebound, and Beast Mode drills it.
I mean, they're just outpacing them here at this point. Look at this, though. Atomic's his positioning. He is able to force Parth to make the touch because he's expecting a challenge there, but it's exactly what Atomic wants. Picks up the ball again, and then is able to force it close so that Beast Mode can close in the distance and win the challenge. Their mechanics are great on G2, but the thing that really helps them stand out for the rest is their game sense, their ability to force players to make challenges that benefit them. It's why they've been able to turn this game on its head, and now they have a 2-goal lead as we hit that the final 30 seconds.
And that game awareness is what got them so much respect, not only in North America, but in international competition as well. Shopify Rebellion, this is the best they've looked in ages, like I've already said, and Swiss proved just that. It's Daniel and the rest of G2 kick off another offense with a demo. It's a 3-on-2 Atomic to beast mode Parth back. But does it really matter with all the seconds that are left? That next goal, if that would have went in, then maybe I would have waited to see what happened in the kickoff. But a 3-1 victory will end this game 1 in favor of G2's Stride.
Yeah, G2, what great performance there from G2. It really does depend on Rebellion here at this point because they do have to kind of set the pace. It's going to be a tough challenge. I mean, just the way G2 looked off this opener, Daniel 6 saves on the back end. Even with Atomic making a mistake, he's able to quickly make adjustments and then also turn into goal-scoring opportunities on the side of G2, picking up 2 assists. Rebellion, when they're speeding up on offense, I mean, they look great, especially towards the end of the game. They're finding each other with the passing lanes, but the problem is when they do get on that defensive end, they kind of play a little bit reactively. I've seen a couple of reactive touches from Parth where he plays exactly where Atomic wants, he does exactly what Atomic wants him to do, which is pull himself outside of the play. And then G2 is able to take advantage of it, play the numbers game, and then hit Rebellion hardest with the offensive pressure. So it's going to be up with Rebellion to really kind of set the tone, play confident Rocket League, and not play into what G2 are doing.
And speaking of Parth, like Shopify Rebellion got to this point after what, a grueling round 5 of Swiss. And it was only at the tail end of Swiss that someone like Parth was actually happy with their performance. He's always finding something to improve and something to nitpick, but you gotta make mistakes to improve, and you love the hunger out of Shopify Rebellion. You know how bad they want this. You know that redemption, something they want. They prove the haters wrong. And against G2, that's definitely a tough opponent to try and turn that narrative around, but Shopify Rebellion, we're only down by 2, and finding those punishments, if you can find that window where G2 slip up, that's where Shopify Rebellion can find success like they did against other teams of high caliber in Swiss.
Yeah, and it's not like G2 are playing perfect, unbeatable Rocket League. I mean, you just saw the whiff there from Daniel there, but also, again, there have been a couple of decision-making moments where G2 have made double commits or someone's made an air touch that doesn't necessarily help out the team. And for Rebellion, it's recognizing that aspect of it, because a lot of people see G2, they understand what the team can do. Of course, one of the best teams in North America, but that doesn't mean that they're just going to magically play the best Rocket League you've ever seen of your life every game. And if Rebellion can get out of the mindset that they will and then take advantage of it, then maybe we see Rebellion get more points here on the scoring boards. But sometimes they also are going to be able to have to force that mistake. Speed is going to be a big factor, and just getting to the ball before G2 can really put them in tough spots sometimes. So we'll see what happens.
Just a pitch off the ceiling from 2-piece to Parth. Incredible stuff out of Shopify Rebellion, and what an assist out of 2-piece, who was a statistical leader after Swiss yesterday. Had the desk thinking about the fantasy draft that we had, and you love to see Shopify come back after game 1 like that.
I really like the shot from Parth because he had Atomic bearing down on him. Atomic knew that Parth was there. He tried to play the 50 right, but Parth really did lean into the right side of the net to be able to get just around the defense. Even Beast Mode recognized that he may had a poor touch when he was last back, just trying to read the ball off the ceiling, which is a tough spot for him. He's trying to stop the double. Meanwhile, G2 now trying to get back on the offensive front. You're seeing, again, more shot pressure coming out of them. But again, it's being matched up with Rebellion just trying to keep up with the pace.
It makes me nervous just how many opportunities G2 have. Shopify Rebellion gotta hold on to possession. Yeah, they negate that storm. 2-piece, Parth, oh, he's a little too far forward. Ball goes backwards. Want to ride that momentum. And they have to ride off also without Justin, who got demoed. So that play is killed. And Shopify Rebellion, we gotta expect excellence out of them. The form that they had in Swiss, it's a show up ×3 against a team like G2 and Beast Mode. Oh man, he lands that one. He maybe even attempted the bump, but he's just a solo god.
I mean, look at the solo there for Beast Mode. Good pop. And then he pre-flips into it, which sails it right over the defense. Just enough to get it over the defense, but also low enough, that it's not hitting the crossbar. Very well executed for Beast Mode in the 1v1 situation.
Jeez.
And we're all tied up here, but you can see Rebellion, they're starting to try to see if they can work quickly here off the initial kickoff. It hasn't really amounted to much. Justin lining up a double! And there's Justin taking the lead for Rebellion.
Got the whole crowd jumping, especially G2, but not in the ways you would have hoped. Both Daniel and Atomic going for it. And it looked like almost a potential save, but the double from Justin is perfect. Even right off the kickoff. I thought that could have got sunk earlier. I think if a Shopify Rebellion if they perfect those passes and have it executed quicker, GT won't even have time to make the save. But finding those rebounds is good, but G2 have been the masters of just that. And that's why they got the first goal before. Now Daniel versus 2-piece, faking it, and 2-piece will shove him around as Beast Mode will back pass to Atomic, going up high. 2-piece and Park gotta communicate. It bounces off the wall, still goes to Daniel, has some boost to work with. Mind games against Justin, what a save on a 2-piece! As Beast Mode tries to pop it up, Justin won't let it get it back to G2's hands. The pressure continues, and how resilient can Shopify be? Not enough!
What a play from G2, just constant offensive pressure. Rebellion forced to make tough save after tough save. Parth just tries to jump to get a piece of the ball, but again, it goes to show you G2's offensive pressure, forcing panic out of Rebellion in the back end. Parth was in a decent spot, just could not make any good touch on the ball at all. And now here we go. We're back tied up, and it looks like G2 can take the lead. Mo's gonna get there in time. He's not waiting around. G2 are stealing this game away from Rebellion, who had such a good start.
In 2 minutes still. I thought it was Shopify Rebellion trying the cute tricks off kickoff, like with Justin, and just almost getting that kickoff goal before, but it's G2 that execute better in that moment. With only a 1-goal lead, though. This Parth will start the drive. That goes to Justin across the net. Beast Mode tries to handle it. And at least be front-facing in front of the net and not let Shopify have the gap to close. Now the retaliation out of Shopify Rebellion. A bit difficult. It will send it to 2P. No! Well, 2Piece gets credit at least.
What a redirect. I gotta look, 2Piece POV, good pass from Justin, and 2Piece just nails, he threads the needle there. Beautiful shot out of 2Piece, and they're just sending shots left and right. 6 goals this game. Very high scoring in game 2. I love to see Rebellion fight back against G2 like this. They just got to make sure to clean things up on the defensive end. It's been kind of sloppy for both teams, but more so on the Rebellion side, as sometimes they scramble, but their offense is made up for it.
For some reason, I thought Daniel had a touch on that ball, but man, an important collision in front of that net. Shopify, Rebellion will tie, and this is getting stressful. Shopify Rebellion just trying to dig themselves out of this hole. Finally, 2Piece makes the space. Shopify Rebellion are just glad to get out of their own half, because once G2's offense ramps up, it is like an avalanche. Here comes Atomic with the reset too. Almost juking Justin in that moment. But hey, 2Piece is a win here, but immediate follow from Shopify Rebellion isn't there to capitalize.
And Rebellion here, just have to watch where they play the ball, especially when they're on the defensive end. Good quick shot there. Parv gonna play this off the ceiling. 2Piece can't really go for it, so Justin will turn after picking up the mid boost. Off the corner, it's gotta be Daniel's ball. 2Piece taking his time, wants to play the 50. Daniel plays a low 50, tried to see if he could get a follow-up touch, but Rebellion want to keep this in. Oh, good touch there, as 2Piece was trying to set it up. Off the backboard, is it free? Justin plays this one high, looking for a chance. Beast Mode has to go up quick, gets the touch. Is there time for a counterattack? No, you gotta get back if you're G2. Low on boost, trying to force OT. That will roll all the way downfield, but it will still stay up. Can they make a last-second play happen? 2Piece nails it across. Justin, can he get there? No, that is going to hit the ground. And we have overtime in game 2.
Good clears out of 2Piece, not letting G2 suffocate them for too long. And G2 have to also be aware of those passes out of Shopify Rebellion that have made these goals so dangerous. Justin will have to take this up high. Not let G2 get in their face. Pinch low that Beast Mode easily catches. Where's the harassment out of Shopify Rebellion? You gotta lead with confidence. Beast Mode will lead also with no boost. That's where Atomic steps up and crashes into Justin. Daniel carves out the right side with an open net, and with the end of OT in favor of G2.
What an angle out of Daniel. He wins the challenge. He doesn't have that much time. You see Parf getting back, and Daniel takes the shot and nails it. A second later, Parf can make that save. Great execution out of Daniel. Great play by G2. They are up 2-0 in the series.
Woo. Close though. OT? And a 2-0 series now in favor of G2 Stride, as Rebellion will call for a timeout. And like I said, playoff G2 is different than Swiss G2. And I haven't slipped up besides, of course it goes the distance going to OT. Rebellion have always kept this within one to keep it closer than the previous game, so I'm entertained.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has been entertaining, so to speak, just being able to see the way Rebellion has been kind of matching G2's pace there and kind of forcing it there on offense. But again, I think they're getting a little bit too antsy, especially towards the end of that game. I mean, Parf, the reason he's racing back is because he's moving so far up the field, and he thinks that there's a chance there for a potential play. If we take a look at the high-performance replay, this was a Mobile One high-performance game 2 for sure, as both teams really did kind of show up and make the other look a little bit uncomfortable, showing that everyone could bleed here. It's just, we see things like this all the time where G2, they just have a better read of what's going on, and they're able to react just so well in time. As we see here again, Daniel, that's such a tight angle, such a great shot out of Daniel now. But G2 have been playing up to, I think a lot of people would say, their potential, not really playing at their peak, but they haven't needed to. It's been a lot on Rebellion. They've had a much better game 2 than they did game 1, but it just still wasn't enough.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion, we know them as a team that can bring that slow burn, and a burn still hurts nonetheless. And even though it took them till round 5 to get here, even though it could take them till it may be a game 7 if it needs to see Shopify Rebellion at that peak, that form that we've been commending them for. Slowly but surely it can happen, but G2 Stride, it's between excellent and perfect for them. But the mix between the game awareness that you spoke about to the mechanics, they can produce something out of nothing. And it's awesome. It's amazing to watch G2 play.
Yeah, it is. And G2 now just 2 games away from qualifying for the World Championship. They just have to kind of keep on that pace. Again, just playing really intelligent Rocket League, not trying to do too much, just understanding, okay, Rebellion, how are they coming out? What are they giving us? Are they giving us some speed? Okay, maybe we just need to outpace them a couple of times. We force them on a counterattack, get them on the back end, and then next thing you know, we force the defense into some mistakes, we score off of that. But Rebellion now, especially after this timeout, they're going to get a little bit of extra time too as we're waiting for a player to get back into the lobby. They get a chance to really kind of focus in on their game plan. They see where they struck G2 the most, and now it's just about taking that, applying it here, and this game is going to be a big time game 3. They either figure it out here or it's just going to be a match point, and we go from 7 game series to 6 to 4. Like you just go down. It's like the opposite of the day for us here today. But I have a feeling Rebellion will be able to kind of turn at least this or swing the series around a little bit. Maybe it might not be enough to win. We'll have to see how they come out here in game 3. But they've shown signs of life in game 2 that I really like seeing from them.
Yeah, and so much on the line. I feel like more so for Shopify Rebellion. Like, yeah, okay, world spot for G2. Sure, they have like a whole other regional that feels like in the bag for them. But Shopify Rebellion, if they don't make it here, like there's only one regional left. But I still think that Shopify Rebellion can leave whatever happens with their heads held high, especially being able to make playoffs now consistently after Copenhagen and leveling up in a way against everyone's expectations, really just getting off social media, head down, locked in for these games. And look how much better Shopify Rebellion have looked against most of North America's competition.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be, something to kind of take a look at. We've just got word. One of the players, I'm not going to say who, one of the players' computers has a Windows update right now. So we don't know if they'll be able to kind of return. Oh, wait, no. Maybe we do have them back in. We'll have to see. Yeah, okay. They're back into the lobby. Wow, that was a fast update. I got to keep eyes on that one. Sure. But we got game 3 underway. We were a little concerned. We thought we were going to have to go to break. No, not at all. We're just kind of getting things kind of just figured out here with the lobby. And then once we have everything sorted out, we'll be able to bring the game back to you guys. But close call. We're totally fine. Now the biggest thing here is going to be kind of everybody refocusing and resetting, which is going to be, the big factor here, because now we've had a lot of time and now everybody has to kind of get back into lobby, reset. This is perfect for Rebellion though. This worked out in their favor. They weren't the PR person who had the Windows update, by the way. It wasn't a typical situation, don't worry.
Yeah, just icing the competition, target Windows. But just to reiterate the monumental task that Shopify Rebellion have to do what almost no other team have, to do what M80 and only Gen G have been able to do, and to beat G2. And the losses that Shopify Rebellion suffered in Swiss, because they did go to round 5. A loss to TSM, a loss to OG, teams you would consider, at least on the leaderboard, below G2. So to lose against them and then hope to be better, to be against G2 is like an insane ask of Shopify Rebellion. So they've kept it close, but can this good performance actually turn into good results?
That is definitely going to be the case, and continuing to kind of build off that performance too. Now for Rebellion and G2 here, I think the biggest thing to kind of again just look for not only is getting back into it, but just kind of assessing the situation now, because how do you continue to kind of play at that high level despite everything kind of going on here in real time? How do you kind of focus up for the series? Can Rebellion get back into that level of focus is going to be something I'm willing to see. I mean, kind of just talking about players individually here, the biggest thing has been for G2, I've loved what I've seen out of Atomic. His game 1 was really solid, but then even going into games 2 and 3, he's been able to force Rebellion to make a couple of different mistakes, capitalize on those. Looking at Rebellion, I think I would want to see a little bit kind of a cleaner gameplay from them defensively. Yes, 2Ps had good shooting, and he made a good saving game too as well. But also, you can see where there's a kind of a little bit of lulls. They didn't really play with a lot of emphasis in that last game, where again G2 would just kind of take the ball from them and force them into their own back half. And once they did that, it was just, okay, now that we have you guys in a tough spot, you're low on boost, we're gonna force the panic. And Rebellion were playing with panic when they probably should have been playing a little bit more calmer. There's been a lot of time now where things could kind of calm down. Everybody gets a chance to kind of calm down a little bit. Players are loaded up in a test lobby. After they're done and we're all good, we'll have game 3 up for you. But
Yeah. Making sure Windows is still windowing, and the controllers are all working. Everything. You know, Windows can break and do some crazy stuff, okay? Reset the audio, you never know. That's valid.
That is valid.
PC's
I've never had a Windows update mid-series. Not for me personally. But that would probably be nightmare fuel. Imagine casting mid-series, you got a Windows update.
Dude, asking you about your car's extended warranty. Like, Windows will be knocking at your door, reminding you of an update every second of the way. And this is kind of that crucial time to calm down too, where maybe G2, they're a momentum-based team. They're winning all the time, so sure. But like Shopify Rebellion, how much does this affect them to have all this time?
Not too much, because they call the timeout, so it's like they have an extra timeout now.
True.
So they've gotten they asked for an extra minute and they got 5. Was it been 5? It's been about 5 minutes. So for them, it does seem like, okay, now we really get a real reset, but you're also starting the series 2-0 down. So now we've gotten, everything figured out, all the formalities out the way. How do you pick up the pace, turn the series around? DFH Stadium is the stage. 5 minutes on the clock. Everybody loaded into the lobby and ready to go. What will be the difference maker? Can G2 force the series on match point, make all the time not matter at all, or can Rebellion pick things back up, start to turn the series around?
Okay, and it's just beast mode almost. Already shaking up Shopify Rebellion, who got very calm after the extended timeout. But look at Parthfly doing his best, at least setting them up in the blue half. Will the series follow the expectations? Because this whole region has been anything but the expected, at least in terms of like the results. Like, yeah, SSG won over Dignitas, that went to 7. M80 lost a quarter, expected, unexpected, based on their competition. Like, it's been kind of wacky. So only 2 games have gone by. Shopify Rebellion can still make the comeback, where G2 can just prove how excellent they really are in playoffs.
It's about having a good start here. Good infield pass for Justin, and he banks the shot. Well done here for Rebellion. That's a big win to set up Parf, who's downfield. He gets the pass out. Daniel's trying to pre-jump to see if the shot's coming faster, but it's just coming so much slower because Justin, he has all the time in the world, puts it to the top right corner, and Rebellion set the tone.
Love how active Parth has been already at the start of this game 3. Few attempted setups, this time really working out for his buddy Justin. And Shopify Rebellion lead up by 1. Never a comfortable spot against a team like G2. A win for 2Ps. Beastmode at least gets to tip the ball up and not let Shopify Rebellion work off the double. Justin can't be Daniel off to the ceiling too. They're doing everything to get past Shopify Rebellion. 2Ps in the net and almost dropped off right on him. Good save.
Good touch there from Parv too. He wants to try to set things up here. G2 now have to be a little bit more, I would say, spread out. They've been playing this one a lot closer than they normally are. I mean, look at this. Atomic on the same sidewall here. Daniel tries to push out and get into the right position, but even then, just not really able to do too much with it just because the positioning has been slightly off here in the start of game 3. Justin wants to pick this up and try to see if he can force it downfield. He's got Parf on the wing who's skilling boost there, and maybe that may have an impact a little bit later, but right now G2 have been able to manage the space, clear out the ball, and they're trying to set up the offense again.
With the demo though out of G2, this is going to be suffocating. What? And Shopify Rebellion just get choked out at the end, and we're equalized 1-1.
What happens here? This is, Parf goes back here for the challenge, and he kind of hits it into Daniel's car. And Daniel just stands there and then it just redirects inside the net. So again, just getting a little too antsy here on the defense because Daniel didn't really even force that. He didn't dodge into the ball at all. It was just hit into him.
Just getting in the way. Makes for a good game though, Parth. And that energy, Beast Mode and Atomic, very close, kind of almost running into each other. And counterattack for G2 once they do get organized. Justin slowing it down. Atomic meeting him down low. Beast Mode and friends retreating after 2-piece takes the ball high. That's in midfield. And who is going to win that? Shopify Rebellion, some ball security to work with. And 2-piece not allowed to take the shot, not that quick. Out with Atomic there. And G2, okay for now. 2-piece already ready on the sidewall after Justin sets him up to Parth. The double he doesn't hit, but face it to Justin. All of G2 there, save after save.
And that's tough too because Justin was in the right spot, but I feel like if Parth goes for that double, it puts the team in such a better spot. I think he had it nailed down, probably could have scored it, but he's just a little bit too far. Justin though will get a chance and he'll push it past Daniel. Rebellion bring it all the way around and it pays off dividends. Look at the setup there from 2-piece. Forcing an air touch, got a piece of Daniel, and even though he recovered, it just wasn't enough to stop the goal.
And the missed challenge out of Beast Mode just puts Daniel in an awful spot in a 1v2, but Shopify Rebellion will push that issue. Any win they can take in the midfield is maybe a weakened G2 defense that they can capitalize on. And one that M80 took advantage of in Swiss. Swiss is a different story, and G2 is a different team when the stakes are high, especially in single elim. Now with the demo, and Daniel with the attempted redirect to Beast Mode, and Shopify Rebellion get a touch on it. Get some space. Parth towards the blue end, and 2-piece gets the follow-up, and G2 sitting there watching, and these weak touches can give opportunities to Rebellion, but nothing too lethal has come out yet. Not for now.
Yeah, you're right. It's just G2, I guess they've been all over the ball so much that even Rebellion, they're trying to pre-jump them on the back end line to see if they can get a stop out, but G2 haven't really been consistently doing that to Rebellion. So sometimes G2 gets put in such fortunate positions because Rebellion just kind of get a little antsy and jump too soon. Just trying to see if they can slow down G2. They're in the lead right now. They just have to keep a consistent game going as there's the bump on the play. Justin in an awkward spot and Daniel went for it. Beast Mode, does he have it? Trying to follow it through. It's an own goal. We are tied up here in game 3.
2-piece leaving the team to pieces, but when G2, they don't get slowed down on this offense, when Shopify Rebellion are scrambling for rebounds, G2 have already scored at that point. There's just no stopping them when G2 have you in that position. Now that Justin is demoed too, this is tough. Shopify Rebellion do the most of it. Daniel's being put into a locker right now, and almost a gap created in that blue net. But salvage is Beast Mode. Mustier just trying to keep the pace on the ball because G2 playing fast when they transition, and somehow Shopify Rebellion keep up well.
Yeah, they keep up well. I mean, their offense isn't bad. Their offense has been really good. The thing that's been bad is just being blunt, their defense. They had mistakes after mistakes. The only reason G2 has scored 2 goals this game is because they have had these errors from the Rebellion side that have been the big cause of it. Now we're in overtime here. Who takes this game at this point? It's whoever has the stronger offense, because defensively, I mean, G2's ahead of the game here in terms of not making too many mistakes on the back end. Rebellion's offense is good in terms of forcing G2 in uncomfortable spots and taking advantage, but G2's been really just creating just so many. I really don't even think a lot of it's G2 creating it. It just feels like it's panic on the Rebellion side that are creating these errors.
Absolutely. We talked about this is the number 1 and number 2 offense for a reason. And whose offense will come true in the OT? I guess it just floats in, and yet another OT goes in G2's favor.
They think Beast Mode is out to play, and the answer is absolutely not. Parth on the back wall, he gets bumped. Justin can't make contact, and it's a picture-perfect shot from Daniel. G2, after all of the timeouts, the breaks, the updates, they push this series on match point, looking to make up for lost time.
Ooh, that's not a spot you want to be playing in, though. During a series like this, with so much on the line for Shopify Rebellion. A win here gets G2 Stride a world spot, but Shopify Rebellion, they just dig themselves into a deeper hole. But maybe this is part of just a longer-term build for Shopify Rebellion to get back to the form that, especially like someone like Justin, get back to the form that he was known for so many years back, and he's already showing that in Swiss. And G2 was going to be an opponent that no one expected them to beat, or at least we weren't sure how close this was going to be. But being in an 0-3 spot and to stay composed and to try and improve from this point out, tough spot for Rebellion.
Yeah, tough spot for Rebellion indeed. Justin had 7 shots that game. He was doing as much as he could there on the offensive side on the field. G2 Stride, though, everybody in sync, everybody kind of playing the game for each other. They've been able to, every time Rebellion has hit them, respond amply. And it's that, again, that pace that they're playing at that's really just kind of forcing Rebellion to be able to respond on a moment's notice. They haven't been able to live up to that task. They do have a good kickoff here now, but no one's going to be able to follow that ball. And it'll go straight back to G2, who are looking to pass. They force 2 out, 2-piece in a tough spot, and this is kind of picking up where we left off.
And Shopify Rebellion have had good wins off the kickoffs, and it hasn't resulted in early goals yet. Now, seeing if you can harass them and make G2 uncomfortable when they go up to the ceiling like that. So you like the effort out of Shopify Rebellion? Because if you give space and time out of G2, they're just, it's gonna be disgusting. Daniel and Atomic against Justin does his best to keep up and follow the ball up high. Daniel will catch it first, collides with Shopify Rebellion at the corner. Hey, some space created there by Parth, who has a reset, and right behind him is a teammate, and G2 won't let them complete these passes.
And they're passing towards each other. Look at that, forcing out 2. Shot coming through from Atomic a little late. Daniel's been in the play the entire time. Wins the 50. Atomic plays it high. Can Beast Mode finish the job? He can. G2 domination here at the start. They don't let Rebellion get a moment's notice.
G2 reacts so quickly when there's opportunities like this. Just when you thought Shopify Rebellion, oh, they had possession. Okay, we're gonna clear. Just the ball's high. And all of a sudden, Beast Mode's in the air. Like, jeez. G2 Strider all over them like butter on toast. And now a Daniel from the backboard.
Oh.
Again?
Again. Even with the demo off the kickoff, is a free ball for Daniel. 2-piece can't make it to backboard to get a touch. He has to guess. Daniel has that lined up, and he's gonna nail it all day long. This is getting out of hand really early. If it wasn't out of hand before, it's not looking good for Rebellion. G2 are just continuing their foothold in this game.
Got to bring out all the ideas for Shopify Rebellion. Risk it for the biscuit. Try something different. At least 2-piece, you can have some important wins on defense to break them out. And 2-piece, okay, sets this ball up for Justin, and with the bump, they keep themselves within 1.
Yeah, and you see Atomic there on the back end, tries to leave it for Beast Mode, who doesn't make contact, so then Atomic has to readjust. He gets bumped out of the play, and then Justin's able to pick up the goal. Mistake there on the side of Mode, but Rebellion pick it up. Now it's a 1-goal game. Let's see if they can continue to expand on this.
No longer out of hand, I guess.
Yeah.
Couple of OTs, but G2, they've already demoed Shopify Rebellion, and you just can't get multiple touches on this ball, not without G2 bumping you, demoing you, whatever it is. G2 know how to drain boost and keep you in your half and eventually get a goal out of it, especially on that offensive turn. Now Atomic on the ceiling will catch this, and Daniel wants to step up, but Parth is first. Shopify Rebellion acting quicker may help them transition and create more offense and hopefully materialize for them. And Justin will equalize.
All right, Justin, 2 for 2 in terms of shooting this game. Look at this light touch, wave dashes. As soon as Daniel turns, that's when he shoots, and he sails it past the defense. Just enough power to where Atomic can't recover. Big individual play there from Justin. Rebellion now tie things as they have to try to reverse sweep G2. They've stopped the bleeding, and now they're even starting to make the most on offense.
Shopify Rebellion will not give up, will not surrender from an 0-2 deficit in this game to tying it up. And we're just entering the second half now. Justin against Daniel, runs into him. Atomic scoops it up before 2Piece could hunt for the kill. Now Atomic in beast mode. Who you gotta look at? Going cross-side, trying to keep up. Beast mode, put it in reverse. And Justin gets around him. Somehow that wasn't a goal.
I mean, the pre-jump was crazy. That was, but it almost worked out. I mean, Beast Mode ended up getting the pre-jump. Atomic, great first touch to get it to him, and it's enough to try to throw off the Rebellion defense. But I mean, Justin on that back end is going to be composed in that situation. So it's good that he's able to get that stop they needed. G2 thought they had a numbers advantage. We saw Atomic slow down. Justin was able to rotate back in time. Justin has been everywhere for Rebellion in a moment where they have needed him the most. Great awareness from him. He's in a tough spot now here too. Good on Parf to get the cut, but Parf's now out to play. It's Justin by himself. He's able to make a good save. They didn't send a man forward though to rush out. I think they wanted to force Justin to make a bad touch out, but instead he goes off the ceiling, makes another touch. He's trying to save everything right now. He needs help if Rebellion want to get out of here.
Shopify Rebellion are being boost-starved right now and putting up the saves that they can. What they got was commendable, but eventually they will sink, and eventually G2 will have the lead.
Oh man, Parf gets bumped there again. Justin trying to make his almost his third save in that instance. Can't do it. He doesn't have enough boost, and G2 take full advantage of it. Now we're sitting here, G2 Stride in the lead. Rebellion backs against the wall. They're down in the series. They're down in this game. We're hitting that final minute mark, and they're also back in on the offense, trying to stop G2 again. As Beast Mode could have put the nail in the coffin.
Shopify Rebellion just wait for any mistake, and whoa, so much speed. 2Piece with the better recovery on the rebound, and we're tied at the last minutes.
Again, this is Justin. Look at that. He goes for that touch against Daniel, changes the speed of the ball, and it also changes Daniel's touch because Daniel can't control it like he wants to, drops the ball down, and 2Piece gets us so much better of a follow-up there because of it. Great reaction there from Justin. Now it's a tied-up game. Final minute to go, and it's anybody's ball game here. Rebellion can continue to win this, but they got to be careful. G2 are trying to set up another play.
Daniel even just making that an opportunity. It's just my jaw's on the floor. How G2 can materialize something out of nothing. And Shopify Rebellion, they stress me out when they get bumped and shoved into another dimension as Atomic with the shot and some people getting in the way. Last 31 seconds. Playoff lives on the line for Shopify Rebellion. And double out of Daniel. He's so gross.
Look at Daniel. People have him high on their list for a reason. Beautiful double, beautiful angle. He's been hitting shots like this all series. This kid is so good. And when he's given a chance to shine, my goodness, is it bright.
It's blinding. If you're Shopify Rebellion, they've come back from worse before. They've worked till round 5 to get here, and the offense between the passes and not in the back of the net, not quite yet, but Parth will catch this and hope to deny a clear. 2Piece, 50 boost to Justin, no. Shot denied by Atomic, last second, and it's G2 on the ball, and Beast Mode lets it land, and G2 go to the semifinal.
G2 go to the semifinals, and congratulations G2 Estride for qualifying for the World Championship. We will see you in Fort Worth. But man, so well done was G2, and I mean Rebellion, they showed signs of life, but it just wasn't enough to stay afloat. G2 continued to push and push and push, and they end up making this a 4-0 series here. First sweep of the day. It just felt like G2 kind of handling business. Rebellion, the struggles were so consistent throughout it all, but we can see again just how strong they can be. The potential is there, they just couldn't show it.
G2's eyes have been on the throne, have been on the World Championship. They've beaten the top regions in the world, and Shopify Rebellion are just another name in the death note. But you love to see just the progress that Shopify Rebellion have made. If this is not going to be the regional for them, maybe the next one will. But what a showing it has been. What a series. And finally one that has met our expectations in terms of results, but I'm excited to see what our final quarterfinal will hold after this break. Yeah, hit me.
Nice play. Alright, you go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Just some work there for Rally. He picks up that corner boost. Might be moved up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Oh my word! He steps in, does rise and said, I'll have that one over BDS.
G2 going to another semifinal. At least there's one thing that's consistent about this regional. It wasn't a sweep though after multiple overtimes, and Shopify Rebellion couldn't keep up in the end. But the best offense will vanquish. And I'll be joined with a post-match interview with Atomic. Nice to be speaking to you. Nice to meet you. You just clinched the World Championship. What does this mean to you and the team?
It means a lot. We knew like going into the series that if we won, that was a possibility. So we were hyped, and Dan and Beast were hyped. So yeah, it feels nice.
You look calm now, but I know the celebrations will continue in a bit. Great day for y'all. Quick one too. What was with the Windows update? What happened?
I think Beast wanted to restart his game, and then he realized that he needed to also restart his computer, and then it didn't give him the option to just turn it off. It said like, you have to update right now. So we were just like, just do it, and hopefully we were hoping he would be done in time and we wouldn't get disqualified.
Nah, we were waiting for it. So that didn't freak you out, or you guys were still locked in when that happened?
Yeah, we were just joking around, waiting for him to get back.
Cool. Glad the vibes were good. And speaking of vibes, what did you feel you had to address after Swiss ended yesterday when you didn't go perfect and lost to M80?
We didn't overthink it too much. Like, we didn't come out the best that series, and they won game 1 pretty quickly. So like, we could have won that series and went game 5, and then they beat Gen G. So like, they were in good form, but we were just focused on ourselves, and we were like, let's make sure we come out a bit faster, a bit hungry, and not let like game 1 pass. So
it's cool that you guys are always striving for improvements, and there's a lot of teams like on the come up that are in great form, as you mentioned. Your next opponent is Cloud9, and Gen G's on the other side of the bracket. What do you think about the rest of the competition that stands in your way?
We thought M80 would be Cloud9. I mean, they had a really good Swiss, and I mean, they haven't been able to get past quarters, but like, I thought this would be the one, but like, Cloud9 did look good when they won that series, so we're not going to underestimate them tomorrow.
Can't underestimate anyone. Before you think about Gen G, you got to think about Cloud9, you got to think one game at a time. But thank you so much for the interview, Atomic, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, Shopify Rebellion were able to force 2 overtimes, but in general, this one was G2. Things going to plan the way we expected there. They put up 9 goals, which is a pretty respectable number of goals just put up in a sweeped effort here, but G2 will be in another semifinals games.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive against G2. I keep touting them as the #1 defense in the world because normally they show that, but this series, like, kind of let loose a little bit, it felt like, and like on both sides of the field. On the offensive side, going for some freestyle goals like Daniel, and that game 4 goal was absolutely nutty. But Rebellion, they put up some goals. It's just their defense was just not there at all.
Oh my god. Okay, that one to be fair, Beast Mode, that was a great bump from Beast Mode because Park should have been able to cover that on the back end. This game, I feel kind of for Justin here this game because he had so many defensive stops in that game, but he just couldn't get the help he needed to get out. I'm not trying to put too much blame on it, but that's just what the factor was. I was literally sitting on his cam while I was watching it. And Gibbs, like, before I even let you go, it's just frustrating to me because of the today. Because we had M80 who killed it in Swiss. They come out, and then you're like, okay, they should win this. It's like, boom. Then you have Rebellion. Everybody's talking about Rebellion's stats and how well they're doing. But then they go up against G2, and they show it offensively. They just got to calm down on defense, and they can't do it. And we only have one more online event. There's not enough time for these guys to play in their potential. And I'm just expressing this frustration because I do want these teams to play better close to the top because they've shown they can do it. But when it comes down to play playoffs, they just can never do it.
And that
So
game, two, was one of those moments. Like, Rebellion's like, oh, they're looking pretty good. And then G2 just kind of came back and took that game away. And if that's going to happen to you when you are looking good and G2 finds a way to win it, like at that point, I thought it was over.
That is, I have gotten confirmation that this is the most goals any team has scored on G2 when being swept by G2. So, silver lining somewhere in there, you know. Congratulations, you put up a lot of goals, but still not able to take a game on that one. Congratulations, maybe you can get some of the overtimes next time around. So, with that match concluded, one of our semifinals tomorrow will be Cloud9 versus G2 winner plays in the grand finals. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Space Station waits for the results of our last match of the day. OG Esports taking on Gen G Mobile One Racing, ready to go, ready to lock in the reigning regional champs, undisputed best team in North America, going up against a team I was calling the Death Squad at the beginning. They now have settled into what I think is a very consistent, top 8 team. Is that? I think that's a fair assessment. They're always here, but and they're good enough to make it to top 4 a few times. This would be easily, though, the biggest achievement for them if they make top 4 here over Gen G. We'll start to think about OG in a different way here, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely. But OG, they did play Gen G yesterday in round 2 of Swiss, and it didn't go their way. It was a 3-1 series for Gen G, where the 3 wins that Gen G had were kind of blowout potential, but OG at least won one of those 4-0, I believe. So it really comes down to me is the boost management, like in that match specifically. Gen G just outmatched OG completely. Like, if you look at their average amounts, it was Chronic was number 1 at 54, First Killer at 52, apparently Jack at 52, then Nolly at 48, JNAP's 48, Comet 45. And obviously that doesn't look like a lot, but that's basically like a 10% bump, a 10 to 20% bump of how much boost you have at all times versus your opponents. And when you're the underdog, you're going to need more boost than the favorite. So Gen G is playing a fantastic boost management game right now, and I expect it to continue here.
Hashtag OG if you think OG's got it. Hashtag GGM1 up here on the desk. I'm confident. I know what I'm predicting, and I know what Dazrin's predicting. Gibbs, is this an upset potential, or you think Gen G's got this one?
There's one thing that frustrates me more than M80 can't win on quarterfinals is that Gen G cannot go 3-0 in Swiss, and it's really frustrating because we know that they're probably the best team in North America when it comes to the weekend. They beat G2 4 times in a row now, so Gen G all the way, but it frustrates me that they can't do it on Fridays as well and just make Daz's day a little easier. He wants a 3-0 to be done on Fridays early so he can go have a nice dinner. Instead, he's going to grind it out round 4 and 5.
Listen, you gotta entertain the fans a little bit. That's all it is. That's all it is. Have a little bit of a long Friday. It can't be too easy.
We were theorizing yesterday that Jack just likes to play Rocket League. So he's like, look, I showed up today to play Rocket League. I'm not going to stop playing Rocket League. Let's lose round 3 and 4 so we can play for extra matches here. I don't know. Let's see. Coin needs to go orange on this one.
Okay,
Coin has had a miserable day. It goes orange. All right, congratulations. Coin does predict Gen G, but can OG spoil it? We'll see. How's chat feeling about it? How's chat feeling about this prediction on this one? They're figuring it out. The chat's still voting. Okay,
So I have a fun fact for you.
They can stop. It's pretty close.
We had apparently Jack, I think it was Qualifier 2 or 3. He was in the green room getting ready for an interview after they won one of their numerous matches. And he says, I don't do any chores on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Because he knows it's like, oh, it's Rocket League day. So I think he does just want to play more Rocket League on Friday, where he's like, all right, we're allowed to lose here or there. Then it gives me more of a reason to not do my laundry. All right. So that's what Jack is trying to do.
Insane reasoning, given he could just decide not to. But here we are.
He's a grown man.
So for the OG fans who are sitting there like watching this death segment, being like, "What is going on? Like, well, okay, what am I supposed to do? Like, is it that miserable of a bleak future for them? Like, what can OG do here?"
So for me, it's not that miserable, actually. OG could probably push this either 6 or 7. They're a very smart team, and they know that they have good gameplay. If you watch some of the OG documentaries, you know how much they talk about matches, and they're very experienced. I feel like if they prep properly, they could actually force Gen G in an uncomfortable spot. Do I think it's going to happen? No. But I think that I wouldn't be surprised if it did. So, I mean, you would keep eyes here on OG. It's not going to be, I definitely don't think it's going to be as short as the last series.
Going the distance, key here for OG. Can they make Gen G uncomfortable? We'll see if they're able to do it. folks. The last match of the day. It's a banger. Consistency against perfection, folks. It should be a good match, and I'm excited to get us into it. OG versus Gen.G to close out Saturday.
The path to the top 4, a familiar one for Gen.G, and while OG have been there, they have quite the road ahead of them, a roadblock, if you will, in Gen.G. Let's see how they handle things, James.
Yeah, Gen.G and OG have squared up every single online qualifier up to this point, and OG has only won 1 of the 5 matchups, so they are the underdog here, but getting off to a solid start. First killer will chase this ball down, but Calm coming within inches of scoring that first goal for OG.
Would have been quite the way to start the game, and you were talking about Calm a little bit before today had started, James. His effect on a roster as a solid support player on this OG team, and feel like maybe a bit underrated as he forces the 50 out perfectly for JNAPS here.
Oh, JNAPS, a big score, but you cannot underestimate any of these players. Calm even mentioned it in the interview, in an interview before, where they're a team made up of players that many people would not have considered the superstars on their team, but look at where they are. They made the last major. They're continually in this conversation for top 4, so you cannot doubt their results. Oh, big stop, but the rebound's gonna be good.
Yeah, no problem for first killer there. JNAPS in an impossible spot. It all comes down to that first 50, and Calm doesn't have any boost. He's just hoping Chronic drops that ball at some point, which he doesn't. The first killer, an easy shot for him in front of the box.
JNAPS was trying to get that ball up. If he gets it straight up in the air, it's good, but the fact it hit off the crossbar, that was, put it in the perfect position for a cleanup goal. So we're right back to where we started. Both teams even. We're not even a minute in.
Apparently Jack not wanting to play that ball into JNAPS. He'd rather take it to the weak side. Jack's patience pays off, but now trying to move quickly. Yeah, first killer downfield as well, but he didn't connect on anything. Jack's reset didn't really go anywhere. Gen.G all pulling off and unable to hold possession. Just try to deny OG one in the midfield. This first killer holds the ball and back down to the corner.
Passes off to Calm as well. Calm dunked on by apparently Jack. This will put Gen.G on the attack. A traded demo. Jack and Calm taking each other out. Brief 2v2 for a moment. You see JNAPS beating that first attacker. But Gen.G doing well, keeping this pressure going. JNAPS forced to hit it off his own back wall.
And Calm, he got chipped on his way out to challenge the ball. Chronic took the play away from him, and a broken passing play. Nice Gen.G pushing forward on that pressure. Always got to keep an eye on that back line, especially with Gen.G. They warp your rotation through consistent attempts at bumps and demos. Jack, who tends to sit in the front of the rotation, is a big part of that game. He rolls the ball down the pitch for first killer, and the little pinball goes back to the corner.
We might want to start paying attention to that comment. Apparently, Jack demo score line. They've taken each other out twice now in this game. Both players very familiar with that demo aspect of the game. Calm maybe more so. We look at the counterattack starting now for OG. Calm low boost, and he hit it way too far away. He was trying to keep that close.
And Noel even made contact on the first killer, but that needed to be a bang-bang play. Calm almost loses control of the ball, but he's got control of it. Now he's lost it. Chronic full tank of boost. As the options start dwindling for OG, first killer with a perfect first touch, keeps it tight, reset. JNAPS goes flying underneath just in case he decided to drop it. OG are trying to cover every option before it happens. They do break out thanks to a couple of quality touches, and JNAPS through the midfield.
Big work from JNAPS and a low shot from Calm. It was going to be wide anyway, but you saw JNAPS control that ball on the sidewall and win that 50. JNAPS, he is at the heart of the offense for OG.
Chronic so far hasn't really found a quality opportunity outside of that first goal. This time he's forced to play it away and has to wait for his team to win the bout. First killer pushes it back towards OG. Chronic's still waiting underneath. Avoids JNAPS on the bump as Calm moves forward. Reset, attempted pass. JNAPS sees it's covered, opts to play the loss and the challenge instead. OG, despite keeping the ball locked in here, James, really not controlling the ball well. They're able to keep the Gen.G honest on the midfield line. If OG stay here, they might find their chance.
Oh, that boost spawned on Calm. Gen.G might be wondering where it is, but now we see a long pass up to Chronic. Chronic going for a double, leaves it for first killer. First killer light touch, but Calm was on the backboard, ready to clear that one out.
Thankfully, Jack is on the back line. Chronic had misrecovered, so he needed the extra time. Now he's in position to boom it downfield. First killer faster to the play. OG just trying to adjust. Chronic, the second man, demoed. And it's Calm again with the physical game.
I'm also winning that race to the mid boost with First Killer. First Killer still struggling to get some boost now, and it's a big 50 win from Calm, who hunts for the demo. First Killer had run away. Chance now for Nolly, who goes for the backboard, but First Killer was there. You can see Gen G, though, forced all the way back.
First Killer has to boom it. And good read and good touch there from First Killer. All apparently Jack can do is just hope he gets the 50 into a playable position afterwards. Gen G continue to kill the ball back. They're happy to let OG play the heavier touches as long as it's not a threat in front of the box. Calm puts that threat in, and he squeezes through two. OG up late.
And Calm, such a methodical player, staying behind the ball, reading the defense every step of the way, goes for the 50, and it's enough to push it through. Not the prettiest of goals, but an effective strategy, even if he doesn't score there. Was hoping for a rebound, but Calm ended up just doing it all on kickoff, though, tested. But Nolly comes out on top, getting the save.
Not a bad try on the response from Gen G. Chronic still has possession. Jack just trying to neutralize the 50 again. First Killer somehow got in front of that. Or excuse me, Chronic got in front of that. First Killer next on the ball. OG hold the ball. JNaps knows that OG have the first game win, making a statement here.
And I think that statement, Jorby, is that they are not intimidated. They were taking, even on that last play, the decision for JNaps to just let that ball sit in his corner. You don't see that happen too often. And I think that is a mark of confidence and one of a team that's really locked in. JNaps had some very good plays, controlling the ball with his light first touches, keeping it close. And even on that last play, I think that was a great representation of JNap's overall gameplay. OG taking a very slow, methodical approach, playing possession, not being intimidated, and it worked out.
Really is impressive how JNaps has managed to stay at a solid quality in North America for as long as he has been playing. And him being at the forefront and in support of a lot of these pushes, but Calm was so huge. He was all over this highlight reel, shoveling out 50-50s for JNaps to get an opportunity and then killing you with mechanics. This is exactly the player that we were talking about before, James. Calm, he can be a silent killer, and a lot of people end up sleeping on him, but he is so solid on his game, and if he can catch some chances, he can burn you like many good players can.
Yeah, and I think Calm, his playstyle is the embodiment of OG and their playstyle. He has the mechanics, he can use it, but OG, their main focus is on winning at all costs. It doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't have to be the incredible solo play, flip reset off the ceiling type play. I mean, they can do that, but only if it is the most effective means.
Now, I feel like that's exactly what this team wanted to do when they set out and put three support players together. Is, well, now we should just be the ultimate trio of support. Didn't work that way at first. They really started to figure each other out as time went on this season. We're talking about them squarely in the conversation to make the major, maybe the world championship. Right now, Gen G stand in their way in the quarterfinals. OG, they make the first trek on the path up to the course of the High Rothgar, but can they actually learn the words, James, and get to the semifinals?
We'll see. Right now, OG, the definite underdog. Like I mentioned before, out of all the 5 matchups they had, running into each other every single online qualifier, OG has only come out on top 1 of those 5.
Chronic, he avoids the bump, recovers, ball still going slow, and he still has control. And he reads the attempted bump. Even if they get the touch there, he'll still be behind the ball, but still just avoiding everybody there. It was good eyes from Chronic. Doesn't matter too much. OG do keep possession. You do like seeing Gen G continue to have solid vision on defense. Apparently Jack turning into the play and trying to get it around. I think I said Chronic before, but apparently Jack behind Chronic and third man right now. Calm trying to back pass. Chronic steals it away! And an unfortunate mishap from OG. Chronic gonna punish.
I mean, he jumps the lane. Calm goes for the back pass, but needed more power. Nolly had 100% trust that Calm was going to get that ball back to him. But Chronic knew exactly what was going on. The play was telegraphed, and even though it was telegraphed, if Calm could get more power on that, he still would have been fine. Just wasn't able to find it. Now, Gen G take the lead.
OG only have first killer there. Gen G given them the midfield. Heavy touch from Calm. It's gonna need to be tighter when Chronic's got you covered there. Apparently Jack a little slow to the midfield though. Chain dashes all around for Chronic. But OG happy to let him do that. They see all the chain dashes and no boost trail. You know he's got nothing. Just let him give the ball up. OG's we're running low on resources. JNaps has the midfield boost, pass to Calm, fakes out the shot, has another try, denied by apparently Jack, but they're hanging on to the midfield, James.
It was a good infield pass, and it took boost out of the tank of Gen G. You can see first killer awkward. It was actually in reverse there. Does get that corner boost, though. So we'll see Gen G get some time on attack.
OG needs something to start clicking on offense. Only one shot halfway through the game. They've had a lot of good presence in the midfield, and the second shot, first killer gives them a nice assist. Nolly gets credit, and OG tie things up.
And there was a double commit. You could see first killer and Chronic both going for it, and that put first killer out of rotation. So that double commit, that is really what cost him there. Had first killer stayed down, probably would have been able to make that save, but excellent pressure coming out from OG.
More chance for pressure here. He identifies the space. Chronic hops right on top of it. Calm sitting deep, tries to hop the quick pass. The first killer grabs it. Chronic dropped it. Good vision again from Chronic that time. To drop it for first killer, seeing the early challenge coming. JNaps is downfield though. Gen G can't hold on to the ball. As good as the vision on the back wall has been, doesn't mean too much when you can't really get any presence in the midfield.
To see what approach OG takes. JNaps, that ball got away from him, but still faked out the defense. Apparently Jack will have some boost in space. Nolly doing a great job of getting up there and shutting the play down. There's a bump from behind. This could make things difficult for OG's defense.
Oh, he got the pass out anyway. Unfortunately for first killer, it was on his tail. Trying to read when that 50's coming. It never did. Now he's up in the air. Thanks to the pass from Jack, puts it down, and wow, first killer almost dropping it in the bucket himself. Not quite over. Looking for Jack. Jack gets bumped. OG continued to go to the physical game to pull Gen G players that are off ball completely out of the play, but apparently Jack sizes up the 50-50 and takes all 100 of it.
And Jack fights through that contact attempt. Nolly had almost no boost, went all in trying to get that bump on apparently Jack because he knew how dangerous that situation was. Couldn't do it. And apparently Jack locking in, taking advantage of the fact JNaps had no boost either, and gets that 50 goal. So we see Gen G fight back the end of this one. Will they be able to hold on?
Not a lot of boosts here for Jack. First killer also skinny on the rotation deep as the third. Chronic will try to shake Nolly off the path. A quick attack maybe from JNaps. No, he decides to pull off. Let first killer give it up, but threaten the challenge, and he did indeed. Make first killer make a move. Chronic trying to force them off the ball, and OG are doing a great job with that, James. Gen G are respecting OG's approach, and they are getting them to bite where Gen G typically wouldn't. So they get some shots on target. They create some nice pressure, but the boost is scary as they run out in the midfield, but Calm gets a good touch. Nolly got the touch out to JNaps. He's got some boost, but a weak touch. Chronic easily saves it out.
I wonder if JNaps might have been hoping to get a foot reset there. Instead, the weak shot will be easily saved. And now we'll have to see this happen at 0 seconds. JNaps trying to play it slow. Hands off to Nolly. Ball still in play, and there it's finally swatted down to the ground, and we've got the response from Gen G Mobile One Racing.
So now the question becomes for OG, how do you create opportunities in front of the box? You had the midfield. You were able to shift the ball and force Gen G to move against you. You got them to, you baited them into a couple of opportunities, but you never actually peeled back enough layers to take quality opportunities at the net. OG were missing that component. They didn't have enough bite through the midfield to push that pressure and fix the gap, James. Gen G held on excellently on defense.
They did, and I mean, you saw the one intercepted pass play. That was the the one goal that helped put Gen G over the top. But apparently Jack had that incredible solo play. You see on the replay the low boost challenge from Nolly, and then the second follow-up challenge from JNaps as well, where he was also on 0 boost. In the previous game, we saw OG, when they were running out of boost, they were still able to maintain pressure upfield, but then this time defensively pushed back. You could see Gen G did a much better job winning those boost battles on their own side of the field, forcing OG back into their own half, and then apparently Jack doing a great job of recognizing that neither one of those those defenders coming his way had any boost and making that high percentage play. So apparently Jack, very key gameplay. Gen G winning that boost battle. We'll see if OG can start to bounce back or if they'll continue to have those boost struggles.
And that is the hard thing to do in the midfield, is even if you win that touch and you keep battling Gen G players with momentum, it's tough to really keep the advanced position you want with low boost. Keep a close eye on the canister and pad battle. OG are on offense, see if they can trade a little bit more and see if they force Gen G into a low boost scenario.
But you even see the mid boost spawn the split second after Nolly had already left.
Sometimes the timing just doesn't go your way. But OG, fine enough. Calm with a full tank of boost. Jack forced to retreat, and Chronic's right underneath. Always a follow-up ready for Gen G, but he's out of boost. Still finds a way to shake it across the box. JNaps recovering in net, calm downfield against First Killer. The same story again, James. OG, you get the clears, maybe you get the midfield boost. Well, what are you doing outside of the corners? Oh, maybe you're missing the ball.
Get 0
Jack will
boost.
take it. Yeah.
We're seeing so many demos at the midfield. Apparently Jack landing one. Now another trade between Com and Chronic. This game starting to get physical.
The corner boost spawns for Noli this time. JNaps sits wide to try to win that 50, but it's a perfect loss to Chronic. Back to First Killer. Com readjusting. Apparently Jack flying in. The window just wasn't open enough for him. He still had to take a shot at it. Forced OG to make a move.
That would have been something special if First Killer hit Chronic while he was still in the air.
That would have been
and they made that work.
Some crazy things we've seen between First Killer and Chronic. Only add it to the list. It's getting longer every day. They dumped the ball down for all we talk about the offensive struggles for OG. Gen G haven't fared much better in the first 2 minutes here. JNaps just stole the ball out with no boost on the flick. Nolly, control, but lost it on the reset. Very heavy. Hard to get much done. Gen G already on top of it. And again, JNaps had no boost. Nolly had no boost. That touch from First Killer, any other time, James, they hop right on top of that. And you're talking about a real press, Gen G out of position, but instead, they're starved in the midfield, but they're still winning the ball. They're still winning the touches. Come, lets it go. JNaps, 2 touches underneath, and all 3 from Gen G bunched up. First Killer comes out. This is the most that OG have had Gen G pressed yet.
Good shot from JNaps, taking 2 defenders out of the equation, but Chronic marching this ball downfield. The extra touch, and Chronic pops off!
Oh, he's got to track this from the whole way downfield. JNaps underneath, gets underneath Chronic in that last touch. JNaps had it lined up. He did not anticipate it was going to happen. He's just a hair slow. Chronic has him beat.
Just proof that not every great shot needs a flip reset. Chronic kept pushing that ball forward. And to get that triple tap, but now the response from JNaps. So despite all that hard work from Gen G Mobile 1, the progress erased.
Such a good challenge from JNaps. He's jumping back from his own half to go meet First Killer. Don't just give him the midfield. Get out there and force him to make a move. First Killer, he has Jack, but Jack's not in as good a position
hold on.
as OG were, and they almost double up on the kickoff. Not a lot of people giving OG a ton of chances. Even Daz was saying it in the pregame that you can't sleep on this OG team. And even though Daz is saying that as a Gen G fan, there's definitely something behind him.
He still predicted Gen G. He also
did. I mean, it would be crazy if he
and
didn't.
apparently Jack to do even better than they did in the Swiss stage.
We're not going to
They
talk about
already
his
did
fantasy picks.
Doing quite well. I guess. So I mean, trust his analysis at your own discretion.
Well, so far, I think, as far as fantasy goes, Daz is probably going to be hurting. As far as the actual result goes, it's anybody's game right now. First Killer with possession. Nice first touch. Drills it through 1. Apparently, Jack with a free touch, and he wants to make OG uncomfortable. We'll see how uncomfortable they could be at times, but from Calm totally changed the narrative.
And Com, with nothing in the tank, still landing demos, pushing upfield. They lost that boost battle last game. This time they've been low boost a few times, but have gotten out of those sticky situations. Now Nolly with a full tank. Racing first killer, gets the ball over to JNaps. JNaps going for the double, fakes it for Com. Com's shot is weak, rebound will not be picked up. Needed more on that shot.
You really did. You needed some height. You needed to get Gen G to panic a little bit. Instead, flubbed in front of the box. Chronic holding down the midfield line, and first killer will take it. OG get pushed back. Calm. He's forced off of his route. That Chronic, you don't even have to bump a player. You just got to make him move out of the way. And that could be the difference between you holding possession and building pressure. It is the case here for Gen G. First killer with possession goes for the light touch. Tries to play JNaps' touch. He's out of boost now. And an easy catch for Nolly.
Nolly gets by one, has support in the middle. JNaps waiting for it, but the pass is way too far away. And JNaps in a battle won that corner boost. So first killer out of boost. Will be slow to help out on this play. Backboard pass at 10.
Oh, he got caught.
Field. Com's shot is off target.
Oh, first killer got caught. He was looking at first man, and he's still gonna get burned because he's out of boost. And you called it, James. The pass downfield. First killer sees the clear come out. He thinks he's gonna have an easy response, but Comp pops out like a gopher off of his screen. The ball's over his head, and he recovers fine enough, but he's left boostless, and the ball's in the back of his net.
And he was struggling for boost ever since JNaps was fighting him in that corner and won the race. Final 10 seconds. 1 goal lead for OG. JNaps going for a dunk. Doesn't get it. Chronic will pick it up. And field to first killer. Huge block by Nolly. Chronic keeping this ball in play. Com going for goal. Doesn't make contact. And that will be game. OG back on top in the series.
Even at the very end, James, the physical game, OG straight up barrel down apparently Jack's face, and maybe if Chronic takes that off the wall and there's not an OG attacker there, Jack can take the straight line, but he had to avoid him and move laterally to get around him. That means he doesn't catch up on 0 seconds. To me, that totally encapsulates what happened in that game 3. Just the threat of demos, and demos themselves were enough for OG to get through Gen G, keep them honest, and they weren't able to possess pressure as much as they were. They didn't win the boost battle, James. Like you were saying, OG needed to do earlier. Well, I felt like it was still tenuous. I don't think OG dominated in that respect.
But they won that one race against First Killer to the corner, and ever since that 100 was stolen, First Killer was operating with about a third of a tank and was never able to get comfortable and find his way back into rotation. We saw a crazy shot from Chronic, but that was the only offense from Gen G. OG has been playing such a strong positional game. The comms are there as well. We haven't really seen any double commits that have haunted them. They are playing such a clean team game and positional game that it has been tough for Gen G to keep their head above water. It's been a battle in those trenches for the boost, and it's like any ground that OG gives up or gains, they just don't give up.
And now you're talking about a Gen G mobile one-time out. This is the time where Gen G, one of the best teams in the world at adapting to their opponent, at really just getting back to playing their game. You said it, OG, they do not give up the space. They've been playing intelligent Rocket League and been forcing Gen G to cough up balls that they normally wouldn't. So the question is for Gen G, James. Yeah, go.
Oh, well, and I was just going to say, on top of all that, they've been successfully shutting down First Killer. We all know that First Killer has that ability to take a series into his own hands. But without boost, you're not going to be able to do much. And to put First Killer in those positions that are so awkward, even he's not able to make it work. That just goes to show you that as a unit, OG are making life miserable for Gen G. So on this timeout, there's going to have to be some tactic changes to figure out how to respond to these bumps, to these low boost plays, to this smart challenge gameplay that OG has brought to the table.
Few teams have found success against Gen G, especially in the playoffs. Well. Apparently, Jack is going to score.
And to come off a kickoff, or to come off a timeout with a perfect kickoff play. JNap's had boost as well. I know he's going to want that touch back, but That is the perfect response after a timeout from Gen G.
Yeah, J-Naps. You know, I would look at that over and over again and be like, oh, if I just flipped a quarter second earlier or a quarter second later, that's a save instead of an own goal. I'm sure he would never watch it again. I know if it were me, I wouldn't. But apparently Jack not going to keep that going, and fitting that, of course, he is the one to strike first. Like, he gets behind a lot of the regains for Gen G. He's a great job at creating space and conducting pace of play. He needs to do that for First Killer, who got shut down last game. Calm will utilize the mechanics with space, opts to let that ball bounce into Chronic to give Nolly a free touch on the ball. It doesn't work out this time, but you still love those layers and how they use those 50s to their advantage. Here's another pass, and it's off the post. Coming back around. Chronic will get to the touch first. Nolly will have to control the ball and leave.
And zero boost, First Killer getting demoed after zero boost. You can see Calm still going for bumps, making it difficult. Turns to challenge on zero boost. Nolly in field to J-Naps. J-Naps shot through the smoke. Gets the goal for OG.
OG are burning and turning this game into theirs. Nolly gets the pass to J-Naps. Chronic, as soon as he sees the pass, he turns off, but that only opens him up to get smacked. And OG, what a response after the kickoff goal, where many other teams would have immediately given up the series to Gen G after that. OG feeling a little different today.
Calm has been playing so well. Even when he's had low boost, opting to turn back into the play and find boost, find demos, find bumps. Calm being a nuisance as first man.
Rolls quickly, and thankfully for J-Naps, he had some support. And he has to use a lot of boosts. He's left with only 4 in the tank. Apparently Jack takes his time, and a low shot can be a slow shot can be a dangerous one. If you're not careful, Calm will wrench that ball away from First Killer and try to get OG out. J-Naps already up. He's down. Apparently Jack in stride. Nolly shot denied. 2 saves in a row for Jack.
We saw the pre-jump shot and the pre-jump save. This game is elevated.
Oh, I think that they have measured quantum entanglement. Both teams entangled in this duel right now. J-Naps brings it down. It means so much more for OG than it does for Gen G, who won the last regional. Their major hopes are almost secured already. But for OG, the question very much still remains for them. This could be huge if they could keep this up, but apparently Jack on the back line, that's what you're up against. You can pre-jump all you want. So can Gen G, Nolly.
Double commit.
Finding J-Naps, he's got no boost.
All of OG hurting right now. Calm hoping to get some breathing room. First Killer has boost. Heavy first touch. Chronic gonna try to take it up. Pinches it up and over. Infield to apparently Jack, but look at how quickly OG is getting up to those midfield challenges.
First Killer just gonna boom it. Had the full boost, had space. Apparently Jack downfield, probably the option he wanted to go for, but Jack had no boost, and his car was turned away from the play. Still, Jack takes control, and out of boost, he played the hard touch, and Calm is perfect on the back wall again, James.
Ball finds its way over to apparently Jack. Looking for the infield pass.
Nice
There's
bump.
Chronic bump, but First Killer's right behind him.
Oh, Calm's doing everything right now. Bumps the second man out of the play, and follows up the rebound. Now he's out of control, but you got no boost. What is he gonna do now? Okay, well, that's to First Killer. I thought J-Naps was playing a little tighter than that, I'm not gonna lie. My eyes shifted to the middle of the field. J-Naps without any boost, and there you go, Gen G.
And that was because J-Naps pathed forward to try to get a small pad. You can see Gen G winning this boost battle right now. Calm was stuck at the midfield. Even for a brief moment, he's like, do I dribble this ball over to that mid boost? Uh-oh, that one off the post comes back out. But the low boost situation ended up biting OG.
Calm again. Ball security at the forefront of his mind. First Killer getting a couple of dunks, but that's an outlet for Calm. Laser shot gives OG a chance to set up, but they gotta read Jack. Demo underneath, start making him uncomfortable. It's 2 demos. Jack bought them a little bit of time, a little bit of space. Nolly underneath, nothing.
J-Nap's gonna look for Calm. Calm will take it, passes it over to Nolly, but Nolly has to bail out of the play. Ball wasn't close enough to him. The sidewall double. Nolly will hit it off his own backboard. Went First Killer ready, and that one somehow stays out of the net.
Chronic had a line on that ball. couldn't get underneath it enough for a powerful shot. Nolly just diving in front for Chronic. Apparently, Jack. Whoa, JNAP's at no boost. Picks up the save. OG still in position to tie this game. Need to get it downfield quickly. First killer holds it back to Jack. Gen G killing the OG momentum with a nice 50 back. Calm gets the clear. Do they catch Gen G sleeping? Chronic can keep it safe against the backwall. James here in the final 15.
Off the ceiling. Oh my, it was a perfect 50. Field to Nolly. Touches, controls into an air dribble. Calm racing to it, trying to feed someone in the middle. Nolly's there. Calm rolls for goal. Low boost. Couldn't get the double. JNAP's the last hope. Lobs it up. First killer out of boost, but gets a big clear all the way down to OG's corner.
Now Nolly has to find a way out of this. Apparently Jack shakes the ball away from the rotation, and Gen G hold, winning the game after the timeout. Wow.
Perilous in the end for Gen G. We saw Calm almost hit that low altitude double with 0 boost. OG coming so close to tying that up, but Gen G managed to hold on, and another 1-goal victory, and you have to remember that kickoff goal to start off this game after the timeout.
Yeah, that really kills you if you're OG. You're definitely talking about a different game altogether if that doesn't happen. For Gen G, though, or for Gen G, OG, lots of G's out here.
You're a G,
thank you, James. But they just never had boost when a player needed to have boost.
Yes.
Every single time. It was like every time a player get a catch, he'd have no boost. How is it that consistent? They can have no boost when they have to play the ball, and it goes back to that boost game not being something that they could consistently win against Gen G.
The OG has been fighting tooth and nail for boost for most of this series. They've been making it work, but you see they're playing on a knife's edge. JNAP's pathing forward just to get that extra 12 boost from a small pad was enough to put him out of position and not have enough boost to get back for that shot. Most of the time, OG has been doing that risk calculation very well, being able to get those 50s, stay in the play, make those low boost plays. But in that last game, they just were not able to. You wonder if Gen G will start having more success as they win even more of those boost battles.
Could it be the confidence builder? And will they just take over the lobby like they so often do in their quarterfinals matchups? Space Station, they played them a bunch. The best they could do was 6 games. It's the story the same for OG post Gen G timeout. They still have one in their pocket as well, which may be pulled if this keeps going the way it is. First killer takes the pass out from Chronic, and Gen G strike first.
And apparently, Jack, he's getting bumped, but when he's low boost, he gets the back pass to Chronic. That gave Chronic the possession, and Chronic did so much work making the most of it and gets the pass down to first killer all around. Wonderful team play from Gen G.
Oh, no!
We see a kickoff goal. How many times are we going to see this?
Oh, Chronic. He was on this one, and that's a pause immediately. Apparently, Jack called for that right as it happened. Looks like Chronic's game just tabbed out. So, or at least that is what is being said in the in-game chat. So we'll figure out what's going on, see if that goal stands as we get back into the game.
I mean, I tried to catch the replay as quickly as I could. Unfortunately, the pause came out right away. So we're going to have to go look at that replay. The referee's pulling it up right now, and we'll make a ruling on that very soon. But
it did look like he just drove forward, like he was reading the play and then he didn't react because he knew the defender was there, or he should have been able to see him. So I thought it was very weird that he didn't even make a play on the ball.
And that is what Chronic is saying in the chat. He said, "I don't know what happened, but my game tabbed out just as I was going at the ball." So we'll wait to see what the official ruling is on that after a replay analysis. We might be here for a little bit. So if you're just joining us, we saw Gen G score thanks to a low boost back pass from apparently Jack, and then the pass into the middle for first killer, who put that away. And then we are wondering if this will be the equalizing goal for OG. We have 4 minutes and 31 seconds on the clock. That is when that goal was put in, but we will now have to just sit and wait and take a step back, Jorby, and start looking at this series as a whole. I think coming into this one, many people expecting Gen G to win this series, especially given the history of the matchups between OG. But if there's one thing you can say about OG is that they are a resilient team, and you cannot count them out.
They really are, and knowing the way they talk about the game, the way they look at the game, We are going to look at the goal here, so just to see how it happened. So through
And the player in
demo-
question is Chronic as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you can see it. Yeah, Chronic.
And the boost
Can we,
too.
can we,
The boost
can
is
we
a
go
giveaway
back
there.
and look at that as well on Chronic's? Because the question is, would Chronic have been able to flip into the ball? Can we take another look at that? Is that the possibility? I would love to see that again.
Yeah. It did look like you saw the boost just like go full in a straight
Yeah, well,
line.
Chronic, he
That's a sign
starts
right
just
there.
going immediately straight. You can see there's an input and then immediately starts going straight. But the question is, if he flipped when he was going back to it, which I think, yes,
Yeah.
in that situation, he would have been able to 50 calm.
Yeah, he definitely was in position to make a 50 on comm. Obviously, whether he would have or not is not going to
Right
factor
here,
into
because
the
look at
decision.
how much time he has to get this 50 here with calm being almost low boost.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to flip into that, cut comm out. Definitely would have had him there, or at least had a chance at him, which is the point. Not necessarily that he would have, but that he had a chance to make the play. So we are going to revert that change. It will be 1-0.
And that
still
it's
for
not our
Genji.
call as well, Drew.
No.
Let's clarify that.
Yeah,
the
sorry.
admins.
We are getting the
there is-
information.
Yes.
No, James, we're the admins now.
We know. I wish. Actually, I don't wish. That is not.
Don't wish it.
I do not want that responsibility on me. But we do have confirmation from the referees that they reviewed the replay and have determined that Chronic would have made that play had his game not alt-tabbed. So we will be reverting that goal. It will be 1-0 in favor of Genji. We'll be starting off from kickoff, I believe at 4:34 on the clock.
It almost works as a quasi timeout for OG. They get a chance to just relax for a second and, just take a breather. You kind of get that moment. Maybe that's not what you need. I know some teams don't like extra pauses, but when you're down in a series or a team's starting to figure you out, sometimes that pause, maybe it's not about you, but about that team not being able to build momentum. Obviously, those are the small mental abstract parts of the game, but Abjack continues to impress me on Genji. I feel like the best part of his game, and this is not saying that other parts of his games are bad, but when he is in like the middle of the rotation and he has to make, all right, do I 50 here or do I do a little chip here? How do I create space for my team? Like, he's got genius touches in those situations. He's absolutely phenomenal. I'm continue to be impressed by the way he conducts a series.
And he is the conductor. He's a clutch goal scorer. You want him in those big moments, being in that decision-making position of whether to shoot, pass, or whatever it may be. Apparently, Jack, he's got the ice.
With that understanding, gives Genji the results that they've gotten. OG, they have definitely made this competitive. Gibbs talked about the boost management being his #1 concern for OG. As we see, it's really just securing the boost that has been the biggest problem for them. First killer, shot underneath, and Com doesn't even have to jump. He's got to be careful. Again, ball security, especially on that low boost. Apparently, Jack pulling off the play and it dunks off a one off the bar. Com flies in with no contact, and OG's play gets broken up.
And this one still will be a goal. OG doesn't give up.
I thought it was done. But JDAP, he's right there. Jack turns away. He thinks JDAP's is leaving. Chronic is like, no, bro, I gotta get him.
And he's
Abjack
also
is trying to
thinking,
get there.
no way JNapt is going to stay on this, right?
No, he's not turning on that.
But that is what OG does, these optimal plays. And you even saw Chronic, or Com rather, almost do what apparently Jack did before, stay in the play on 0 boost and get the back pass. And now the bounce shot, OG on top.
Why does this go in? First killer in the middle behind Jack. Sees Nolly's touch, and it just comes out for free. Com just hits him backside. Chronic was still rotating back. Jack gets absolutely nothing. And first killer not in a position to respond. He's just watching Com barrel down the field. He's got all the options available to him. It comes down to Jack putting that ball in a playable position. First killer abandoned the play, and he got burned.
OG, what a response that was after thinking they might have had a goal to having it called off to now scoring 2 and getting the lead.
That's got to feel great.
From OG.
Got to feel great that, yeah, it's not the cheeky kickoff goal. It's not the only way we score. Nice try, but also apparently Jack and first killer will just delete you, and then Chronic will score. GG.
Nolly's the only one alive. There's one demo. There's the other. Nolly's like, oh gosh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Jumps off, and Chronic says, okay, now that you've committed, I'm just going to shoot it right by you. could see the panic on Nolly's face on that play.
The best position to be in when you're Chronic and you're about to be on the ball and you just hear off your camera. You're like, oh, my job's about to be really easy. So it doesn't last long, OG in the lead. Com continues to see, or continues to make good calls on his 50s against Gen G. Unfortunately, the follow-up was not there for OG. We'll have to figure things out again here in the corner.
JNaps hoping to land that 50. Com has a decent amount of boost here. Gets it by one cleanly. Goes for a 50. JNaps winning it forward. Chronic will go for that corner boost potentially. There's one demo. Com
Boost.
launches it. Chronic had apparently Jack's back, and now we'll move into the play. High boom. First killer almost falling on that ball, but he had no boost.
JNaps had it high. Chronic's been sitting back, watching the play develop. Now he's on. Forced to give it up. This is looking good. JNaps staying downfield. First killer trying to delay the attack, and he does so. He kills it to the corner. Jack sets up for Com's touch. Saw how it limited where Com could really go with the ball. He'll turn off Cam and try to force First Killer into a wide rotation, but Chronic just holds them down. And now First Killer with a full tank, meeting Nolly at the punch. Com deleting Appjack. And space again for OG. JNaps keeps it tight. He opts over Chronic, looks for the bump on Jack, and oh wow, you get the Goomba stomp. Unfortunately, a lot more work done to get to the castle.
Good recognition from First Killer, recognizing that that was an air dribble bump play. Was there to pick up very quickly, but the flip reset almost good enough to go in by itself, apparently. Jack trying to make his mark.
JNaps, when he recovered, he lost all of his momentum. He was forced to give up the ball. There's a demo to give some space. Chronic recognizes, gonna flip off. JNaps got no boost. This is the tough part of the equation for OG. You get the clear downfield. Now you need to find a way to have this position with boost advantage. Right now, they're just bombing it away. JNaps has to meet Jack. Jack totally stuffed this play. Com has to get it across. Chronic gonna leave. First Killer gonna get it back to Chronic, and just that little tap from First Killer is enough to shake Com off the ball and force OG to scratch their heads wondering how to break through.
See Com again, staying in the boost or play with low boost. OG, they won't rotate out unless you force them.
You love that kind of aggression. You love that kind of confidence. And you need that against a Gen G team. We're always looking to see where that opening is. So good at finding it immediately and then just sticking the ball right through the rotation. Chronic pops the ball. JNaps avoids the bump and pops it hard, forcing First Killer to respect it. First Killer's been doing a lot of respecting today. Nolly right on top of him. The end of regulation. OG continue to press. JNaps, free touch, but he's got a lot in front of him, and Appjack may have a way through. He's only got 13 as he leaves. Reverse killer denied. Nolly, what a recovery. We go to OT.
Nolly putting a hand up right there. Didn't want to leave Com all alone. And there's a fake kickoff. Gets the demo right away. Chronic, though, had the boost and was able to get back in time.
Yeah, when Com got to the ball, didn't really have many options, didn't have any boosts. Had to just fall with it. Now First Killer and Jack move down the field. Com will play a deep support. Waiting for JNaps in the corner, but he over-rotates a bit, and that was a risky position for Com to sit. You saw JNaps have to stretch and avoid First Killer, almost dunking it into his net. Jack trying to catch Nolly out, but he can't. Nolly recovers. Chronic on the side wall. Demo forces Com to make the stop. First Killer comes across. Nolly spawns right underneath, and no opening presents itself to Gen G just yet, but First Killer, he likes some TNT to blow open some holes. Nolly staying on the ball. He's out of boost. Only one player on OG at any time has any boost.
Yeah, this is so awkward. Right now, Com has the boost. Can he make the play? Gets that first win. JNaps picks up some small pads. Gets that first 50. Nolly has to be careful here. Com getting that boost. There's the pass attempt, but it's kept back in. More boost being wasted, and there's the demo on Com. Things starting to heat up. A bump dodged. OG barely surviving.
And Gen G pulled off at the last moment. First Killer got the full tank of boost. Now Jack has just blown through the rotation. 2 taps. First Killer plays it back to Chronic. They baited them out, but it's not enough. Chronic shot not powerful, not on target, and OG were ready for it. But Gen G will not relinquish control. Jack dunks through 2. Chronic midair, denied in front of the box. JNaps barely keeps his team alive.
Defense Simulator 2024 being played by OG Esports right now.
Oh, another clear and OG breakout. Nolly first on the attack. half of his boost. JNAP deleted on the back end. Calm deleted on the back end. Here comes the Gen G counter, and Nolly takes it away. Well, first killer was in that lane, and if he hits him there, whew, Gen G doing everything they can to force OG off this ball, but it's not been an easy task. JNAP sitting underneath it. Calm can't go. Jack was ready for that challenge.
Calm. You see Nolly trying to read what was coming. There's the infield pass. There's the shot. Saved. Rebound for Calm. Calm puts it high. Nolly, where are you? JNAPS tries to pass it off to the side. Calm controlling it once more. Late shot, and that's saved to the side. Now Gen G panicking.
Oh my God, first kill on that first shot from Calm had 0 boost. All Calm had to do was hit it to the top shelf, and this game is over. Instead, he was given a second chance, and he made the most of it. Here he is sitting on the back line, forced into a heavy touch, follows it up, but misses the ball. Nolly wants to pass to Calm. Calm had other ideas. OG communication breaking down a little bit. First killer, he's just ball chasing now, just chasing down Nolly, steals the ball away. He is done playing defense, but OG are not done on offense.
Jack doesn't have much boost. We'll have to boom this downfield. Calm over to Nolly. Nolly being chased by apparently Jack. First killer lands a demo. Nolly gets demoed after stealing the corner. Big 50 from Calm. JNAPS is ready for a pass or a rebound, but apparently Jack with a great challenge.
Calm has
It is
been
back and forth.
Calm has been such a threat on those catches and 50s, James, but apparently Jack might have caught him. It's just wide. Calm gets the catch. JNAPS doesn't have to make a save, but first killer blows through 2 on the 50. OG forced out to the side with momentum. JNAPS trying to chain dash to 50 him, but first killer's already left the wall. Drops it for Jack. Jack denied. Calm reads it, and they try everything. Gen G trying to feign the shot, bring it down on the fake, and he's missed the ball. Calm, bye-bye. Jack almost saved it. Calm is done with that. We're going to game 6 to Gen G on match point.
What was that pitch? Chronic's at the midfield, and the ball just pitched out and caught him completely by surprise. And Calm is like, oh my goodness, I gotta push this towards net. Doesn't get enough power on it the first time, but then follows it through, and OG steal this game. What a weird game this was. It started out with an early goal from Gen G, and then the pause after Chronic alt tabs, and then we come back and see OG not miss a beat. This was a strange game, Jorby.
Oh, James, Calm's vision, that whole game, like winning 50s, getting it out into space, but on the goal line, he's like first killer's on the ball, and it looks like, okay, he might do the reset double here. Calm is coming in as support on or it was either JNAPS or not. I don't care who it was. I'm focused on Calm. And he's looking at apparently Jack the whole time. He doesn't care what first killer was doing on the ball. He knows that if he can't get that save, Calm's not going to be able to defend that double tap. So he just looks at Jack. He knows if it goes to Jack, I'm on Jack. Calm waits for it. He's able to get that save. And that's the type of play that Gen G pull off and they beat so many other teams with, is with those feints. But the feints aren't even working. OG's layers on defense are so good. And Calm is at the center of all of it. Dude's playing out of his mind.
Well, it is a team effort, but Calm has been at the core of a lot of those plays. He really has been, and he's so smart. It's just making the 200 IQ play, even if you don't have, even if you don't think you have enough boost to make a play, turning and getting the job done. That is what Calm has been doing.
Well, Gen G forced onto match point on Neo Tokyo. I know many fans out there, you either love or you hate this map, depending on who your favorite player or team are. Me, personally, I love this map. It's a great map.
That's my favorite map.
Feel like the stakes get raised a little bit with the announcer, look at the grandiosity here in the city. Look at OG putting on pressure on Gen G.
We get to play some street ball, Gorby.
We do. Calm throwing this one out. Calm would definitely be a top player in some street ball. That dude,
and he's talking trash as well out there.
He's talking trash. He's elbowing you in your rib as he moves past you. Calm definitely a little physical on and off the pitch. I found they tend to translate.
See some good early pressure from OG. Finally a chance to break out. First killer not able to get much on that double. Also getting a team bump on Chronic, resulting in no one being there for that rebound opportunity.
Yeah, first killer just trying to give a free touch to Chronic with all 3 from OG in the net there. We talked about the option coverage. Gen G is usually the only team on the pitch we're talking about having great options, unless they're playing G2. But OG have also covered very well. Chronic sizing this up. He's all of OG back waiting for him. First killer on his wing, and he's challenged immediately by Nolly.
Calm. He's going to try to keep that close. JNaps has to waste a lot of boost getting back to this one. Does pick up the corner. Chronic looking for apparently Jack. A rare miss from JNaps, but Calm there to help out.
And yeah, Calm forcing first killer to jump there again, warping the rotation. That aggressive physical game really paying dividends for OG. Nolly stuffs him. Calm can play it out to the corner. Actually going for the bump. Chronic gets a touch out the first killer. There's nothing in the corner.
Good shot. Going to force the issue. Look for mistakes from Gen G. You know they are feeling the pressure. This is an elimination game for them. They have to win this next game and force game 7. Otherwise, OG will have a big upset.
Chronic forced into a heavy touch as he's going into that ball. Calm's already high on the wall. You know the infield's covered. Your best option is just to slap it onto the ceiling and hope for the best. Which is what Gen G have had to do a lot. First killer, one of the best at it. Unfortunately, the space just a little too tight. Chronic on top of this next touch. Apparently, Jack, he got that corner boost. First killer holding, that's more pressure. Jack knew it, he got the demo, but first killer didn't get solid contact. And so Calm, again, will steal it away, but that's off of first killer mishandling the ball.
And also, if first killer bumped Calm in that position, it might have been a goal. So Calm doing very well, recognizing that contact play. But now we see a shot opportunity, a rebound out for Nolly. Can he put it in? He has to go for the pass, but nobody was there from OG.
Gen G have used a lot of boosts on that defensive try. Calm has a full tank. Chronic has picked up a lot of pads, but Calm hops over him. First killer forced to boom it away.
Nolly. You can see Calm immediately demo chasing, opening up that midfield, or at least trying to. There's a demo landed from Nolly. Apparently Jack to leave this for Chronic. Well, how do you deal with that, Jorby? You see the aggression, and now the demos from Nolly as well as Calm.
I do think it was fortunate for Chronic that he got forced into the correct position, as he was having to use a lot of boost to run away. But still, while warping the rotation doesn't work that time for Gen G. You're right. If you're not keeping your camera on a swivel the whole time, it might even lead to panicky plays like that. If you're just constantly facing aggression, at some point you're just going to guess that one of your teammates is getting bumped, and you're going to go the same time he does. Calm. Hard shot, but low and easily defended by Chronic. OG putting on a press. JNaps buying some crucial time for OG to get reset.
Another zero boost challenge from JNaps, and there's a demo from Nolly. He doesn't even care to play the ball. Never was his plan from the beginning. Apparently Jack 50 out to the middle. Calm. We'll try to 50 that by, but it goes all the way back to OG's half. Nolly trying to collect in his own corner and does get a nice ball downfield.
Calm covering that play bailed Nolly out. He was going to have to defend a hot 2-on-1 had Calm not jumped on that challenge immediately. Instead, Gen G, they're back, James, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock. OG just need one goal on the board to take down Gen G, the team that won the regional last time. Take them out in quarters.
Where did the time go? We're approaching the final 10 seconds. Apparently Jack with a nice pop. Chronic and first both with boost as well. There's a 50 out to the middle. Chronic not going to get a shot opportunity now. Calm dives in, and now Nolly will leave this for JNaps. JNaps, big boom. First killer possesses. Backboard play. Chronic will launch it downfield, and they let it go. And we've got overtime. Chance for OG to upset Gen G.
Oh, man. Fake kickoff again. But this time, Abjack's ready for it. Calm has a full tank of boosts. Play it tight. He's been the factor, the center factor for OG. But give some credit to Nolly, making some great touches, buying time for his team. JNaps has been doing the same. They've been using a ton of boost to stay alive in this series, and they may have to play one more if they're not careful. A lot of demos on both sides. JNaps slips through Gen G's line. Calm has control of the ball off the ceiling, and denied for now. Gen G hold the line.
Nolly flinging it in, trying to make things awkward for the defense. Chronic up to first. Contested by Nolly, back down to Jack. Jack forcing it forward.
Uh-oh.
And there's a bump. Nolly, there's a demo. Nolly has boost to make this play.
He's got Calm on the wing. He wants him, but Calm didn't have a lot of boost. He swung wide. JNaps now with 1 boost will at least buy time, and that was the only thing they needed. They just needed time. Calm has that now, and Gen G continue to lose their boosts. That's 2 midfield boosts gone. Chronic gets his only canister available. High touch, but nobody on the rotation. Another demo. Nolly shot right into Jack. Boost rebound. Calm. 1 shot. Saved by Jack off the bar. Rebound. Goal! JNaps delivers the defeat to Gen G onto the semifinals.
OG pull off the upset over Gen G. And from the very beginning of this series, you knew it was going to be an all-out battle.
What a game from all of OG. But I'm gonna be honest with you, James. All I saw was Calm in the look. He's sandwiched between both of his teammates on the leaderboard, and to me, that totally describes what that entire series was on the pitch. It was Calm, absolutely insane vision. His ball control was phenomenal, and JNaps and Nolly also on low boost, getting to the touches that they did. How many times did JNaps just desperately dive for a 50 and buy enough time for his team to get back, refuel, and keep Gen G on their back wheels? That was some of the best Rocket League we've seen OG play this season.
And OG's so good at playing the small ball Rocket League, Jorby, as you would say. They were staying in the play when they needed to, winning those key 50s that don't necessarily make a big impact in a counterattack situation per se, but they're constantly battering and turning, challenging, keeping Gen G uncomfortable, and then finding those small windows that they're able to execute. That was phenomenal strategic gameplay from OG.
A huge upset for OG, and they're trying to make their statement and make it tough for other teams to make the major. But that's all of our games. I want to hear what the desk has to say about that match and about the entire day, because this OG team, we'll maybe talking about them a little bit more tomorrow.
That's a crazy one. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what we're thinking about right now. That's, not a single person thought that this was going to happen. Not you, chat. Not Coin. Not a single analyst. Nobody saw OG taking this one. And here we are. Desert, I want to go to you specifically and think about your feelings in this moment. Like, walk me through your mind as you were watching that match go down.
Is this real? I feel like I'm being, punked. Like, does this count as a real result?
I would just love for people to go back in the pre-show and just clip out when we did our fantasy draft and Daz and his Gen G Mobile 1 jacket, so confident. His fantasy team's in shambles. Gen G, I talked about boost management was an issue last time around. I'm sorry, Daz, it is real. I'm going to get to the actual analysis while you mope over there. But the average amount of boost, Gen G versus OG, again, Gen G dominated. Yet again, apparently Jack 55, Chronic 53, First Killer 53, Nolly at 50, JNaps 48, Calm at 48. The defense of OG on with limited boost multiple times was world class. This was the best match of the day by far in terms of high quality Rocket League. Absolutely, OG stepped up when it mattered most. And Gen G and G2, they played all these teams in playoffs 15 times in a row. Those two teams won. Finally, the first loss comes out here, and OG takes it to Gen G. The top 2 of NA are immortal finally on the weekend. And this opens up that door again, that top 4 race. Huge. Like for Gen G, don't really have to worry about it too much, but for OG, these 4 points are so incredibly crucial. Not only that, you take out the favorite on your side of the bracket. That side is wide open, making grand finals, and that could push you to the London Major. But OG, all 3 members, fantastic play, full team effort across the board. There was times when it was a little awkward by Gen G. OG would capitalize. When it was awkward for OG, they found a way to get that one extra touch out to just conserve their boost. Daz, I'm going to take this whole segment. Don't you worry. But OG, Cobb, that goal right there, he almost messed it up, but he still scores. You have to get a little bit of luck. But at the end of the day, OG takes it, and let's throw it to the interview.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am joined here with Nully from OG, man. Best series of the day. Absolute nail biter, resulting in Gen G not making a return to the grand final. Nully, bring me through what's ringing in your head. You've beaten the champions. This must be an incredible day for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, you know, another day at the office. Nah, I'm joking. Gen G, honestly, like, we have to be on top of our game to really beat them. I think both times we've beaten them now, it has just been, you know, we played better Rocket League, but everyone knows Gen G, you know, probably top 2 NA. So yeah, we just had to get it done to make London and Worlds.
Yeah, and even beating your regional rivals of LG and Swiss, it's been awesome to watch. I've casted you so many times and you finally came through. And let's go more about the series because that was insane. This is the biggest win of the season for you. What did it take to beat Gen G besides just better Rocket League?
It required all 3 of us, you know, all 4 actually, including Tor, to be on top of our game. Our communication were probably the best it's ever been. Our trust within each other is the best it's been. And then we just had to, you know, score the shots we needed to take, and that's how it was.
Yeah, it was very fun to watch, and the majority, I mean, the whole desk did not think the series was gonna go this way as this result. And what do you have to say to everyone who doubted the team and how you overcame such a challenge?
No, I don't think you can put that on people. I think it's completely fair to say the previous winners of last regional are gonna, you know, come out and do it again. You know, they're a great team. So you know, no hate there, but I think this proves that, you know, we have it in us to be the best. You know, we're not just like a middle of the pack team, but we're just figuring things out as we go along as well.
Yeah, and reaching new peaks every time we see you guys. And, well, what's next? Your opponent, Space Station. What do you think of them, and what's next for you and the team?
You know what? They're going on a good run. They've surprised me a little bit. You know, from scrims, I didn't think they were going to be too great, but they showed they can really step up in tournaments. You know, like in the last quarterfinals against us, where they're beating us. So hopefully going into tomorrow, it's a different story.
Well, different story, but hopefully the same ending that you're hoping for at the end of the day. But congratulations on the win today. Go and celebrate, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Only 4 teams remain in North America. Gen G, Mobile One Racing knocked out of contention. We will crown a new winner here in North America for Open Qualifier number 4. Cloud9 will face off against G2, and OG will play against Space Station. I mean, Daz, OG or Space Station, one of those teams is going to be in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, OG's winning the regional. OG's winning the regional now. I mean, the way that, you know, great performance from them today. They seem to have all the pieces together. I always knew OG was one of the best teams in the region.
Yep.
It's really good. No, okay, I'm pandering, but in all honesty, though, even as despite everyone, I'm turning my phone off because I know it's gonna blow up later. But seeing OG win here, I think is very big. Because, one, we always knew they had the potential in them, but now they're able to do it. SSG was a team that last event went 7 games against G2. For OG to be able to do it now, here, in the quarters, I mean, I do actually hope that they do win tomorrow, because then it will show, okay, maybe the top 2, the gap isn't as far off as we thought it was.
Yeah.
But, I mean, regardless, I give them credit. You know, it's a very well-played series from them. They earned it.
It's big for North America, like, as a whole, because I feel like going into that first Copenhagen major, it felt like G2 and Gen G were the only ones internationally that was going to make some noise, right? Because literally no one beat them in North America, so you would expect them to not be able to do it on the international level as well. OG now with this win, that is huge for them. Who knows tomorrow? Maybe Cloud9 will somehow beat G2, but it's just good to see the other teams in NA slowly catch up to the top 2, because that means that they can take these series. That means when it comes to a London major, that there is a possibility that some other North American team will have a chance to make one of those top 4 runs or make it to a grand final. So we'll see how it all plays out. That's what I was hoping for from like an M80, because they've shown that they can beat G2 and Gen G, but we saw today, obviously, quarterfinals is they just can't get by it. So it's good to see that another North American team is making that like leap forward. Yeah. And for Space Station, they are so excited because they cannot beat G2 or Gen G. Now they don't have to play them until the grand final. So Space Station, like if they're looking at that bracket, that is perfect for them to make their grand finals push. But obviously OG has the possibility to make that run as well.
I mean, imagine a world where Cloud9 wins tomorrow. And how crazy that would be. It's already topsy-turvy enough, though. We don't even have to talk about the Cloud9 win. Look at the leaderboard now as it stands. Cloud9 tied with OG at 4th right now. Both teams still alive. 3rd through 4th, or 3rd through 5th, tied for 4th there. Still in the tournament here.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to shift this to the other half of that. If you're a Luminosity fan right now, this is the worst case scenario. Because you were up and you were in top 4 for Worlds contention, but now that all of these teams are doing better, and then you're going to have, again, a guaranteed Space Station and OG make the final, is going to change the points conversation. Of course, this major conversation is one thing, but if you're Luminosity, you don't make the major, these are some teams that are qualifying that you don't also want to make the major because they're going to knock you off of your spot, and then you're not going to make the World Championship.
And that includes pretty much any team. Like, they wanted Gen G to take down OG to keep that 4th spot with not as many points, right? Now, OG, obviously, they've caught up to 4th, but now there's 2 teams there that can possibly gain points next time around. And obviously, they're both in the bracket still, so they can make even more points happen now. So I think everyone in North America was rooting for G2 and Gen G and Space Station to dominate, leave that door open, but that door has closed a little bit more because of that OG win.
Yeah. There is a world where Space Station is the #1 team in North America after tomorrow.
Sure.
They could pass up Gen G here for they'd be at 32 points or at G2.
And if like they play G2 in the final, they'll be tied for first at the bare minimum if they beat them. So, yeah. It's wild.
Yeah, my goodness. North America opening up, changing things here as we're continuing on. The quarterfinals completed. We have semifinal action coming at you guys tomorrow. Excited to see every single one of those teams has a story. Every single one of those teams has something to play for. G2 trying to continue a streak of grand final appearances.
Yeah.
As well as Gen G, though. Unfortunate for they're not going to quite make it there. I'm being told we're going to actually throw to an interview here. Dazrin is standing by with a special guest.
What?
No! What? No! This is not real! No!
I was out here just driving back home.
How did you make this work? Who did you pay to do this?
Mama Racing! They're nowhere to be found! You got a team better than G2 tomorrow! That's what you call them! Hey, Papa, now, J-Dub's put your back away. J-Dub's aging like fine wine. Like fine wine to bath. Toodaloo. I'll smell you later.
I'm so sick of you. I'm so sick of you.
Get him off the screen! I don't want to interview him!
Oh, man. So who do we get to interview with Bates if like Cloud9 beats G2 tomorrow?
How did you? I'm so upset that y'all made that.
Well done, production.
Tickets are available, folks. If you want to watch Landon happen, it's going to be a great show. Ticketmaster.co.uk. You can get a ticket for day 1, day 2, or for both days. It's going to be an amazing one. Guys, we got 3 matches tomorrow, 2 semifinals, and then the grand finals. We will crown our champion. It could be G2. It could be any of the teams still alive. America is wide open right now. So we'll kick off the day with Cloud9 versus G2, and then we'll have OG Esports against Space Station right after that. Crowning the grand finals champion in the 3rd game of the day. Kickoff is at 10 a.m. Pacific. We got the pre-show starting at 9:30 a.m. You're not going to want to miss it. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
on, yeah, get.
Nice play. Alright, go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Some work there for Rally, who picks up that corner boost. Mark moves up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Oh my word! He steps in, does rise and said, I'll have that one. 1-0 BDS.
you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling